I just got back from the beaches of Normandy, and I will admit that right now I'm a little bit out of my element. I am in the city of Chicago, Illinois. And it's kind of crazy, but it's summertime, and I thought that we would do something a little bit different. We are going to take the ultimate road trip over the next several episodes. And if you're going to take the ultimate road trip, well, you have to go on the ultimate American road. We are going to be starting here in Chicago and traveling the entire length of Route 66. All right, well, if you look right here behind me at this intersection, this is the start of Route 66. As a matter of fact, they have a sign right here denoting the beginning of the Mother Road. And on this epic journey that we're going to be taking across the United States on Route 66, we're going to have three main rules. Actually, we're going to have four rules. The first rule is to get out of Chicago. But after that, rule number one is that where we can, we stay on Route 66. There are places where it's been torn up or discontinued and you have to get on the interstate, but where we can, we stay on the Route 66. Second rule, we're only doing like small town diners and things like that as far as places to eat, so no chain restaurants. And the third rule is similar to the second. Any place that we stay is not going to be like a chain hotel, within reason. I'm giving myself a little bit of wiggle room on that, because if we get to an area that's kind of sketchy, well, I don't want to stay someplace where I'm going to die or get a disease. So I'm giving myself some wiggle room on that. But anyway, we're going to go ahead, hop in the car, and hit the road. All right, well, here we go. We are ready to set off on our trip here. And I already established that our second rule is that we don't eat at any fast food places. Well, son of a gun, look at the temptation that they are throwing my way right off the bat. They got a Chick-fil-A right here at the beginning of Route 66. Now, here, as you start your journey along Route 66, one of the more historic restaurants that you'll come across right off the bat is this one right here. This is the Berghoff, and I know what some of you might be thinking right now. Different Berghoff. So the roots of this restaurant go back to 1870, when a man by the name of Herman Berghoff immigrated to the United States from Germany. And he had actually worked in Buffalo Bill's Wild West show. And when the World's Fair came to Chicago in 1893, well, he set up a little beer tent. Did pretty good. I think he sold his beers for a nickel, and they came with a sandwich for free. It did so well that he ended up opening up a restaurant right here in downtown Chicago. During Prohibition, rather than shutting down his restaurant, he started selling or brewing what was called near beer, and also had different kinds of soda. And then the restaurant expanded from there. We're not going to eat here today, because for me to park for half an hour is costing $35. So to stay here and eat, I would have to go to the bank and take out a loan. But we're going to make our way down the road and hit another restaurant, and then got a pretty interesting spot that we're going to take a look at to start our trip down the road. All right, well, we have got out of Chicago and moved down the road a bit, and we're getting ready to make our first food stop on the way to our first history stop. And we decided to come to Del Rey's Chicken Basket. Now, the story with this place is that in the late 30s, early 40s, it started off as kind of like a lunch counter at a gas station, and a couple of women in town who knew how to cook fried chicken offered to help this guy out and taught him how to cook chicken. Became very popular. They ended up converting the car bays into additional seating for the restaurant. And then in 1946, well, they opened up this location right here. And this is supposed to be like some dang good chicken. And I happen to be, I consider myself to have some refined taste when it comes to fried chicken. My family did quite a bit of damage to the poultry population as I was growing up. But anyway, we're gonna go in and check it out. All right, now, as we're walking in, already getting some good Route 66 vibes for this trip. And here they have some additional information about the Del Rey Chicken Basket. Let's see, so here you can see some of the neon sign. Some additional information: when I-55 opened up, it says here that the Chicken Basket fell on hard times, and a Chicago businessman by the name of Delbert, or Del Rey, bought the Chicken Basket in 1963 and then reinvigorated it with an advertising campaign, and now it's a really big stop for people traveling Route 66. And I love how they've maintained the classic look of this place. I mean, that is just awesome. Okay, we're going in for real now. All right, well, the Chicken Basket is quite the happening place, as you can see. A lot of chatter, a lot of music going on. That's great. All right, so they've got a pretty extensive looking menu with a lot of chicken items, but if I'm at the Chicken Basket, I think I'm going to have to go with the famous fried chicken basket, which is half of a chicken with french fries, and I'm going to substitute the coleslaw for homemade mashed potatoes because coleslaw is nasty. There is no such thing as good coleslaw. I don't care who's making it. All right, so I'm going to put my order in, and yeah, we'll see what we got. All right, our chicken basket just came out. First thing that we need to do is get rid of that right there because that is not necessary. And I think we're going to start with the thigh. All right, now I'm tearing into this thing with a fork because it is crazy hot. It's right out of the fryer. It doesn't appear to be just like overly greasy, which is always good. All right, here we go. That is some good fried chicken. All right, so I've just stopped in Dwight, Illinois, and we're here at the old Texaco gas station. And in Dwight, we met some fellow travelers here. And what's your name?
Dwight.
Dwight. So Dwight and Robin are here in Dwight, and they have something pretty cool that they're doing.
So we collected this car about 25 years ago. Finally finished it about a year and a half ago, and we're traveling from Oregon. We traveled to Chicago, went downtown, seen the Route 66 sign, and we're on our first day of travel down Route 66 back to California.
You said it's a 56 Chevrolet, right?
56 Chevrolet Bel Air convertible.
Oh man, I'm doing it in a rental car. You guys are doing it right.
Yeah. Well, it's probably yours a little quicker.
Awesome.
So in the day, This is where your gas goes in.
Really?
Yeah.
Do that again? Holy cow.
So it was always fun to pull up to a gas station and the guys go, where's it go?
I wonder why they did that. Was it maybe just so that there's not like a gas
extra
cap kind
hole,
of
yeah. 57 had one here and 55 had it on the side.
I guess that makes it look a little bit cleaner.
It does, yeah.
Huh.
You make fancy ones that slide out on a track and turn on their own and everything. Kind of crazy.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you guys get back on the road. You guys have a good trip.
Thanks.
Hey,
You
it's nice
too.
meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
All right, well, that was kind of cool and unexpected, meeting some new friends. All right, we're gonna go ahead and make our way on down to Pontiac now. Okay, we've just made our way into Pontiac, Illinois. And when you get to Pontiac, you really start feeling the, I guess, history and enthusiasm for Route 66, especially when you see this big giant mural right here. Now, this mural is on the backside of the Route 66 Museum and Hall of Fame. So I thought that as far as historic sites, this would be a good place for us to start off and kind of get a foundation for the rest of our trip. All right, so we just rolled in to the Route 66 Museum and Hall of Fame here in Pontiac, Illinois, and I can already tell there is a bunch of cool stuff in here. And I know a little bit about Route 66, but I have someone here who knows a lot more. This is John. John is you're the curator here.
Yes,
right?
I am.
Okay, so John is the curator. So he's going to kind of help us lay the foundation of where we're going to be traveling over the next several days.
Well, Route 66 got started as a result of lack of highways, lack of paved highways, and in 1926, they got together, the states got together, and they created the highway system and mapped out the major roads, including Route 66. And then on November 11th, 1926, Route 66 was named Route 66. It came out of the fact that cars were coming along and there were so many dirt roads, they needed hard roads. And this was to try to get those roads paved, the states to pave those roads. Now, Illinois was the first state to have a highway completely paved from Chicago to St. Louis. They'd paved it a few years earlier. It was Route 4. And when they created Route 66, they just made Route 4 into Route 66. After that, over the years, there were some modifications of the route, but essentially followed the Route 4. You get down by Springfield, Illinois, and it splits. There's one version of Route 66 that kind of parallels the interstate, and the other is Route 4 that goes down through Chatham and down toward Mount Olive. And then, after the highway was established, the question I always got was, what makes it so famous? It's just a road. Well, it is just a road, but there were a number of things that happened that contributed to it getting famous. Early on, right after the road was established, C.C. Powell had a foot race from Los Angeles to New York, and the winner would get something like $20,000. And the first part of the route from Los Angeles to Chicago would be on Route 66. Some of it was paved, some of it was still dirt. And along the way, it was promoted. And the local newspapers and local radio stations and the media, all the media, picked up on it. And the people heard about it, heard it on the radio station, wanted to come out and see it. And it was on Route 66. Powell said he would make Route 66 famous with that road. Well, it contributed. In Illinois, one of the promoters for Powell was Red Grange, the University of Illinois football star and Chicago Bear. Also adding to the aspect of being famous was the John Steinbeck, when he wrote The Grapes of Wrath. In it, he referred to Route 66 as the Mother Road, and that took on a feeling among people that it was really a valuable, important thing. Later on, you had, after World War II, Bobby Troup, when he wrote Get Your Kicks on Route 66, became popular. He wasn't writing about and singing about Route 20 or Route 30 or anything else, Route 66. And that song became famous. It's been recorded, I don't know how many times by different people, different groups of people. That helped the fame of Route 66. And of course, in 1960s, in the prime of Route 66, the TV program Route 66. Even though most of the episodes were not ever on Route 66, that opening scene where the two guys in the Corvette convertible driving down the open road with mountains just gives you the feeling of freedom and travel and what have you.
So here in the Route 66 Museum and Hall of Fame, they have all kinds of items that are specific to Illinois. And what they've done is they've kind of divided things up by some of the major stops in Illinois along Route 66. So here we're starting off in Chicago. Earlier, we saw the Berghof. So the Berghof is part of the Route 66 Hall of Fame, and here you can see some of the items from there. We mentioned how during Prohibition, they found ways to stay open. So here's some of the Berghof famous root beer back there. And then they have just all kinds of other little things dedicated to different places along the route and also people. So we'll pick out a few of them and take a look. Here are a few little items from the town of Dwight that we just passed through. So there you can see some photos from the Ambler-Beckler Texaco gas station, and then there's like a little Christmas ornament, so when it became kind of an iconic spot where people would get little souvenirs. And I'm always fascinated by things that people save as mementos. Here's a chunk of the intersection from Route 66 that was taken from the town of Dwight. And then again, as you move through here, well, there are just all kinds of little odds and ends. There's, pins. There are old programs and different things like that. And one thing that I really, really enjoy are all of the old photos. Here's a shovel that was used by one of the men who helped to build Route 66. And then right back here, again, I really like this. They just have tons of old photos and ads and things like that from the old road. Now, here in a few days, where we are going to end up as we leave Illinois is the Chain of Rocks Bridge. Really looking forward to seeing that. And here's a piece of the old Chain of Rocks Bridge. I got a hunk of concrete here, and just below it, I noticed that they have a core sample from old 66. And there's pieces of concrete, pieces of brick. So this kind of shows how important this road was to people. Everybody wanted to have a piece of it to remember. Here in the museum, they have this really impressive mural showing all of the sites along Route 66 in Illinois. So you can see it starts up there in Chicago and then goes all the way down to St. Louis, and has like all of these little sites like gas stations and restaurants and things like that. Well, I'm learning all kinds of new things today. This was painted by a guy who is part of the Route 66 Hall of Fame named Bob Waldmeyer. He was kind of an old hippie type, was a big Route 66 enthusiast, and created a lot of art that was inspired by the Mother Road. And you probably have more of a connection with Bob Waldmeyer than what you might think, or you might know something about him more than what you might think. If you look right here, well, this was Bob Waldmeyer's bus that he traveled around in. It's an old 1972 VW microbus, and it's got all kinds of character. Now, if you ever watched the movie Cars, the character of Fillmore, who was voiced by George Carlin, well, Bob was the inspiration for that character. So if you go and you watch that movie, well, you can see this bus, and he's kind of a hippie type character in the film. But anyway, yeah, that was inspired by Bob. Now, Bob Waldmeyer passed away in 2009, and he didn't quite finish the mural. And right here in this spot, you can see a little bit of a pencil sketch right there, where he had sketched in this car going underneath that arch, but didn't quite finish it. I want to show just a little bit more on this bus because I think it's so stinking cool. So here on this side, well, you can see where Bob put some of his art onto the van and showed the entire length of the road right here on the van that he traveled on. That is really, really cool. Like when you're talking like World War I and World War II, I'm into like helmet art, art that people put on different pieces, trench art. This is some bus art, and I also like the sticker that he has here, that the gene pool could use a little chlorine. I tend to agree with that. Anyway, if we go around to the other side, well, we get a look inside of Bob's bus that he was living in. And yeah, it is, it has character. We'll put it that way. And I'm sure that he was a character himself. All right, so I'm finding this Bob Waldmeyer guy to be a very fascinating character. And I've just come upstairs in the museum, which I'm finding they have all kinds of things here at this museum, not just connected to Route 66, but a lot of other pieces of history. But anyway, this room is dedicated to the art of Bob Waldmeyer. We aren't going to be able to look at every single art piece in here, but I am just really, like I said, finding this fascinating, and I really like the style. So look at this. Like here's a thing called a brief history of Illinois, and apparently he did one of these for all of the states that Route 66 ran through, and there are all these little details on the state map. I mean, just think about how much time it would have taken to do all of this. And then the way he made his living was by selling his art. So he would make, these little postcards. Here's one, again, for Dwight, Illinois. So he would make little postcards, and he would make posters and different things like that. Let's see, if we go over here, you can see some other little Route 66 items. Yeah, this is just really, really incredible. Okay, just one more, and then there are a few things outside that I want to show before we move on down the road. Here is one of these big art pieces in Waldmeyer's style, showing the whole route of, or the whole length of Route 66. So again, you see some of these sites up here around the Illinois area, and then going on to the west until you finish out in Santa Monica. And then it kind of talks about, here you can look at Arizona. It says in Arizona, much of old 66 was buried beneath I-40. The second and third longest stretches of unavoidable interstate are 44 miles. Okay, so it gives a little bit of the history. So this is a man who was not only passionate about art, but also passionate about history too. All right, we just walked out of the museum, which, by the way, is incredible. It's a free museum, but we bought some things while we were in there. One of them was this packet of Bob Waldmeier's postcards. I always encourage people when they go to museums like this to either make a donation or buy something to help support them. Now, Bob didn't just have the van that served as the inspiration for the character in the movie Cars. He also had this big, wild-looking bus. Seriously, look at this thing. This is absolutely wild. You have to really be an eclectic person with one heck of an imagination to have, I don't know, this in your head and then make it a reality. So this is a 1966 model bus that Bob Waldmeier got a hold of. This is called his road yacht. So he would go up and down Route 66 in this thing, I guess, and he would haul his van behind it because obviously this thing can't just go everywhere. But if you go up here, you can see all these little bumper stickers and stickers here on the side of the bus, just adding to it, giving it a little bit of character. So this was kind of like his home on the road, complete with a covered porch on the back. Wow. Where else are you going to see something like this? Now, here in Pontiac, they not only have this wild-looking road yacht, but they also have a bunch of really amazing wall murals. There's one more mural here in town that I want to show. So the city of Pontiac had commissioned Bob Waldmeier to create this huge mural here in town. Unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, he became sick and was unable to complete the project, but he had sketched it out. And after he died, they took the image, projected it up here, and his friends and family completed this mural for him. And something that's kind of neat is it's exactly 66 feet long. So anyway, that is the first in this series of videos that we're going to be doing along Route 66. I am legit excited about this trip. We're going to be learning a lot. We're going to be seeing all kinds of cool historic sites. So anyway, right now, I'm going to shut the camera off. I'm going to take a drink from this black cherry soda, roadside Route 66 that I picked up in the museum, and then we're going to head on to the next place. In the last episode of History Traveler, we kicked off the biggest history summer road trip across America on Route 66. Started off up in Chicago and where Route 66 begins, made our way all the way down to Pontiac, Illinois, where we kind of laid out the foundation of what we were going to be doing and learned some of the history behind Route 66. I happen to be standing right on a decommissioned portion of Route 66 right now. I'm in Lexington. We're headed to Springfield, Illinois to check out some history sites there. But there was something that I wanted to stop and show in this spot. As you're driving along Route 66, well, all along the road you'll see these signs letting you know that you are on the historic route. And in some spots, you'll also see these signs at the bottom showing you a couple of different paths. So Route 66 went through a number of different changes and realignments. And right up ahead, where you can see the decommissioned road off to our right, you can't drive on that. But here it shows you that off to the left is the section of road that existed between 1926 and 1930, and then ahead of us, going straight, is the section of road from 1930 to 1977. Well, here in Lexington, they have something called Memory Lane, where you can actually drive this old section of the road. As we're making our way down the road, we're going to stop from time to time and show little odds and ends. So I just happened to see this, and they have a little roadside marker here, a little information panel talking about the motor police. So the Illinois State Police was formed in 1922 to protect motorists who are going to be traveling along these roads. It says that 20 officers patrolled the state on surplus World War I Harley-Davidson motorcycles. And then in the 1930s, it was updated with radio communication. Yeah, so all kinds of little cool bits of information here. Quick stop in Atlanta, Illinois, which is the land of the Giants. And they have an American Giants museum all about these big figures that were used in advertising, but, well, unfortunately, we're rolling through when it is closed. All right, we have made our way down to Springfield, Illinois. And when you come to Springfield, Illinois, everywhere you look, you see stuff on Abraham Lincoln. We're actually going to be checking off a few boxes today. In addition to helping to meet the goal of traveling Route 66, we're also going to visit the tomb of Lincoln. I have a goal, it's kind of goofy, of visiting all of the presidential grave sites. But first, we're going to go right here to the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Museum. I've never been here before, So this is going to be kind of a new thing for me. I know that this is also the home, the place where Lincoln's home is located, and we just don't have time to hit all of it today. So since I've never been here before, we're going to check this out. All right, so we just got into the museum here, and as you enter this main receiving area, well, you have the Lincoln family welcoming you. So here, of course, we have Abraham Lincoln and Mary Todd Lincoln, and their three sons, Robert, Tad, and Willie. They had a fourth son by the name of Eddie, who had died prior to Lincoln going into the White House, and their son Willie would also die while Lincoln was president. So they have some different, like, little galleries and things to walk through. So we're just going to kind of make our way through the museum and see what they have. So here in the museum, as you start learning about Lincoln's life, well, of course, you're going to start at his humble beginnings in a log cabin. And over here, they have a pretty good overview of the early years of Abraham Lincoln. Okay, so he is born in 1809 near Hodgdon, Kentucky. Here you can see, a depiction of the log cabin that he was born in. This was going to be kind of a big deal in his life. And then the family moves to Knob Creek, Kentucky. He has a brother who dies in infancy in 1812. 1815, he briefly attends a log schoolhouse with his sister Sarah. Lincoln actually largely taught himself how to read, so he's kind of a driven individual. 1816, he almost drowns, and then family ends up moving to a one-room cabin near Little Pigeon Creek, Indiana. And 1818 gets kicked in the head by a horse, and it was said that he was apparently killed for a time. Also in that same year, his mother dies, and this is going to kind of be the beginnings of a life that is beset with tragedy for Abraham Lincoln. So we just walked into the first room here, showing this one-room log cabin, and you can just imagine an entire family living in here. So the way that it worked is, after Lincoln's mother died, his father remarried to a woman named Sarah Bush Johnston, and they would, in this one-room log cabin, they would sleep in the bed. The boys would sleep upstairs, and then the girls would sleep downstairs under the covers. And then here they're showing young Abraham Lincoln by the fireplace. It sounds like there's some snoring going on. He's right here by the dog, doing one of the things that he loved to do the most, which is to read. Again, he largely taught himself how to read. So, pretty amazing. As we move through the exhibit, we start getting into the life of Lincoln as a young man, and here they have two silver Liberty $50, and Lincoln had got a job ferrying passengers on the Ohio River, and he recalled making his first dollar. He says that he could hardly believe that he had earned $1 in less than a day. And here they have another one of these panels that kind of go through the life of Lincoln. And here you see from 1820 to 25, he attends school a little bit, and then here's his job in 1827 ferrying passengers on the Ohio. And then in 1828, he takes a flatboat down the Mississippi, running supplies down towards New Orleans. And it is during this time that he probably was exposed to slavery for the first time. And he later said that there was no time when slavery didn't have the power to just make him feel miserable. So this was going to be kind of a pivotal time that was going to heavily influence Lincoln's future. Here in this next room, they have a quote by Lincoln that kind of encapsulates his feelings on slavery. He says, "As I would not be a slave, so I would not be a master." This expresses my idea of democracy. Whatever differs from this, to the extent of the difference, is no democracy. So during Lincoln's time, the one issue that just was constantly at the forefront of this country was the issue of slavery. So here they talk about the Missouri Compromise, and that came to fruition in 1821, and also the Compromise of 1850. Again, these are all compromises regarding slavery. So people who say that slavery wasn't a root cause of the Civil War are really kind of ignoring history. It's not like, it's kind of weird that slavery is the main issue all the way up until the Civil War, and then all of a sudden it's not an issue anymore. Here they talk about the Kansas-Nebraska Act. And then here they're depicting these individuals being sold on a slave auction block. So it was Lincoln's first trips down to New Orleans that were going to be very fundamental in shaping his ideas that would come to play later on in his life. So Lincoln would have several different jobs in his lifetime. He was a shopkeeper and also a postmaster, a surveyor. He actually served with the U.S. military in the Black Hawk War, but his greatest ambition was to become a lawyer. So he eventually moves to Springfield, Illinois, and it's while he is here that he is going to meet his future wife, Mary Ann Todd. He was kind of drawn to her because of her wit and also her interest in politics. They had kind of a common bond there. Their marriage would be kind of tumultuous. It's probable that she may have had some mental health issues, and it was said that their marriage could be a little bit rocky at times. They have several artifacts here in the museum. We're not going to be able to show all of them, but this one in particular is the original headstone for one of their sons. This is the headstone for Edward. He died of tuberculosis in 1850, and the headstone was kind of repurposed after the body of Eddie was moved to the current location at Lincoln's tomb, and then was later rediscovered, and now it's here in the museum. Here's something that's kind of interesting. This is a sundial that was owned and used by Lincoln's grandfather, whose name was also Abraham Lincoln. So Lincoln was named after his grandfather. His grandfather was a Revolutionary War veteran and likely used this sundial in his work. Moved to Kentucky in the 1780s, and there was some conflict with the indigenous people there, and he was actually killed by some of the Indians in front of his son Thomas, who was Lincoln's father. All right, we just walked into Lincoln's law office, and this is a dang mess. This is really kind of wild, actually. So this is depicting his sons Willie and Tad, who I guess were kind of, pretty spirited individuals. And Lincoln's law partner, William Herndon, said these children would come to our office and take down books, empty buckets, coal ashes, inkstands, gold pens, put them in a pile, and then dance on the pile. Lincoln would say nothing, so blinded was he to his children's faults. I'm thinking that Lincoln should have maybe given these kids a little bit of discipline, because this is a wreck. Here we get into a part of the walk that talks about Lincoln's political life, and they have something that is really interesting here as far as artifacts go. So Lincoln was anti-slavery. There's no denying that. But he kind of had to juggle his anti-slavery position with what the law of the land was at the time. So here is a letter that Lincoln wrote in 1845. Looks like October of 1845. And in it, he's urging an abolitionist from what was called the Liberty Party to support the Whigs instead, basically because not doing so empowered the Democrats to push forward their pro-slavery agenda. So anyway, this was, again, 1845, so Lincoln is going to have to be walking this tightrope for the next 20 years. So, of course, in 1860, Abraham Lincoln is elected as president, first Republican president in the United States. Here you can see like this big, poster celebrating the election of Lincoln, but immediately he is going to be walking into a crisis as his election is basically going to trigger the secession crisis. All right, so here in the museum, they kind of divide Lincoln's life up into two parts. There's the early part, his growing up years, his early life in politics, and then his time in the White House. I mentioned how Abraham Lincoln's life is beset by tragedy, and that would follow him to the White House. So not only is he having to deal with this secession crisis, but 2 weeks after the presidential ball, his son Willie would die from typhoid fever. So here you can see this scene where Lincoln is at the door, and you have Mary Todd Lincoln here at the bedside by her son, and this would, of course, grieve both of them as it would any parent. Mary Todd Lincoln never entered the room again where her son had passed away, but it was said that Lincoln would come back into the room from time to time and just sit quietly and grieve his son. So this man just had the weight of the world on his shoulders during his time as president. Here in this room, we have a depiction of Lincoln in a cabinet meeting, reading a draft of his Emancipation Proclamation, which of course was the document that was going to free the slaves in the southern states. Of course, the slave states that remained loyal to the Union, that would be Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland, and Delaware, it would not apply to them. And there was a lot of controversy about the Emancipation Proclamation, as you might expect. There were some thought that it went way too far. There were some who thought that it didn't go far enough. In the end, Lincoln ended up kind of following the advice of his Secretary of State, a guy by the name of William Seward, who you see depicted there on the left. He was concerned that the proclamation, if it was issued too early, would make the Union look desperate. So he counseled that they should wait until there was some sort of battlefield victory, because the Confederates had really been on a tear up to this point. He said we should wait, or that the Union should wait for a battlefield victory before issuing the Emancipation Proclamation. And of course, that is going to come after the Battle of Antietam. I'm always fascinated at seeing how the presidency ages people. So here's a picture of Lincoln in 1860. Here he is in 1861, 1863. That's probably one of the more famous images of Lincoln right there. 1864. And then by 1865, and it's only been 5 years, but it looks like he's aged 40 in that time. And here they have a couple of bronze castings of Lincoln's, well, in this case on the left, Lincoln's hands and face in 1860, and then of his face in 1865. So you can really see just how the war and the presidency and all the stress that he was under has aged him. Again, I'm not able to show everything in here today. You'll have to just make a trip to Springfield, Illinois and come visit the museum for yourself. But these artifacts that we are looking at here are items that were used in support of the re-election of Abraham Lincoln. So this is kind of a political campaign poster, like a little temporary newspaper that was handed out to people. And then there are also a couple of little coins that were encouraging people to vote for Abraham Lincoln in the 1864 election. And then they also have these interesting paper items that are connected to slavery. So this one right here, this is a bill of sale from 1832 where a 20-year-old man by the name of Dennis was sold from one enslaver to another. And this is an 1855 broadside for the sale of, as you can see, real estate and slaves. This was from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, which is south of where we are right now. Something that was kind of ironic about the legal status of slaves as quote-unquote property is that when the Civil War rolls around, the U.S. government was able to say, oh, okay, well, if these people are considered property, we can confiscate that property in support of the war. So anyway, yeah, interesting artifacts here. If you've watched our past videos, we have several that we've done at Gettysburg, so this scene should be familiar. This is depicting the fighting on Cemetery Hill. There you can see the cemetery gatehouse of Evergreen Cemetery in the background, and this is also going to be where in November of 1863, so later on in that same year, Lincoln is going to deliver one of the most famous speeches of all time that became known as the Gettysburg Address. So finally we get to the scene at Ford's Theater. The Civil War has ended. Lincoln is finally able to have a few moments of peace, and on Good Friday, he and his wife go to Ford's Theater to watch a play called Our American Cousin. And shortly before 10 o'clock, it was said that Mary Todd Lincoln leans over to Abraham Lincoln. They've been, holding hands, and she says, what will Miss Harris think of me hanging on to you so? And Lincoln leans over and replies, she won't think anything of it. And those would be the last words that were uttered by President Abraham Lincoln. At about 10:15, as you can see depicted here, John Wilkes Booth slips into the presidential box, moves up behind Lincoln, and puts a derringer to the back of his head right behind his left ear and squeezes the trigger. So Lincoln, of course, is shot at a moment in the play when there's kind of like a big burst of laughter, and then he is taken across the street to the Peterson House, where he is declared dead the next morning. And the Secretary of War, Andrew Stanton, upon his death, uttered the words, "Now he belongs to the ages." We have moved just a few miles down the road, and we are currently at the Oak Ridge Cemetery. And right here behind us is the final resting place of Abraham Lincoln. But there's another place here on the site that also served as his resting place for a short time. We've moved behind the tomb and memorial and down the hill a little bit, and what we are looking at is the receiving chamber for President Abraham Lincoln's body. So a couple days after the assassination, a group of Springfield citizens got together and proposed building a tomb and memorial to Abraham Lincoln, but obviously that was going to take some time. So on May the 3rd, his body arrived here in Springfield, Illinois, laid in state at the Capitol overnight. It had made its way across the country on a funeral train. And on May the 4th of 1865, there was a funeral ceremony, and Lincoln's remains were laid to rest right here in this place. They remained here until December 21st of 1865, and then were again removed to another temporary chamber that was about halfway up the ridge, and then they finally finished the tomb that we know today, enough to where it could receive the remains of him and his sons. But yeah, this was the original holding chamber of Lincoln's body. We've now moved back up to the top of the hill to the tomb of Abraham Lincoln. In 1871, prior to this being completely finished, the body of Lincoln and his three sons, Tad had died in 1871, were brought and interred here. And here at the front, you can see this bronze casting of a marble bust that was done of Lincoln by Gustav Borglum. This is the man who is behind Mount Rushmore and also the Confederate North Carolina Memorial at Gettysburg, and also the Confederate Memorial on Stone Mountain. But anyway, like I said, this is a bronze recasting, and you can see that Lincoln's nose is well polished, because people think that it's good luck to rub his nose when they come here. But the monument itself was completed in 1874, and as with most of the places that I go, this one is undergoing some sort of renovation or improvements or something like that. This happens to me often, so we'll kind of take a look at what we can. If you look up here, of course, you can see a statue of Lincoln. All around him on the four corners are representations of the military at the time. So you had infantry, cavalry, artillery, and the Navy. And then there are 40 shields that are surrounding the base. 37 of them have the names of the states that were in the Union at the time, and then the remaining 3 say USA. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and go inside and take a look at the interior of the tomb. Well, here in the rotunda of this memorial is the final resting place of Abraham Lincoln. Now, he is not in the sarcophagus that we see here in front of us. He's actually slightly behind and about 10 feet below in a vault. There is a wild story from the fall of 1876 where this counterfeiter by the name of Benjamin Boyd had been jailed, and an Irish-American crime boss by the name of Big Jim Kennelly was wanting him out because he needed him for counterfeiting operations and for his talents. So Kennelly devised this scheme where Lincoln's body was going to be stolen from the tomb here. They were going to take the body out to Indiana and put it in the sand dunes and hide it there. And after the remains were hidden, Boyd was going to then be ransomed for a release, a full pardon, and I think like $200,000. The scheme ended up being uncovered by the Secret Service. The two guys who were involved, a guy by the name of Terrence Mullen and Jack Hughes, escaped from the site. They actually had some Secret Service guys who were embedded with them. They got here into the tomb and then escaped, but were later captured. Well, then later, Robert Lincoln, his oldest son, opted to have the remains buried down deep to, I guess, avoid any other future issues. So Mary Todd Lincoln is entombed right here behind us. And then Eddie Lincoln and Willie, and then also Tad, who you could see died in 1871. There are 16 marble pillars surrounding this tomb to represent the 15 presidents prior to Lincoln, and then Lincoln himself. And then you see these flags surrounding. Some of them represent the states that President Lincoln's ancestors lived, and then there's also Kentucky, Indiana, and Illinois, which is where, of course, Lincoln had once lived at different periods during his life. But yeah, there's the final resting place of Abraham Lincoln. All right, well, there you go. That was the tomb of Abraham Lincoln. So checked off a few things today. Checked off a site on our Route 66 trip, and also checked off another presidential grave in my quest to visit all of the presidential graves. Anyway, we're going to hop back in the car, head down Route 66. Next major destination is going to be St. Louis. Over the past few episodes of History Traveler, we started the ultimate summer road trip, hitting some historic sites all along the length of Route 66. We just left the state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where we visited the tomb of Lincoln. We're headed to St. Louis, and we just hit maybe the coolest stretch of the road that I have seen so far. This is a stretch along the old alignment from the 1920s and 30s, and it is made all of hand-laid brick, and it just looks so stinking cool. So anyway, we're going to drive this section as we make our way to our next destination in St. Louis, Missouri. All right, we are continuing our way towards St. Louis on the original part of Route 66, the 1926 alignment. And there was just something that we had to stop and see because I think it's hilarious. So when this part of the road was built in 1926, well, while the pavement was still wet, apparently some dadgum turkeys decided to just run across that wet pavement and permanently leave their mark on this part of the highway. And being a hunter and an outdoorsman, well, I couldn't pass this up. Here's something that I can tell you is that these were hens that ran across here. Gobblers have typically a longer middle toe there. But anyway, yeah, I have a lot of experience with that from having shot lots of turkeys in my life. But anyway, yeah, there's the part of Route 66 that is now forever commemorated as the part of the road that the turkeys ran across when the concrete was wet. All right, so here's one thing that I am learning already on this trip. We haven't even made it out of Illinois, and there is so much to see along this route. So I only have a limited amount of time in order to complete this trip, so I'm going to have to get a little bit more disciplined and realize that there are just some things that I'm going to have to pass up. So anyway, there are the turkey tracks. We're going to hop back in the vehicle, and next stop is going to be St. Louis. We have made it all the way to the Illinois border, and we're getting ready to cross the Mississippi River. Here's old Route 66 right ahead of us. And to cross the Mississippi, well, travelers along the route in the 1930s all the way through to the 1970s would cross this bridge right here, the Chain of Rocks Bridge. Unfortunately for us, the Chain of Rocks Bridge is not open to road traffic. So in order to meet our mark of staying on Route 66, we're gonna have to walk this one. We are close to halfway out now on the Chain of Rocks Bridge, and this bridge was started in 1927. They started on both the east and west side simultaneously. It's a mile long. They completed the piers, I think, in August of 1928, and there was supposed to be like a grand opening on New Year's Day of 1929, but ended up being like some pretty nasty weather, and ice and everything kind of put it off. So they ended up having their grand opening in July of 1929. And this bridge became a major fixture on Route 66. Right now we are looking north from the bridge, and there you can see I-270 in the distance. And the reason that the Chain of Rocks Bridge is called the Chain of Rocks Bridge is because just north of here, where we have the camera pointed, well, there was a 17-mile shoal, or a series of rocky rapids, that was called the Chain of Rocks. Modern engineering has submerged it beneath the Mississippi River. But anyway, it was kind of a problem for boat travelers. And probably one of the more interesting sections of the Chain of Rocks Bridge is this iconic 30-degree turn right here in the middle. So if you are the type of person who gets some pretty severe anxiety on bridges, this bridge would probably not do you well. Interesting thing, during World War II, this bridge, which was built for like $1.2 million, was originally kind of a bright red color, and during World War II they ended up painting it green so that it would blend in more and couldn't be seen from the air. There was a movie in the 80s called Escape from New York that was directed by John Carpenter that was filmed here. Another interesting little tidbit. And in the 1970s, they were actually going to destroy this bridge when I-270 over there became kind of like the main thoroughfare. But because the price of scrap was so low during the 1970s, well, they ended up scrapping the idea because it was going to be costing way more than it's worth. All right, we're going to go ahead and get back on the road and start making our way towards the city. All right, well, we have made our way down the Mississippi a little bit, and as you are coming into St. Louis, well, probably what is now the most iconic memorial that you will see as you are crossing the river is this big old thing right here, the Gateway Arch. As we are looking out across the Mississippi River here, well, from this spot, we can see another pretty iconic structure here in St. Louis. The Gateway City is not only home to the Gateway Arch, but also another gateway that brought people to this side of the Mississippi River. What we were looking at is Eads Bridge. This was the first arched steel bridge in the world and was considered a wonder of its day. We might talk about it a little bit later. But for now, we are going to go inside and take a look at this iconic memorial right here in St. Louis. So the arch is not just some, plain structure that is for looks. You can actually go up in there, and they have a museum here beneath the arch. So anyway, we're gonna go check that out today. We just got inside here and are now below the arch, where they have a museum that is dedicated to westward expansion in the United States and the role that the city of St. Louis played during that period of time. Now, we aren't going to be able to see everything in here today. We're on a little bit of a tight time schedule, but we'll hit the high points and kind of see what we can. There's a reason why St. Louis is where it is. We are just south of the confluence of the Missouri and Mississippi rivers. And in 1763, this would have been French territory, and the governor of the Louisiana Territory granted a guy by the name of Pierre Laclede the trading rights here in this area. So here you can see his painting on the left. On the right is his 14-year-old stepson, Auguste Chateau. And they loaded up on these barges and started making their way up the Mississippi River and ended up setting up a fur trading post right here because it was on high ground by these limestone bluffs. And this would give them a site where they could start establishing trade with the Native Americans by way of the Missouri River. It was called St. Louis after King Louis IX of France. So once the French establish a trading post here, they are going to do a lot of trading with the Osage Indian tribe, and the thing that they really desired were furs from the Native Americans. So here you can see this deer skin here, and they also have something for tactile learners who want to touch and feel things. They have some examples of a tan deer hide and also deer skin. So originally the value of a deer hide was 1 Spanish peso or $1 US. So if you hear of something costing $1, well, that's where that comes from. As we move over here, you can see different trade metals that they have. So these are, some of them are Dutch, some of them are British, some of them are French. And the things that the Native Americans are really going to be desiring from the French are going to be metal items and also firearms. So here in the back you can see this 18th century flintlock musket. Also see some tomahawks here that have some brass tacks on them and are decorated in different ways. You can also see this metal pot, beads, all kinds of different things that the Osage would have desired as a trade for the different furs that they were bringing in. During this period of time, the rivers were the superhighways of the world, and with St. Louis being at the confluence of two major river systems, well, as you can imagine, there were a lot of people who were kind of rushing to this area because it became a center for commerce. And here they show some different tools that settlers would have used to build their homes. And this is really interesting to me. So for example, this tool right here is called a froe. This is a tool that was used to split wood to make shingles. And then they also have a large maul here. So this would have been used to like drive nails or pins into the wood to kind of bind them together. And then here we have a smaller maul, be used for various things, one of which would be to hit the side of the froe to help split wood. And then here you have these different tools like this auger here that was used to drill holes, and then different tools for splitting wood and stripping off bark and things like that. So yeah, building a house during this period of time was very labor intensive. Here in this section, we start learning about a huge development that happened in the history of the United States, and that was the Louisiana Purchase. So here we're looking at a statue of Thomas Jefferson. And in 1803, well, in France, Napoleon Bonaparte had a bit of a problem. He was at war with most of Europe and needed money, and arranged to sell this massive chunk of ground west of the Mississippi River to the United States for $15 million. So the U.S. Really almost overnight ended up doubling in size, and immediately in 1804, Jefferson commissioned an exploration of this new Louisiana Purchase territory that was led by Lewis and Clark. So in May of 1804, Lewis and Clark are going to set out from St. Louis on their expedition. So St. Louis is literally going to become the gateway to the west. And they're primarily trying to find a water route to the Pacific Ocean via the Missouri River. And the watercraft that they used as they went up the Missouri was a keelboat. So keelboat had a light draft, was a little bit more maneuverable, could carry about 20 to 40 tons of freight. And I'm not sure if I mentioned this or not, but the whole Lewis and Clark expedition had about 50 people with it. Okay, not only are they looking for a water route to the Pacific, but they're also gathering all kinds of information. So they are getting specimens of plants and animals, and they are keeping a detailed journal, and they are meeting new Indian tribes along the way. And here we see some examples of the things that they would have brought with them. So for example, this right here is a portable lap desk, okay, because they're documenting this entire experience. And in reporting back to Jefferson, this is an 1803 Harper's Ferry rifle for hunting and also for protection. And then this tool right here is called a theodolite. This is a precision instrument that is used for measuring angles horizontally and vertically. So it's helping them as they are charting the Missouri River. And then they also would have had things like a sextant and a compass and a telescope and all kinds of different tools that are going to help them make scientific measurements and records as they are going up the Missouri River. After Lewis and Clark returned from the West in 1806, William Clark set about making a detailed map of the territory that they had explored. And afterwards, he had a place set up that was called Clark's Council Chamber that essentially advised people who were moving west, like fur traders and trappers and explorers. And at his council chamber, he would advise them and inform them about the tribes to the west, and it kind of helped them out along their journey. Anybody who wanted to go west on the Missouri River had to get a pass from Clark. So anyone who might try to go to take advantage of the Native Americans or who maybe had a disease wasn't allowed to go. So it was designed to try and protect the tribes out west, which, of course, we all know how that's going to end up. Now, something else that's interesting is that Clark also had a museum, so people could come and see some of the artifacts that he had collected from his journey. Now, these aren't the actual artifacts. These are original artifacts, but not from the Clark Museum. His collection went to Europe for a time and then kind of disappeared. Clark is going to die in 1838, I believe, and we don't know what happened to his stuff after that. But here you can see these different war clubs. These are items that were on his inventory. Here's a rawhide shield and some tomahawk pipes. And I always find these Native American weapons to be just extremely interesting. And for the people who were coming from the east and had no knowledge of the tribes out west, I'm sure it would have been interesting to them as well. Here in this section, they have a variety of peace medals on display. So these are medals that came in various sizes that were designed to be given as symbols of peace and friendship to the different Indian chiefs along the way. So here's one with Thomas Jefferson's likeness on it. Now, Lewis and Clark brought 32 of these along with them on their journey. And then presidents after each had their own peace medals that they sent out with representatives of the government. So here's one for James Madison. Here's one for James Monroe. This one I find a little bit humorous. This is a peace medal for the John Quincy Adams administration, and he was not pleased with the image that was cast of him on this medal because he said that the nose was too big and that he looked fat. But anyway, that ended up being the one that represented Madison. And then here we also have one for Andrew Jackson and Martin Van Buren. Now, throughout the first half of the 1800s, after the Lewis and Clark expedition, St. Louis is going to see some exponential growth. So not only is it a stopping point for people who are going west and going up the Missouri River, but with the development of the steamboat, St. Louis is going to be a hub of traffic. As a matter of fact, it's going to become the third largest port in the United States for a while. And here they have a model of what the St. Louis riverfront would have looked like during that time. I want to take a minute to talk about a historic figure who I find to be absolutely fascinating, and that is James Eads. James Eads was a businessman and engineer who was absolutely brilliant. We actually visited his grave recently here in St. Louis on a recent trip. And during the Civil War, James Eads made a huge contribution to the war effort with his ironclad gunboats. So in August of 1861, he received a contract from the U.S. government to build 7 of these. This was a shallow draft gunboat that could carry a large cannon, and then the bow and the sides were protected with iron plates. So anyway, they went into action at Fort Henry in Tennessee in February of 1862, and then of course there was a very famous fight between the Merrimack and the Monitor out in Hampton Roads, Virginia. Now here in St. Louis, the thing that Eads is probably most well known for is his namesake bridge. So just to the north of the arch is the Eads Bridge. This was the first steel bridge in the world, or first steel arch bridge, and was considered to be a wonder of the world at the time. I have some ideas for a future series, and we're going to go more into depth on Eads Bridge at some point, but in short, they had these caissons that allowed workers to go down in a dry environment and basically get down to the riverbed and work below the surface and build up these pillars, and then you had this steel bridge that was built across the Mississippi River. This was going to be huge for westward expansion. There was a bottom level that could accommodate the railroad, and then the top could accommodate traffic. People were a little bit worried about this when it was first built and wondered if it would be safe. So there was this kind of an urban legend or superstition at the time that an elephant would not cross an unsafe structure. So at the inauguration of the bridge, well, they brought out an elephant to cross over this thing. And yeah, when it crossed, I guess people assumed that it was safe. But yeah, Eads Bridge is another very famous structure right here along the route to Santa Monica. Now, since we are here to see the arch and go up in it, probably would be appropriate to talk about the arch a little bit. So the history behind the St. Louis Arch is really quite interesting, and honestly goes back earlier than what I thought. So the genesis of the idea came from a lawyer named Eli Smith. You can see him there on the left. And he was traveling west from Indiana, and as he crossed over the Mississippi, well, he was inspired to have a memorial on the riverfront. By the 1930s, the railroads had really kind of absorbed a lot of what had been river traffic, and the riverfront in St. Louis was kind of run down, and he wanted to have something that would attract people. So he pitched the idea to the mayor of St. Louis at the time, a guy by the name of Bernard Dickman, who you can see there on the right. It found support with Franklin Roosevelt, and here you can see what the St. Louis riverfront looked like before. And yeah, here's another photo right here with the area being cleared out for a memorial. They ended up having a competition to see what would be the most suitable memorial for the St. Louis riverfront. So here was one of the entries right here, and this is really interesting to me to see some of the different ideas that were submitted. This is one by a guy named Harris Armstrong. He was an architect in the area. This was a runner-up in a competition that was held in 1947, right after World War II. Here was another design idea. That one actually doesn't look too bad. This was by a group of 3 architects. Here's another design that was submitted. This got second prize right here. Here's another one. This was another runner-up by a guy named T. Marshall Rainey. I don't know if I'm as big a fan of that one, but that's just personal preference. Well, the design that ended up winning was one by Eero Saarinen. So Saarinen had this idea for an arch to basically serve as the gateway to the west, being that St. Louis had traditionally served as the spot that many people passed through on their way to the west. Yeah, that's cool. Here in this display, we are looking at what is believed to be one of the only surviving scale models of the arch that is left in existence. The arch was going to be 630 feet tall and was going to be made all of stainless steel. So it's kind of appropriate that it's right here next to the Eads Bridge, the first arch steel bridge in the world. It's kind of, shows human progress and innovation. And to get to the top, well, Saarinen designed these things called tulip chairs that would be in these pods that we'll see here in just a little bit. But construction began in February of 1963 and continued all the way until October of 1965. And here they have a few objects that are connected with the arch, including this ceremonial shovel and this electrician's hard hat. Now, the guys who built this thing, these guys were tough as nails. This was before OSHA and some of the safety standards that we have today. So they were going up, without harnesses, and we're just wearing hard hats, which I don't know how that's going to help you if you fall 630 feet. And then they have here a few other objects that are connected with the building of the arch. Right, now here's a model of the little train pods that we are going to be taking as we are going to be going up in the arch. And you can see they have those little tulip chairs in them, and they have this little wheel that you can turn that shows how, as the pods are going up, here, let me just turn it real quick and make this thing go up. You can see that it maintains balance and stays level as you ascend. All right, we're gonna go get in the real things now. All right, now this is pretty cool to get up here right at the peak of the arch where we see like this top of the curve, and then down below, well, from this side we get a good view of the mighty Mississippi River. Maybe let's take a look over here. There's a good view of Eads Bridge. And then let's see if we can get a look over here on the other side. Here we get a view of the city of St. Louis. There's Busch Stadium on the left, and the old St. Louis courthouse right there. Yeah, this is really cool. All right, well, there was a little bit from the St. Louis Arch. Now, of course, the arch wasn't here during the heyday of Route 66, but it is here now, and it's an iconic stop, and I'm glad that we made it. We're gonna hop back on the road, start making our way to our final destination, and there's one little food stop along the way that I wanna make to pick up a little snack. So this obviously is the section of Route 66 that rolls through the outskirts of St. Louis, and right here along the route is a pretty well-known location here in the area known as Ted Drew's, which serves up some of the best frozen custard that you will ever have. At least that's the reputation. So Ted Drew originally opened a frozen custard shop down in Florida in 1929. It did really good, so he came back to St. Louis, opened up a few stores. This store right here actually opened up in 1941. So travelers who were coming along the route after it opened in 1941, hot summer day, stop here and get yourself some frozen custard. All right, all kinds of different flavors here, which makes it kind of hard to choose because there are so many. So we have a nice Route 66 themed frozen custard, which is with root beer and malt concrete. They also have a Lewis and Clark, which has granola and almonds and a bunch of trail mix in it. There's one for the St. Louis Blues hockey team. Of course, everybody around here are big Cardinals fans for baseball. I think I'm going to go with just a regular old Oreo, though. That's really good. It's really smooth. And there's a ton of people here. Like, there's a line back here at the counter. You can see all these people back here. So, yeah, we're not the only ones who are stopping here today to get a little bit of a cold treat. Now, when we set off on this trip, we established a few ground rules. One is that we would stay on Route 66 where possible. Two, we were only eating at local diners. And the third rule is that where possible, we were only going to stay at historic or locally owned hotels. Well, we have made our way from St. Louis to the town of St. Clair, Missouri, right here on Route 66. And we're going to be staying right here tonight at a place called the Pine Mark Inn, which last year on Yelp was in the top 20 for best hotels in the country. All right, we just got checked in and got our stuff here in our room at the Pine Mark, and holy smokes, we hit the jackpot. This place is really, really nice. So I ended up getting their suite here this evening because it was available, and honestly is really, really affordable, especially when you see what we get here. So walking into the room, they had this nice little living area with couch and a couple chairs and a little bar over here. And here's something that I appreciate is they hook you up with a few snacks here once you get into the room. And let's see, it says, to our guests, because this hotel is a human institution to serve people and not solely a money-making organization, we hope that God will grant you peace and rest while you are under our roof. May this room and hotel be your second home. May those you love be near you in thoughts and dreams. Even though we may not get to know you, we hope that you will be comfortable and happy as if you were in your own house. And then it goes on. Wow, that is really, really nice. Okay, so this is obviously a place that cares about people. Let's take a quick look at the bathroom. Oh, dang. They give you a little robe to wear after you get out of the shower. And then back here is the bedroom area. And check this out. Even got a little jacuzzi back here. But yeah, this is where we are going to be tonight along Route 66. Okay, well, I can go ahead and tell you that already I am absolutely loving this place. Just found out that in the lobby this evening they're going to have snacks and root beer floats and popcorn later on. So it has a real kind of home away from home feel here at Pine Mark. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and shut the camera off for the evening. Tomorrow morning we'll get right back out, get on the road, and start making our way down Route 66. If you have watched the past few episodes of History Traveler, you know that we are in the middle of an epic summer road trip on Route 66, traveling the entire length from Chicago to Santa Monica, California. And currently, we are in St. Clair, Missouri. Came through St. Louis yesterday, and last night stayed right here at a place called the Pine Mark Inn, which last year made Yelp's top 20 hotel establishments. And after having stayed here for an evening, I can see why. Like, not only was the room great, but just the hospitality was really second to none. Something that I really haven't experienced before. And if you're traveling along Route 66, this is definitely a place that you want to stay. And it's also a place where a lot of people from around the world have stayed. And they have a little bulletin board inside that I want to show you. Okay, we are in the dining area of the hotel now, and we're just going to be real quick, but I wanted to show this because I thought it was really neat. I had somebody showing me this earlier. So here at the hotel, well, like the owners and staff want to be part of your travel experience, and they have this giant world map on the wall, and if you move a little bit closer, well, you can see these little like drop pin stickers here showing where they've had visitors from all over the world. Okay, so I'm seeing the UK, Finland, Norway. There's the Faroe Islands. That's crazy that they had visitors from there. Here you can see all places from Central and Southern Europe. And if we move over here, yeah, also somebody from Tokyo. And then here they have these Polaroids of some of the international visitors that have been here. So for example, we've got Belgium, we've got Germany, Italy, and Romania. Man, that is really something. So Route 66 is something that is special not only to people of the United States, but people around the world. All right, so have something pretty cool and unexpected. Here in this town, there's something called the Route 66 Car Club, or in this area. And today they happen to be having a car show as we are passing through. There's something that is kind of uniquely American about car culture. I just got back from a trip from Europe, and there's a saying that for Americans, 100 years is a long time, and for Europeans, 100 miles is a long distance. I was talking to a buddy who lives in Britain. He was talking about a place 3 hours away, and he's like, oh, it's so far away. Well, that's like an afternoon drive for us. So anyway, this kind of reflects the history and culture around Route 66. So we're going to take a quick look around. We don't have a lot of time. We're going to take a quick look around at some of the cars here and maybe talk to a few of the people and then get back on the road. So I'm going to go ahead and confess off the get-go that I'm not much of a car guy. I don't know as much as other people. But here's what I do know. I like old stuff. When it comes to, the choice between new stuff and old stuff, I always prefer the old stuff. And that goes with vehicles too. I like the old stuff just seems to have more character to me. A lot of newer cars kind of all look the same. So here's an old 41 Ford commercial pickup truck. We get over here and we have something that definitely has a lot of character. This is an old Chevy Coupe, 1940. Here's an old Ford Roadster, 1932. So yeah, they're just all kinds of interesting things. And all these people, are passionate about cars, and they are passionate about history, and then come out and share that history.
Okay, well, I'm Steve Cook. I'm Vice President of the Route 66 Car Club. Our club started in 1989, 1990, right around that time period, right here in St. Clair, Missouri, which is a Route 66 town through Missouri. A lot of the guys that started the club originally worked for the Chrysler plant, which was in Fenton, Missouri, and it's since gone. Chrysler's no longer in St. Louis. Some of them worked at the Ford plant up in Hazelwood. But the guys that started the club, they were all American-made car enthusiasts, and we're all involved with the Route 66. Missouri has a tour every year with the Route 66 Association, and a lot of the members of our car club are members of the Route 66 Association as well.
What do you think it is about Route 66 that attracts car enthusiasts?
I think it's because of the nostalgia of all of it. You sort of, when you're on the old Route 66, take the old roads. A lot of it's the old brownstone road. You're off the beaten path. You get to see a lot of the old, attractions along the wayside that a lot of them now are broken down and turn into dust. But it's nostalgic seeing the old attractions along the road and taking your old car, driving along the road. It sort of takes you back into a time in history that was more enjoyable than the current day. Back before cell phones.
All right, so I guess they had a contest here today, and they have some of the top cars from the contest lined up here. So here's an old 67 Chevy Camaro that got number 5. Here's an old Corvair that got the number 4 place. Look at this old Chevy truck. Like, I love the look of that. This is a 49 Chevy. Number 2 was a 1970 Mercury. And then if we go over here, looks like, oh wait. Okay, this is number 10, which is a Ford 1978 Camper Special F250, which looks pretty dang cool. And I have no idea where the number 1 car is. So anyway, yeah. Really neat seeing all of these vehicles lined up here together. All right, well, that was kind of a cool, unexpected stop. Lots of interesting cars, lots of good people, all out here having fun in the hot summer heat. So anyway, we're going to get back in our vehicle, which honestly, after walking amongst all these vehicles, feels pretty lame now. And anyway, we're going to get on down the road. We have made our way just down the road a little bit to the town of Stanton, Missouri. And as you are traveling down Route 66, one thing that you will notice all along the route, especially in the Midwest, are barn roofs that are painted with advertising for a place called Merrimack Caverns. Well, right now I am at Merrimack Caverns. As a matter of fact, this is the Merrimack River, which Merrimack Caverns is named after. And all of that advertising that you see along the route is the product of a marketing genius and business entrepreneur from the 1930s and 40s by the name of Lester Dill. He is the one who bought the property that the cave is on and ended up kind of developing it into what it is today. But it's not just any cave. This is actually a cave that has a lot of history with it. As I mentioned, we are standing on the banks of the Merrimack River. And in the 1700s, this area would have been occupied by the Osage Indian tribe. And in 1720, there was a French explorer by the name of Philip Renault or Renault. I'm assuming it's pronounced Renault. But anyway, he made his way up this river in a small boat with a few men and an Osage Indian guide. And the Osage had told him about this gigantic hole in the earth where the Osage would take refuge during extreme weather. Well, they got up to this point, and the gigantic hole in the earth was right here at the base of this bluff ahead of us. What they ended up finding was what would be the largest cave west of the Mississippi River. Now, the Osage had told Renault about this, like glittering veins of some kind of yellow metal that was inside of the cave. Well, of course, that got their attention. They thought that it was gold. What it ended up being, though, was something called saltpeter, which we'll talk about in a second. So anyway, we're going to go inside the cave. It's 60 degrees in there. Today we got a heat advisory, so it's actually a good day to be visiting Merrimack Caverns. All right, we just got into the cave. We're going to take a tour here in a little bit, but first I want to explore a little bit of the history attached to this cave. In the museum portion of the cave, they start off by talking about the original people who were here in this area and who would have been familiar with this cave, the Osage Indians. And as I mentioned, it was the Osage who guided the French in this area and made them aware of this cave to begin with. So here you can see some different depictions of French explorers going down the river and encountering the Osage in this area. Here you can see on this map of Missouri the different Osage Indian trails that were used, kind of like I guess you could almost say the highways of the time. And then here's a map showing Renault's route. So he starts off in St. Genevieve, right off the Mississippi River, goes overland, hits what is now known as Big River, and then hits the Merrimack River and goes up to what we now know as Merrimack Caverns, but then was called Saltpeter Cave. So there was no gold here in this cave, but there was saltpeter, which was used in the manufacture of explosives. So there was a lot of mining that took place here, not of gold, but of saltpeter for use in gunpowder. Here on this display, they talk about the next phase here at Merrimack Caverns, which would be the settlement phase. So there were a few men. The first was a guy by the name of Stephen Sullivan, who was born in 1795, who actually encountered Daniel Boone in St. Genevieve, and Boone advised him to move to this area. So he and his wife settled here. They eventually linked up with another settler by the name of Peter Stanton, and they were kind of doing a joint venture of farming and mining in this area. Well, at the mouth of Saltpeter Cave, Peter Stanton is believed to have established a munitions plant using some equipment that had been abandoned here. And that went all the way to the Civil War. Well, of course, when the Civil War flares up, a lot of tensions flare up, and the Union forces, which were stronger in this area, even though Missouri was a slave state, ended up taking over the operations here in Saltpeter Cave. And then in 1864, this guy right here, Sterling Price, launched a raid into Missouri. They are believed to have taken over this area and shut down the operations. And it's thought that with Price on that raid was Quantrill's Raiders, which included Frank and Jesse James, two men who would believe to be returning here later on, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. But if you look here, they have a few artifacts. So here you see this old rusted Colt revolver. This was actually found back in the cave by Lester Dill at a place called Loot Rock that we'll take a little look at later. And then they also have this cool little bullet mold. Now, while we're talking about the Civil War, take a look at this. This is really, really interesting. This is an iron boat from the 1860s. This was found under a bunch of mud along the Merrimack River, not far from the caverns. It says here that it weighs 400 pounds. It had a top speed of 1.5 miles an hour. It was powered by a little small steam engine and a 3-inch propeller. So it's possible that this boat was used to transport gunpowder from the caverns down to Union troops. That is really interesting. After the Civil War, the cave is going to go through another transition. Rather than being a place that is focused on mining, the focus is going to shift to entertainment. So you would have people from St. Louis who would come out here and have gatherings in this big cave. So here you can see this advertisement for a cave picnic at Saltpeter Cave, Saturday, May 18th, 1895. So that's really interesting. Now, Route 66 is going to open up in 1926, and in 1933, well, the cave is going to make a transition to what we know it as today, when Lester Dill purchases this property and really begins to transform it and make it the attraction that it is today. And we actually have the grandson of Lester Dill here with us today to give us a little bit more insight into this era of the history of the cave.
My grandparents originally came down here in 1933, and they actually lived in a tent right out there on the Merrimack River. And my grandfather would take people through the cave with a coal oil lantern, and my grandmother and my mother would keep people entertained on the outside till Grandpa would come back out, take another bunch through. And I believe at the time they charged 17 cents to go through the cave. That was 1933. My grandfather was actually given credit for developing the bumper sign. They used to tie bumper signs on. We have an example back here on the wall. And when I started as a boy in the 50s, in 1956, I was 10 years old. And we originally tied the bumper signs on. And then later, we stuck them on. And my grandfather and another man that was the manager here, Lyman Riley, they actually got credit for developing the first stick-on bumper sign. And that was primarily the advertising. And then my grandfather, he was a carpenter by trade. In the wintertime, they would close down the cave because there wasn't enough business to take people through. And they would go to Florida during the big boom down there, the building boom, he and his brothers, and they were in construction work. And my grandfather noticed these barn signs with mail pouch tobacco and drink Coca-Cola, stuff like that. So he told my grandmother, he says, I wonder if that would work for the cave. And she says, well, why don't you try a couple? So when he got back, he knew every farmer in the country because that's what his father was, and they knew all the other farmers. And he went around and talked to the ones that was close to the cave, and he offered them a deal they couldn't refuse. He'd give the man a railroad pocket watch, and he'd give the lady a box of chocolates, and he would promise to take care of their barn as long as Merrimack Caverns, he could paint Merrimack Caverns on it. And if a piece of tin blew off, he'd send the man out, put it back on, and repaint the barn when it needed it, what have you. And it was a good deal for the farmer, it was a good deal for him. And every time he added a barn, more people come to the cave. And so at one time we had over 200 barn signs and 100 billboards. And of course, the laws changed in the Beautification Acts with Lady Bird Johnson. They did away with a lot of that. Now we're not allowed to paint the barns anymore. So as they deteriorate or fall down, that's just the end of them. But we have some of the very last barn signs that are out there.
Here in the caverns, they have some pictures that kind of trace through the history of the caverns after Lester Dill purchased the property. The photo that we are looking at right now is from the early 1930s. Here you can see this crowd gathered in front of the cave. Here is the first concession stand that was put in front of the cave that sold refreshments. Here I can see a little sign right there in the corner that says, it's cut off, but it says Old Gold. It's for Old Gold cigarettes. And then right here, you notice on the left, there's a sign that points you to the toilet. And Lester was telling me that that sign actually just pointed you to some trees behind the shed, and that's where you would go to the bathroom. And then here is a picture from the 1940s. Right here is Lester Dill and his wife Mary and some other family members. And he talked about how Lester was the man who invented the bumper sticker or the bumper sign. Well, here is one of the original bumper signs that the kids would tie on to the back of the cars to advertise for Merrimack Caverns. There you can see it says US 66. And they were having some problems keeping the signs on the bumpers. He noticed at the top of the hill that they were all falling off. So he punched holes in the signs and then tied them on to ensure that they stayed on the car. So people left with a little souvenir from Merrimack Caverns, and Lester Dill had a little bit of advertising for his business. Here's some more photos going through the history of Merrimack Caverns. I love these old photos. These are from the 1950s. And here you can see where there was an expansion into what I guess would be the very first visitor center. And there was a restaurant down below, but there was problems with flooding of the Merrimack River. So that ended up being filled with gravel. That is actually beneath us today. And then here you can see where people used to be able to drive into the cave, which is pretty interesting. And as they drove out, of course it's 60 degrees year-round in the cave, Lester would tell them to roll up their windows, and for 15 minutes they would have cool air inside of their car. Of course, this was before air conditioning. And then right here is a view of the original building from across the river. This is so neat. All right, so that's a little bit on the history of Merrimack Caverns. We're going to go ahead and jump on a private tour of the cave now and see what there is to learn back in the cavern itself. Now, when you first go on your tour into the cave, this is the first room that you come into, and it's the largest room. This is called the Grand Ballroom. Now, around the turn of the century, locals used to come here, and they would have square dances, and they would have parties, and they continued that all throughout the 1900s, and they still have events here today. So yeah, pretty cool. All right, we've moved into the next room of the cave here, and this room is called the gunpowder room. So I talked earlier about how this was originally called Saltpeter Cave, and there was saltpeter in here that they would use to make gunpowder. Well, this is the room where a lot of that took place until operations ceased midway through the Civil War. All right, now we've moved into a place called the Division Room. And in 1939, Lester Dill discovered an opening right up here that went even further back in the cave, got up there, noticed some cool air that was blowing in, and then kind of opened the passage up a little bit more and found that this cave was a lot bigger than anyone had ever known. And during that time, there was, I guess you could call it an underground lake, that the water line went right up to this spot right here. Well, in 1941, there was a major drought here in Missouri, and it caused this underground lake level to actually drop. And during that time, a couple of tour guides noticed some cool air coming out of another passage that is just up ahead of us here. They went and got Lester Dill, and of course, the same scenario, noticed some cool air coming out of this new passage, went down in it, and again found this cave to be much larger than any of them ever knew. All right, so we've just moved into the next room. Now, this is the room that Lester Dill and the tour guides would have discovered in 1941. Now they call it Loot Rock, this room right here, because they found something here that was possibly connected to Jesse James and the James gang. And I got my buddy Carter with me, showed me around today, who's going to tell us a little bit more about this story.
So this is our Loot Rock area back here. So in 1941, when those two tour guides first discovered this area, they found 26 items sitting right here on top of this rock. Those items were related to a train robbery that happened somewhere around the 1870s. Now, how do we know that? Well, this chest right here. This chest used to carry 1,200 gold coins, back then worth about $12,000, and in today's money worth around $250,000, also weighing about 76 pounds of gold. Very impressive. That is the real chest, along with 2 gun barrels and that lantern out of those 26 items found. And on the back of this chest had the Denver, Missouri Mining Company seal, which was proof that that was on a train eyewitnessly robbed in front of the sheriff by these two boys, their gang. The second clue is that sheriff report in which he says that he tried to stop these two gentlemen and failed. So eventually he gathered his deputies together to track them down this cave, where they sure enough hanged outside for about 3 days and 3 nights trying to starve these two boys out of here. Of course they failed and eventually came in here guns blazing, only to find these 2 young men gone along with that sweet treasure. Where they escaped to? Well, they escaped through our beautiful underground river system right down that way.
All right, continuing our walk through the cave here. Now, in this cave, we also have a little bit of Hollywood history. So, if you look here in the distance, you see a photo of a dog. Well, that should be one of the most recognizable dogs in the world. That is Lassie. In the 1960s, there was an episode of Lassie that was filmed here at Merrimack Caverns. Side note, if you look at this little passage right here, that goes back another 7 miles. So we are only scratching the surface of this cave. And then if we go back over in this direction, well, there was a movie that was made back in the 1960s, about Tom Sawyer. And there is a scene in the movie where Tom Sawyer and Becky Thatcher are running away from a character who's known as Injun Joe. And right here in this spot, well, they kind of run up this cliff, and then Joe falls off of the cliff, and he falls down hundreds of feet. As you can see, it's probably about 15. But anyway, that scene was filmed right here in the caverns. So yeah, a little bit of Hollywood history here too. As you're making your way through the cave, sometimes when you look up, you'll see these formations coming from the ceiling that are known as soda straws. Well, soda straws eventually will form into what are called stalactites. So here in really this beautiful room in the cave, you can see some good examples of these stalactites. Of course, as the water drips down with the limestone, they will form what are called stalagmites. And then eventually, as the two continue to form, well, they will grow together into these columns. So this is really, really an impressive room here in the cave. And I can only imagine what Lester Dill and some of those other guys that were exploring this must have thought when they were the first ones to come up and see this for the first time. And then over here, well, this is a formation that here at the cave they call Onyx Mountain. This is a continuing formation that is, as you can see, has water dripping down on it and continues to grow. And there are all kinds of different minerals that are leaching down and continuing to build this formation. Okay, moving up now to another area that is called the wine room. And there are 58 steps. Trying not to fall. 58 steps to get up to the top. And there's some reasons why it's called the wine room. One of the reasons might be because people whine when they have to go up these 58 steps. Okay, we made it up to the top of the steps, and holy smokes, look at this place. So as I mentioned, this right here is called the wine room, and there is a reason why they call it the wine room. If you look, there are some very unique formations here. These are called botryoids, and as you can see, they look like grape clusters. Another reason why this room is called the wine room, in addition to these botryoids, is this thing right here. This is what they call the wine table. So this is one of 2 wine tables known to exist in the world. The other one, ironically, is in Italy. But again, very unique formation in this cave. So yeah, getting a little bit of history and a little bit of geology in this video. All right, well, that place was really cool, both literally and figuratively. And there was a whole bunch that I didn't show in there as well. They have like this cool patriotic light show at the end on a thing called the Curtain that was really, really neat. And there's so much more here. They have riverboat tours, they have a zip line, whole bunch of things for the family. So anyway, definitely a classic stop here along Route 66. All right, we're gonna jump back in the vehicle and head on down to our next place. All right, we are rolling through the town of Bourbon, Missouri now, and when you come through Bourbon, one of the landmarks along Route 66 is their water tower. I guess the joke is that when people turn on their faucets, you have to wonder what is coming out. But anyway, another pretty famous landmark here along Route 66. All right, well, I have piddled around a little bit too much today, doing a few little side trips, and I am now in Cuba, Missouri, and that's okay, because Cuba is the home to the longest continuously running motel on Route 66, the Wagon Wheel Motel. This is a motel that started in the 1930s. I think we're actually going to stay here tonight. We'll get back here in just a little bit, but I want to go into town because there's some murals, a museum, and some other things that I want to check out. One thing that I've really enjoyed as I've been traveling through some of these small towns along Route 66 are how some of them have taken to putting murals on their buildings and kind of putting their own personal brand for their place on Route 66. So here you can see one of the murals for Cuba. They've kind of designated themselves as a mural city. And there's a mural that caught my eye right over here that I thought was pretty interesting. It looks like some figures at a county fair. And also noticed that there was a little historic sign right here at a place called the Wallace House. Well, right here in 1940, there was a man who was running for Senate in Missouri on the Democratic ticket by the name of Harry S. Truman. And the sign says that he was campaigning here, and there were 2 Democratic committeemen who were his only listeners as he was speaking on the steps. Noticed that people were kind of hurrying by on the street. Well, it turns out they were all going to the county fair. So Harry Truman ended up picking up the Coca-Cola box that he was standing on and just made his way to the fair as well. Little did all of those people know that the man, boy, that is a loud vehicle. That is obnoxiously loud. But anyway, little did they know that the man who was speaking on the steps of the Wallace House would be president 5 years later. And this mural kind of depicts that scene and also the county fair, and then in real kind of faded paint over here, well, you can see it says "Vote Truman for U.S. Senator." That's really neat. Here's a mural in town that has really caught my eye, and as you can see, we're looking at some men in uniform in a train car. The town of Cuba is right on the railroad. As a matter of fact, if you look down at the end of the street there, well, you can see where the railroad is. And there was a train company called the Frisco Company that ran through here, and they had a train called the Blue Bonnet that was named after the Texas state flower. It was pretty distinctive. It was colored blue and white. And during World War II, well, there were a lot of guys from this town who got onto the Blue Bonnet to make their way to basic training. And some of those guys never came home. So this wall, which I think is just really, really neat, commemorates 6 men from this town who went off to war and never came back. Like Ralph Fishwick, who was in the Navy, was killed in Africa. Preston Gibson was killed in Italy. I see another one who died in the Solomon Islands, another one from Italy, Guam, and then, oh wow, Lawrence Grant, look at that, who died at Pearl Harbor, 1941, and was on the USS Arizona. Wow. Well, those 6 men are depicted here on this mural going off to war. Yeah, that is really something. All right, I mentioned how there was a county museum here in town that I wanted to check out, because county museums can have some really, really interesting stuff if you take the time to go check them out. The county museum here is in this stone building, but unfortunately, I took a little bit too long just exploring and looking at things today, and they're closed. So anyway, we're staying in town here tonight, so we're going to come back tomorrow and check this place out before we get on down the road to Springfield. All right, I think we're going to go ahead and go back to the Wagon Wheel Motel now and check out our room. All right, we've made our way back over to the Wagon Wheel, and this is a really interesting place. It started in 1935, and if you'll notice, there's some gas pumps here. Which you might be wondering, why are gas pumps at a motel? Well, this was what was called a full-service tourist court. So there was a restaurant here, and there was the filling station. There was also an auto garage, and then the motel in the back. You may have already noticed this old Chevrolet that is here on the property. And this is here, you can see where the sign says Standard Oil Products at the garage portion of the tourist court. So if you needed an oil change, or if your car broke down or something like that, well, you can see down below where servicemen could get down there and work on your vehicle. And then over here, well, you would have like the main part of the tourist court. There would have been a restaurant inside there. And then I just love these old gas pumps. Some of you watching might be old enough to remember when you would come up to these old filling stations where you could get regular unleaded gasoline or get leaded gasoline. Of course, that's something that you don't see anymore. But man, being here really kind of takes you back. This whole tourist court was started in 1935, and being here you can kind of get a little taste of what it must have been like for the people who were traveling right along this road during that time. When you come behind the office, well, this is where we find the lodging portion of the facility here. All of the facilities here were, again, built in the 1930s, built from like Ozark stone, which still is, the way it is today. So they've done a really good job at preserving this place. The doors are original. The wood floors inside are original. So it's really neat how they've preserved the history here. And I was talking to the owner inside, and we were talking about European tourists who come over to the United States and travel Route 66. And she said that one night they had 11 rooms that were filled with people from 10 different countries here. And they were all out here by this fire pit one evening chatting and talking. So we have got ourselves a room right here in the middle, in room number 5. So we're going to go in and check it out. All right, we just got into the room where we are going to be staying this evening, and the room is small, which is typical for a lot of these older hotels from the 1930s and 40s and things like that. But I like the kind of classic throwback feel that it has. So we've got these hardwood floors, and then here is the rest of the room. I went ahead and went with the queen size bed for this evening. All right, well, as far as miles go, we didn't really get too far today, but that's kind of what Route 66 is about, is slowing down and taking your time and seeing things. Got kind of sidetracked on a few little side trips today. But anyway, this, like I said, pretty cool room, kind of neat to be in the longest continuously running hotel on Route 66. We're gonna get a little bit of work done this evening, and then tomorrow go check out this museum and get back on the road. All right, we are on day I don't know what, of our trip down Route 66. And right now I am in Cuba, Missouri. If you caught the last episode of History Traveler, you know that I had intentions of going to this county museum right here, but I piddled around and got here a little bit too late in the day. It all worked out. Got to stay in a pretty cool motel last night, oldest running motel on Route 66, or oldest continuously running motel on Route 66. So anyway, today we're going to kick off our trip looking in this county museum, see what they have here, and then got a pretty big day of travel ahead of us. The museum that we are currently at this morning is the Crawford County Museum. Before we go in, I wanted to show something that I really liked that they have here in this town, and that is a memorial that is set up that has the names of all of the known soldiers who were from this area who served in various conflicts. So here you can see all the names of soldiers who fought in World War I, and then you get to World War II. Sometimes you'll see a star by the name So that indicates that that person was killed in action. And then sometimes you'll see a dot by the name, which indicates that this person served in multiple conflicts. So anyway, here's another killed in action here, Dale Hudson. And then it goes on to show the veterans who served in Korea, also in Vietnam. And then if we go over to this side, it continues from Vietnam, then also includes Grenada, Panama, Persian Gulf War, and the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah, that's really neat. And future generations will be able to come here and look at the names of the men and women who served from this area in different conflicts throughout the 20th and 21st centuries. Here in front of the museum, they have kind of an interesting piece here. Yesterday, when we were at Merrimack Caverns, I made brief mention of Sterling Price's raid through Missouri in the fall of 1864. Well, that raid brought Sterling's Confederates right through this area, and there's a town that's close by that we kind of passed through called Leesburg, and there was a short engagement that happened right there. Well, the boards that we are looking at here were part of an old train station that was used as a fort by the Union troops, and if you look, you'll notice that there are these holes that have been bored into the wood here. Well, it said that these 2-inch boards were providing protection for the Union troops, and these holes served as like loopholes that they could shoot through. Yeah, so that's pretty interesting. Got a little bit of Civil War history right here as we are going into the museum. All right, we're going to go in and see what they got. All right, we just got into the museum here, and right off the bat, I'm seeing a lot of military artifacts that were sourced from the locals here in this area. So here, obviously, we have some photos of a veteran from the First World War, along with like a service hat. Here we can see photo of the veteran in his later years here, along with the uniform. And this is kind of an interesting piece that I can't say I've ever seen before. Got a little trench stove, is what they're calling it here. It's called a World War I Buddy trench stove is how it is labeled, and then has a little bit of literature. They also have, I'm seeing some World War II items here. So let's see, got all kinds of different things. Here's some of the medals of a Raymond Maxfield, 3 Bronze Stars, Purple Heart. Wow, looks like he was in the 82nd Airborne Division. And you can see that he also has a little bit of souvenir items that he brought back. You can see that Luftwaffe badge there. Here's the uniform of a guy. I don't want to touch anything and move it. Oh, he's in the 10th Armored Division. Okay, so these guys were in the Siege of Bastogne. Let me read that. Oh, okay, yeah. Looks like this guy was taken prisoner during the Battle of the Bulge. But here's his uniform. Interesting. His name was Howard Henry. And then here's the uniform of a veteran who served in Korea. Was it Chipyong-ni, Wonju, Bloody Ridge, and Heartbreak Ridge? So this individual was in the 2nd Infantry Division. Yeah, interesting. Here are a few more World War I pieces in here, along with some of the photos of the veterans. So this one was worn by a guy named Archie Raff. Here's the photo of a guy named Claude Ferris. And then They have just a few little odds and ends down here, like a helmet, mess kit, looks like maybe a sewing kit and things like that. And then they also have another uniform for a guy by the name of John Reese, who was in the 3rd Infantry Division. Looks like, I'm kind of just trying to read the card here. He was in the Aisne-Marne Offensive and Meuse-Argonne Offensive. All right. Yeah. And then they also have some items from some guys who served in Vietnam. And what I'm really, really liking is that along with the artifacts, they are also, telling to the best of their ability the story of these guys. So here you're not just looking at a Vietnam era uniform. This belonged to a guy named Joe Hughes. Graduated from high school here in town in 1964. Went into the Marine Corps in 1966. Then it talks about his time in South Vietnam. Yeah. This is really a neat museum. All right, we'll show a few more things in here. What we are looking at right now are some items connected with a Marine by the name of Fritz Strothkamp, who was from this town. As you can see his division patch there for the 2nd Marine Division, and then there is a photo of him, and you can see that Fritz was awarded the Silver Star. Well, the 2nd Marine Division fought in the Battle of Saipan. We actually did a video series there, and they also have his citation. So we have a little bit more of his history, and it says, I'll just kind of paraphrase it, on the 8th of July, 1944, there was a Japanese counterattack below Cabrera Pass, and Private Strothkamp was manning a machine gun and held off against this Japanese counterattack. So maybe it was a banzai charge, possibly. I'll have to go do a little research and take a closer look at that. And then they also, this is kind of neat, have this uniform right here for a guy named Cecil Markley. And there's a story that the gentleman here was telling me that Cecil Markley served as a driver for George Patton. Yeah, all kinds of cool stuff in here. All right, I just completely passed by this earlier. This isn't local history, but it was in possession of somebody here locally. This is a piece of bark you can see, and it says on the little tag here, it says this is a piece of bark from the historic elm tree at Cambridge, Massachusetts. Standing in the shade of this elm tree, George Washington accepted the command of the Continental Army in 1776. Yeah, interesting. Okay, moving into this next room, there's just kind of a wide variety of artifacts and things like that they have. I'm seeing a lot of like women's fashion from different eras. Now, this area was originally occupied by the Osage Indians. So they have a section in here that kind of harkens back to the history of the Osage. You can see some of the stuff that they have here. They also have, several tomahawk heads and spear points and arrowheads that I am assuming were sourced locally. So that's always interesting. And then let's just take a quick peek over here. Again, we have some more women's fashion. And is that a picture? Got a picture of a couple kids, but I don't know what the connection is. I wonder if the little girl wearing that dress is this dress right here that we see in the picture. If so, that's pretty cool. But anyway, it looks like we have a little setup for a one-room schoolhouse in here. Hey, now this is pretty interesting. Here's what looks to be a copy of a teacher contract from, it says 1932 and 1934. This is for a Sam Bayless. Here's the contract from 1934. Doesn't say what he's teaching, at least that I can see on a quick scan. But in 1934, if you would have been a teacher at the Cuba Consolidated School District Number 1, you'd have been making $100 a month. All right, well, that was legitimately cool, and I could have spent a lot more time in there, but unfortunately, we're kind of on a bit of a time crunch today, and I got to get on down the road. There's a saying that all history is local. So, I mean, wherever you are, don't pass up these, county museums and little private museums, because when you learn about history on a small scale, like what they have here, it teaches you more about history on a broad scale. That was really, really interesting. All right, we are going to get on down the road and start making our way to Springfield with a few other stops along the way. All right, we had to take a quick stop to see the Route 66 rocker, the world famous, as it says up there, Route 66 rocker. At one point, this was I think, the world's largest rocking chair, which I think is just completely great that somebody was sitting around one day and was like, you know what the world needs? A giant rocking chair, and I'm going to build it. Now, to my understanding, this is the second largest rocking chair, because somebody else came along and said, oh no, I'm going to build one that is even bigger. But anyway, there you go, kind of an iconic thing now along Route 66. Right here at the Fanning Outpost General Store. And I actually skipped breakfast this morning, so it's quite convenient that we're here. I'm going to go in and get a quick bite and something to drink, and then we are going to get back on the road. We've made our way down the road a little ways, and you may have noticed that we just went from a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road. This is a stretch of Old 66 that is known as Hooker Cut. And after the road was constructed, this was found to be kind of a dangerous portion of Old 66. So they ended up expanding this into a 4-lane road to make it a little bit safer. This actually follows the old Trail of Tears that the Cherokee followed as they made their way from the east to Oklahoma as a result of the Indian Removal Act. Got another landmark up ahead that is known as the Devil's Elbow, and also Devil's Elbow Bridge. All right, I've been seeing signs for like the past, 80 miles for this place along Route 66 called Redmond's. We're needing to fuel up anyway. I guess there's like a big candy factory in here. So anyway, we're gonna go in and see what they got. Holy smokes. Well, this is what I'm calling job security for the dentist industry. Good grief, as long as this place exists, there are always going to be cavities. There are all kinds of varieties of candy and sweets and everything in here. And there are a ton of people in here too. Back here on the other side of this glass, this looks like the place where they make their own fudge and taffy and chocolate covered pretzels and all kinds of stuff. And yeah, again, here's just more of this variety of sweets that they have here. Good heavens. Yeah, this is all taffy that we're looking at. Peanut butter and jelly. Interesting. Oh, now, look at this. Candy corn is nasty by itself. Who would want to take that awful taste and put it into taffy form? Not trying to be too judgmental here, but this looks like a choking hazard. A candy that is shaped like a Lego doesn't seem like such a good idea. Alright, in addition to all of the candy, they have about every kind of soda in here that you can possibly imagine. I'm not really a soda drinker. I'll have a root beer float every once in a while, but I don't really drink a whole lot of soda. But man, they have got all kinds of stuff here. Some of it's quite weird. So, alien snot, dog drool, kitty piddle, what the heck is that? Oh my gosh. And a pickle flavored soda, buffalo wings soda, peanut butter and jelly soda. What in the heck is even going on here? Good grief. Alright, I think I'm going to just bypass all of the weird flavors. And even though I don't really drink a whole lot of soda, I think I'm going to get one of these Route 66 orange sodas for the road here. Alright, so I ended up getting the orange soda and a little bit of fudge. Got some peanut butter fudge and then some regular chocolate fudge that I'll try out later tonight. I'm going to have to be careful. I'm going to be gaining like 50 pounds on this trip. But anyway, it's more for the experience of it. There were two guys in there who were like super excited picking out the weird sodas. It was hilarious. There's a big antique mall right by this place, but unfortunately I don't have enough time to go to it. So we're going to get on down to Springfield and try and get to this next museum before they close. Alright, we are currently making our way through Springfield, Missouri, which supposedly is the home of Route 66. A lot of stuff to see here. Unfortunately, we can't see it all. Just got one place we're going to be able to visit here today. All right, we have made our way down to Springfield, Missouri. And when you're traveling Route 66, to me, you're doing the ultimate summer road trip. So if you're doing the ultimate summer road trip, it only seems appropriate that you take a little bit of time to talk about cars. So right now, we are at the Route 66 Car Museum. I've never been here before, so we're going to check it out and kind of explore things together. I do want to give a disclaimer right up front, though. When it comes to cars, I'm kind of an idiot. It's like in the area that I don't know much about, which is why I'm here. I want to learn more. So as we're going through here, if I sound like an imbecile, it's because I am. But we're going to go in here and see what we can learn. All right, well, we just walked into the museum here. And I may not know a lot about cars, but I do know a little bit of something about Batman. So right off the bat, you walk in, and here is a model of the original Batmobile from the Batman TV series that starred Adam West and Burt Ward. So yeah, that is really an eye-catcher right off the bat. Okay, so I knew that there were going to be a lot of cool cars in here. I did not know just how many there would be. So I said that I'm a little bit ignorant when it comes to classic cars. I am definitely way in over my head here. This is the collection of a man by the name of Guy Mace. So he is going to kind of hop in and out here and help us to learn a little bit more about some of these classic cars.
Good afternoon. I'm Guy Mace. I'm the proud owner of this car museum. I started collecting cars to build a collection about 1990. In fact, this car here is a 1954 Jaguar. That's the first collector car I bought. And I started building my collection from there. I'd buy anywhere from 1 to 4 cars a year. Virtually all of them I bought at auction. I don't buy cars to redo them. I buy cars that are already finished and done, because today it doesn't pay anymore to buy an old car and recondition it, refashion it. The guys that do that do it simply for the love of doing it, for the joy of doing it. But I buy my cars already done, let somebody spend the money to get them fixed up, and I enjoy the cars. But that's the first one I bought, and I collect sports cars and classic cars. I don't do hot rods or muscle cars. So that's my collection of about 75 cars, plus or minus. And I'm one of the unusual collectors that I drive most of the cars in the collection. Other fellas will buy their cars and put them in the collection and never drive them. I enjoy driving the cars. So you'll see me out in Springfield, Missouri, driving a different car every week, and that's what I enjoy doing. I have 2 mechanics that keep the cars running, because obviously you drive a car, an old car that's 75 or 100 years old, you're going to have trouble with it once in a while. And that's what they do. I bring a car in that needs a little bit of work. So that's what I do, and that's how I got the museum started. I just enjoy doing it. Keeps me out of trouble and off the streets.
Man, I'll tell you what, even for someone like myself who probably doesn't have the knowledge or appreciation that others might have for these cars, this is a really, really cool learning experience, and I love just looking at all the different body styles and thinking about the people who might have driven them. Now, when we walked in, we were greeted with the Batmobile. That's something that I can connect with. Here's something else that I can connect with. This is a 1983 DeLorean, and everyone who is watching this is thinking the same thing right now. You're thinking Back to the Future. So there were very few of these cars that were made. Here on the sign it says there were 8,580 that were produced in the original run. And you can see one thing that set them apart was these doors that had a hinge on the roof. And I'm going to take a quick look here just to double check and make sure there's not a flux capacitor in there. There is not. But yeah, there you go. There's a DeLorean.
Every car has a story. And I'll tell you a story about this car. This is a 1950 Jaguar Mark V, one of the nicest cars I have in the collection. I bought this at a car auction in Branson, Missouri, about 50 miles south of here, and had it trailered home, which, by the way, when you buy a car at auction, you never drive it home, because it's in an auction for a reason. But that's another story. Anyway, took this car home, back to Springfield. My wife followed me because when the first time I take a car out, I like to be accompanied by somebody, because you never know. Filled it with gas, drove it back on one of our main streets here in town. Busy afternoon. I got involved in a 6-car rear-end collision. My wife was in the first car, which was a Jaguar sedan. This was the second car, and the young man, the 6th car, was in a pickup truck with his girlfriend, with his iPhone. He got obviously wasn't paying attention, going about 40, 50 miles an hour, rear-end collision, damaged all 6 cars. This car was crashed in the front and the back, and I had to have it essentially completely redone at no small cost, by the way. I don't think the insurance company likes them very much anymore. But anyway, interesting little story.
Now, there are a lot of old cars in this museum, but if you want to know what the oldest cars are, well, you have to come back to this corner right here. So this red one that we are looking at is a 1907 REO Model G. It has a 1-cylinder engine, so I don't know what the top speed would be on that. I'm guessing that you would not consider it an REO Speedwagon. It's probably a little bit more of a putt-putt. This car and this one right next to it, this is a 1910 Maxwell Model G, and you can see how, you know, they're kind of in the transition between horse and buggy and motorized vehicles. They still kind of have that buggy look to them. These vehicles are referred to as brass era vehicles because of all of the brass that was used on the cars. As a matter of fact, if you go over here, well, you can see it's got like a little brass horn in here. Yeah, that thing is cool.
This is a 1949 Diamond T truck. These were heavy-duty trucks used in the 40s and 50s, and they were beat to death. You'd drive them till the wheels fell off. I wanted one of these for years and couldn't find one, and I went to the Barrett-Jackson auction in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's probably been 8-10 years ago. I'll be darned if it didn't have 3 of them for sale. I'd never even seen one, let alone 3. I bought this truck, brought it back to Springfield, Missouri, looked at the title, and lo and behold, the guy that had the truck was from Little Rock, Arkansas, about 150 miles south of Springfield. So this truck went all the way out west to Scottsdale, Arizona, and I bought it and came all the way back. This truck is a very, very nice truck. Terrible, terrible to drive. It has no synchronized gears. There's nothing automatic in it whatsoever. It is a bear to drive. But I got my Diamond T truck, so that's it.
And an Ozarks original at that.
And Ozarks original, yeah.
Moving on from the 1949 Diamond T truck, we get to a couple of vehicles that Guy was just showing me that I think really get into, to me, the spirit of Route 66. This is a 1948 Chrysler Woody, and as you can see, it gets the name from the wood paneling on the doors, which begs the question, when are we going to get back to integrating wood or wood paneling into our vehicles? Because I think that is cool as heck. Now, to me, this kind of shows or represents a shift in the United States. It's the post-war era in 1949. The economy is booming, and take a look at what is on this vehicle. Well, there's a luggage rack up here. So this is a car for families or for friends who are traveling. People maybe are starting to have a little bit more disposable income, and the car industry is kind of fitting into a little bit of a niche or filling a need. This car is cool as heck to me. Okay, now speaking of old 66, well, here's another one that kind of has a little bit of a connection to the mother road. This is a 1948 Hudson Commodore. Now, if you've seen the movie Cars, well, there's a character in the movie Cars that his name is Doc Hudson. Now, he's not a Hudson Commodore. He is a Hudson Hornet, but that car was voiced by Paul Newman, and they have one right here. Man, that is cool as heck.
This is a 1929 Ford Model A. The thing that's interesting about this car is that it is all original. The big deal about Model Ts and Model As is the people that collect them today want to completely tear them down, rebuild them, and paint them, so they're not strictly original. This is an all original car. And you take it to a car show. It's very popular because the typical person going to a car show has never seen an old car like this. They always see the ones that have been rebuilt and redone. So this is an interesting car. Right here next to it is also a Ford Model T that's called a Hack. This car was modified in the 1920s and had this body put on it. The Hack is the definition of a vehicle that would haul people from the train station to the hotel. And this is what this car was for, is people would get off the train, put their luggage in here, and be driven to the hotel. So this is called a Ford Hack.
Something that I at least want to make mention of is that as you are going through this museum, it's not only vehicles that you are looking at, but also old gas pumps. And here's a thing for motor oil. Here's an old, I guess you would call it like a map vending machine of sorts, which would be, maybe something that you would have seen on Route 66. Here's something for spark plug service. If we go over here, let me walk back over here at the Fords that we just looked at. Again, this Ford Model A is just so cool to me. Route 66 goes into service in 1926. Here's a 1929 Ford Model A, so you can imagine this going down the road. But here's another old gas pump here from the Standard Oil Company. And as I was looking at this Ford Model T depot hack, well, I noticed something that they have in here. You see, well, there's a prosthetic arm that is hanging there, which I thought was kind of an interesting addition. So I'm kind of curious about why that might be placed there. This is a 1925 model vehicle, so maybe it's to represent, like a World War I veteran who has been wounded and has lost a limb in combat, coming back and getting one of these, and then perhaps this is the rig that he would have to drive this vehicle.
When I was building my collection, I learned something very interesting. The typical vacationer, tourist, and just normal people who really don't know cars wouldn't walk across the street for a high-end classic car. But for the Ghostbusters, for the Batmobile, you'd run 2 blocks to catch up with it so you could look at it and take a picture. And me being a poor old engineer, I decided very quickly that for this museum to be a success, I'd better get some movie cars. So this is the Ghostbusters car. This is the latest Ghostbusters movie made with the ladies, that you can see here. This is one of 5 that are identical to the movie car, and they were put in for advertising purposes, put in the 5 major metropolitan areas of the country. This car was in Boston, actually, but it's identical to the movie car.
All right, got another cool one with a very larger-than-life historic figure attached to it. This is a 1939 Packard, and the particular model is a Packard Safari. So you can see where it has like this extended cab, I guess you would say. That's what I'm calling it anyway. And here you can see where it says Howerton's Safari Service, Nairobi, Kenya. And it's got a tiger and an elephant on there just for show. So this Packard Safari is cool in and of itself, but this was the exact vehicle that was used by Winston Churchill when he went on safari in Africa. He went with the Prime Minister of Canada on a hunt, and they used this vehicle. And if you take a little closer look, well, you can see a little Canadian flag sticker up there. Oh my gosh, this museum is just awesome.
One of the main questions people ask, well, what's the most expensive car in the collection? It's the 1936 Porsche that you're looking at. H-O-R-C-H, not Porsche, a Porsche. The story of this is that August Porsche was chairman of the board of Auto Union in the early 1920s, and he had a running battle with the board and left the company, which was called Auto Union, left the company and started his own car company. And you'll notice on the front of this car are the 4 rings of Audi. Audi is still built today by Auto Union, but he went out and started building high-end cars, and you're looking at one of them here. This is one of about 50 cars that was sold to the German government in the mid to late 1930s for the General Officer Corps. So if you see an old, authentic German movie, it's quite possible you'll see a general officer driving in one of these with his driver.
One little addition with this Porsche that, again, we're just kind of speculating here, but again, this is a 1936 model, and this is a German vehicle. So if you see this little antenna looking thing right here, well, that's not an antenna. You can see it's got a couple hooks on there, probably used to attach a flag. And in 1936, this is going to be in the Third Reich era, so probably looking at a place where a Nazi flag would have been attached to this car. Holy smokes, that was legitimately awesome. If you were traveling Route 66, this is a must stop, because I didn't even show a fraction of what they have in there. Again, I'm not really a car guy, but I learned a lot in there, but there were also things that I could connect to, that I was familiar with. That was really, really good. All right, we're gonna jump back on Route 66 now. I'm trying to make it to Carthage this evening. I got another historic motel that we are going to be staying at tonight, and I have not had a legitimate meal all day, so I think I'm gonna try and find something to eat. I had a little bit of the fudge that I bought earlier and a little bit of the snack that I got this morning at breakfast. But anyway, back on the road. just rolled into Carthage, Missouri, and Carthage, Missouri sits at kind of a crossroads. Along an east-west axis, of course, you have Route 66, and along a north-south axis, you have the Jefferson Highway that goes, I think, from Canada down to New Orleans. And right here at this crossroads is this very historic motel called the Boots Court Motel. And I am so pumped to be staying here tonight. This was built in 1939. You can see it has a pretty unique design. Has a bunch of the old neon that is incorporated into it. And yeah, we're gonna check this place out and see where we're gonna be staying tonight. So before we go in and check out the room, here's a little history on the Boots Court Motel. So you notice the design is a little bit different. So this was designed by a guy named Arthur Boots. He designed it in what was called the Streamline Modern style. And when this was built in 1939, well, they charged a pretty high price to stay here every night in order to kind of keep the riffraff out and discourage, some unsavory characters from, coming to the motel. The charge was $2.50 a night, which was really expensive. Now, here's what is really, really cool about this to me, is that there's this little area where you pull in your vehicle, and then there on the left, you can see where the rooms are. So I'm all the way down at the end on the left. I've already parked my vehicle there, checked in, talked to the owner. Very, very enthusiastic guy about Route 66 and had some good information. This structure fell into disrepair, and in later years, like really within the past few years, a foundation was established, and they ended up kind of restoring this structure. And now it's open to the public. All right, so that's where I'm at. Room number 8, we're going to go ahead and go take a look. One quick thing that I just remembered that I wanted to show before we go in and take a look at the room. As you pull into the motor court here, you see this sign welcoming you to Carthage, and here, kind of hiding behind the sign, well, there's this old sheriff's car. So yeah, it's kind of a cool little touch. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this place. All right, so here we go. We are in room number 8, and we'll go ahead and get our key in here. So you're going to be looking at this room at the exact same time that I am. Hey, this is cool. Oh, I love it. Oh, now check this out. Okay, one of the things that was kind of a big deal at the Boots Court Motel that they advertised was that there was a radio in every room. So I'd already booked this ahead of time, so they had this radio on and playing by the time that I got in. That is awesome. And it smells really nice in here, very clean. Take a look at a few other things they have here. There's the 66 Drive-In Theater here in Carthage. So that's another big landmark here in the area. This is really cool. Take a look at the bathroom here. Yeah, I love. Let me kick on a light here. Well, maybe. Oh, there's the light. I just love the classic feel and vibe that this has. All right, well, there you go. Another day here on the road, traveling the whole length of Route 66. I'm going to go ahead and unload the car and get my stuff in here and get settled. I'm going to wait for it to get dark because I cannot wait to see this place lit up in neon at nighttime. But tomorrow, we will be back on the road and heading through Kansas and Oklahoma. For the past few days, we have been traveling down Route 66. We started in Chicago and we are making our way across America all the way to Santa Monica, California on the Mother Road. And if you remember back to the very first episode, I established 3 rules for ourselves as we are making this trip. One is that we have to stay on Route 66. Second rule is that we have to eat at local diners and local restaurants, so no fast food, no chain restaurants. And also, where we can, we are going to stay in historic hotels and motels and things like that. So last night, we were here in Carthage, Missouri, and stayed at the historic Boots Court Motel, which is one of the oldest operating motels here on the route. Absolutely amazing experience. Seeing this place lit up with neon at night was really, really cool. And the guy who runs the establishment told me about a local, I don't know if you would call it an attraction or an oddity or a ghost town or what you would classify it as, but it's a place that we're going to go check out now called Red Oak 2. We have moved just outside of the town of Carthage. And if you're like me, you might find yourself being kind of a nostalgic person. If given a choice between the new stuff and the old stuff, well, I always find myself giving preference to the old stuff. Well, there's this guy by the name of Lowell Davis, who grew up in a town north of here called Red Oak. He'd grown up there during the Second World War era and had left home and came back in the 1970s. And when he came back, found that almost everybody else had left too. And Red Oak had turned into a bit of a ghost town. And Lowell, being kind of an eccentric guy and kind of a nostalgic guy, rather than just kind of bemoaning the fact that his town had turned into a bit of a ghost town, decided to do something rather interesting. He decided to buy up all of the buildings, or as many as he could, deconstruct them, and then move them down here to his farm and construct what he called Red Oak 2. This, just driving around already, is a very interesting place. It's part historic preservation, part folk art. It is really, really cool. So we're going to take a little walk around here and take a look at Lowell Davis's legacy before we move on down the road. All right, now we don't have enough time to just really go in depth on every building here at Red Oak 2, but I'm gonna walk through the town and kind of just hit a few highlights. So we've moved back up to the front where you enter into Red Oak 2, and one of the first things that greets you is this old dining car. So I'm assuming that this was moved here by Lowell Davis. There's also an old feed store right here, the Feed and Seed, and then this is the Red Oak Town Hall. So you can probably, if you hear some sort of weird bird noise in the background, that's a peacock. That thing has been just really hollering a lot this morning. But anyway, if you go up here to the town hall, here's something that's kind of funny. Here's a bench for the Republicans and one for the Democrats. So I'm guessing that in the town of Red Oak, probably more Republicans than Democrats. As you get into the town here, well, you see this old blacksmith shop. So this blacksmith shop actually belonged to Lowell Davis's great-grandfather. His great-grandfather was one of the first pioneers in the area, and the blacksmith shop was one of the first buildings that was established in the old town of Red Oak. And then in 1988, well, Lowell Davis moved it here. So you can imagine, he probably had, a lot of, personal connection to this building, didn't want to see it fall into disrepair, and then just moved it down here to his farm. Here is the old general store from Red Oak. This was established in the 1920s, and Lowell Davis's father ended up taking over and ran the general store, and it was here that Lowell Davis would sit and listen to music during the Second World War and kind of learn how to sculpt and paint and things like that. Now, I mentioned that this town is like part historic preservation and part like folk art. So if we get over here, well, we can start seeing some of the evidence of Mr. Davis's eccentric nature. So here you'll see some old cars just kind of scattered about through the village, and then all kinds of interesting pieces. Now, I'm assuming that it was Davis who made these, but I could be wrong on that. It might be somebody else. But if it's not him, it's at least his inspiration. So I'm seeing a whole lot of like old metal art all around here. So here you see some crickets. It says Missouri Summer Night. The joke there being that in this state there's two different pronunciations. Some people pronounce it Missouri, some people pronounce it Missouri. So good lesson there for people who are always trying to get on to me about how I pronounce things. Even people in this state pronounce their own state differently. Here you got this old biplane that has been constructed out of, it looks like it maybe had the original engine and propeller and then just made the rest out of, well, just different pieces of scrap. Looks like a little machine gun there. And then if we walk over here, got this old tractor with some Mad Max apocalyptic looking goat up on top of it. Being a town along Route 66, of course, Red Oak would have needed a filling station. So here is the old Phillips 66 that I'm assuming is from Red Oak. And I just love these old filling stations and the old pumps. They're just so neat to me. Here we have the fire station. And as we walk through here, you might notice some modern vehicles in the shots. To my knowledge, I'm the only outsider here. There are people who actually live in Red Oak too and occupy some of these structures. And then as we walk on down, well, it wasn't just Red Oak that Lowell Davis was rescuing buildings from. There are other little communities where he was going and getting buildings and deconstructing them and then reconstructing them here. Every town needs to have a place of worship. So this is the old Salem Country Church, where people could come and worship on Sunday mornings. Gosh, this place is so stinking cool. Check this out. We even have the remains of the old water tower in Red Oak. Now, of course, that's not original paint. Lowell Davis, I'm assuming, painted that up himself and again put his brand on it to let everyone know what the proper pronunciation of the state was, at least in his area or in his view. Yeah. One of the things that Lowell Davis always wanted for Red Oak too was a train station. Any proper old town needs a train station of some kind. The problem was he couldn't find one. There were different like locomotive clubs and foundations and things like that that would snatch up these old rail stations, as soon as they became available. So he decided to just build one himself for Red Oak 2. So this is a structure that Lowell Davis actually built, and here you can see we've got some tracks right in front. Now, Lowell Davis passed away in 2020, but the people of this community are kind of carrying on his legacy, and I just read that this year they're planning on getting a steam locomotive to add to this part of the village. And then if we go over here, well, we see what is obviously an older looking building that is called Fort Hooker. Yesterday, as we were traveling through Missouri here, we passed through a place called Hooker Cut. Well, I'm assuming this is, associated with that area because it's in Phelps County. Anyway, there was a guy by the name of Marshall Hooker who had built a log fort on his own property, and his house had burned down, but the log fort still remained. So Lowell Davis contacted the owner, got permission to relocate it here. So they had to disassemble it and then reassemble it right here on the property. And then he ended up calling it Fort Hooker in honor of Marshall Hooker. Holy smokes, we've got a plane on the property too. That one does not look like it is quite airworthy though. And here's another piece of, I guess you would call it folk art here in the village. And here it says, "Did you ever see a..." Look at it. It's a chicken on a toilet. What is that chicken doing? Okay, if you haven't figured it out by now, just keep thinking about it, but I'm going to move on. This Lowell Davis guy must have just been absolutely hilarious. Here we are looking at another one of the creations of Lowell Davis that emerged from his imagination. Originally, this was called the mother-in-law house, and as you can see, it looks a bit like a shack, and it's surrounded by a moat and has like a little bridge to get to it. And then here is a little outhouse just to the side of it. And the idea that he had was that people would be coming to visit Red Oak 2 and would stay in some of the houses. And if they brought their mother-in-law along, well, they could put their mother-in-law in this shack. It's also called the Otis House because the pond that was built just on the other side here had a bullfrog living in it that they nicknamed Otis. So this is the Otis House, or the mother-in-law house. This guy was hilarious. All right, so that's just a glimpse at Red Oak 2, and I've already burned up way more time than what I intended here, but we really need to get down the road. But what a cool place. This Lowell Davis must have been quite the character. I love eccentric people who are just a little bit different and have something in their imagination and then turn it into reality. My gosh, the idea of just buying up a town and then relocating it to your farm is so cool. So like I said earlier, it's part historic preservation here, part folk art, and 100% nostalgia, which is why we're doing this trip along Route 66, just to kind of remember the way that things were. All right, we're going to get back on the road. Going to make our way to Kansas, which is only going to cover a short piece of Route 66, and then we are going to get into Oklahoma.
Call my number, call my name. We both know I'm to blame.
Well, at some point in the past few miles, I crossed over into Kansas. I didn't even see a sign or anything marking where I was. But anyway, we've just moved into the town of Galena, Kansas. And just as soon as you cross over the border, they have this thing here that is dedicated to the movie Cars. All right, so we are here at Luigi's Pit Stop, where you can stop and get pictures, and if you are traveling with kids, maybe kind of make a connection between Route 66 and the Cars movies. So here you see the police car, and then here there was a scene in the first movie where they go out and instead of cow tipping they go tractor tipping, and then they have a car over here that's supposed to represent Lightning McQueen. Yes, that's pretty interesting. I don't know what the background is on this place. I'm guessing it's maybe just some local artists who got together and decided to do something for the 13-mile stretch that Route 66 passes through Kansas. But it's a really good idea, and like I said, it's a good way to kind of get your kids into history with something that they might have a connection to. If you move down the road just a little bit from Luigi's Garage, well, here on Route 66, they also have this recreation of this old gas station, and keeping with the Cars theme, they also have themselves a tow-mater. So this was probably one of the more popular characters in the Cars movie, was voiced by the comedian Larry the Cable Guy, and they actually have a few different versions here, and also the fire truck. So yeah, this is really neat that they've done this, and I'm sure that there have been a lot of photos that have been taken by these cars. Yeah, this is really cool. All right, now we're going to get back on the route. All right, so here's the problem with traveling Route 66 is there's just too much cool stuff. I made it about a half mile down the road. Happened to see this old Texaco station, which is now called Gearhead Curios. Stopped to get a few pictures and a few little video clips. Went inside, met the owner, a guy by the name of Aaron, who claims to have the most photographed bathroom on Route 66. I was getting ready to leave, and he's like, dude, you can't leave without seeing the bathroom. So we're gonna dodge inside real quick and take a look at what's inside here at Gearhead Curios. All right, so yeah, I guess maybe tell me a little bit about this place, and I don't know, you seem to be pretty passionate about Route 66. What's your fascination with the route?
Well, I am. I've been traveling it since, well, almost since birth. Out in California, I grew up about 45 minutes from it. So whenever we would leave California, we were on Route 66, and we were going through the Roadrunner Retreat, Roy's Amboy, and like that to get out of the state. So the road trip bug has been with me, well, like I said, since birth. So, but this place right here, it found me. I was actually looking in New Mexico and Texas for a place. I was left unattended, and I drove out here to get pictures and saw for sale sign in the window. So Gearhead Curios is the name of the business, and it's in a 1939 native stone Texaco building.
Awesome. Now you were telling me about this bathroom. Can you kind of walk me through this?
So our restroom is kind of a unique thing. It's been on travel channels, YouTube videos, the newscasts. It's had complete strangers get their pictures together. I kind of went off the deep end. It started with the fact that I wanted a pink toilet and I wanted a key on a hubcap. So if you follow me,
let's take a look at it.
The door is open, but this is the hubcap and this is the key. So my dad made me a sliding barn door style door. I fabricated a latch mechanism. When you shut the door, it automatically locks, justifying a key, which is a 1/2-inch nut driver, just so I could put the key on the hubcap. So when I bought this place, I brought the roof out because I had to take it down to the walls. Out here was a forest. I had to deforestize, get stump grind up the stumps and like that, and I built this restroom. So I've got a pink 1952 toilet, pink and white checkerboard floor. My toilet paper is held up with a C-clamp and wrenches. My divider is 1930 Ford hood sides. Powder coated funnel is my urinal. These right here eliminate the guesswork. The gas pedal is the flush. And I actually have t-shirts that says I hit the funnel at Gearhead Curios, but I don't want to leave the ladies out. I offer this. These are individual disposable sheebies, so the ladies can have all the fun and excitement of hitting the funnel. And when they do, they get to honk the brass horn. Everyone knows what they did. We will applaud them. We get their picture holding the hubcap with the key. And on Facebook it says, I hit the funnel at Gearhead Curios. My sink is an oil drain basin with a brass gas pump nozzle. I heated and bent wrenches to hold everything in place. Walmart foamy hand soap in an oil can. 58 Ford radiator. 59 Ford valve cover. 60s GM air cleaner cover. And the swag lights behind you are 1930s headlight buckets.
Dude, I'm calling it. This is the coolest restroom on Old 66.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That is awesome. Here on this map, you can see these little pins that show that Route 66 is not just an American thing. There are people from all over the world who travel to the United States to drive this route, and I just love the feel and the vibe of this place. If you look on the ceiling, there are old license plates from all over, and Aaron was telling me that people who come in here actually leave feeling a little bit better and can breathe better because they've been breathing filtered air. All right, well, that was kind of an unexpected surprise, but this place is cool as heck. And just as a side note, I love the big boy that they have out in front here. That was one of my favorite restaurants when I was a kid. So again, a lot of nostalgia as you're traveling the route here. But you never know what you are going to find. But I am seriously having the time of my life on this trip. But we're going to get back on the road. We're going to try to not get distracted and actually get some miles on our tires on this leg. We've made our way into Oklahoma now, and when you are traveling Route 66, you're traveling a road that has a lot of different nicknames. Sometimes it's called the Mother Road. I've also heard it called the Main Street of America because it passes through so many towns and serves as their main street. It's also called the Will Rogers Highway after Oklahoma's favorite son, Will Rogers. We're making a brief stop that kind of kicks off from the main road and takes us to a portion of the original part of Route 66. And right here, they have a memorial to Will Rogers. Now, I'm hoping we're going to talk a little bit more about Will Rogers later. This was a man who, he passed away in 1935, but he was a vaudeville performer and was an actor and was a social commentator. Very, very popular man, and was born into the Cherokee Nation And here you can see it says U.S., Chicago to Los Angeles, names all the states that Old 66 passes through. And then here it gives us a little bit of information about Route 66. So in 1922, a new 9-foot roadway was completed between Miami and Afton, Oklahoma. So this is prior to Route 66. Because no standards existed and so few roads were paved, its width was not unusual for the era. It consisted of a concrete base and edges with a surface of rock asphalt. In 1926, the sidewalk highway, as it would be known, was adopted by Route 66. So this is in reference to an original piece of highway that Route 66 kind of got paved over, or kind of integrated into. Anyway, here it says the last segment was upgraded to the standards established in 1930, is also realigned and included a new bridge on the Neosho River. And then it talks about how on September 13th of 1937, well, there was opening of a bridge that completed the last segment of Route 66. And the sidewalk highway is going to become one of the earliest stretches of the Mother Road. And here they also have a quote from Will Rogers that I really like. He says, "Columbus discovered a new world, but old Tin Lizzie has made us discover America." All right, we're gonna go ahead and continue making our way down this road now. Okay, so we have made our way down to Claremore, Oklahoma. And if we're traveling Route 66, if we're traveling the Will Rogers Highway, it seems only appropriate that we come to the Will Rogers Museum and learn a little bit more about this man. Now, Will Rogers, his peak popularity was in the late 20s and early 30s, so people today might not know as much about him, but this guy was a huge celebrity. So think of like the biggest movie star today, or the biggest star on social media. That was Will Rogers in the late 20s and early 30s. So we're gonna go in here and see what we can learn about this man.
Hi, I'm Tad Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the Will Rogers Memorial Museum in Claremore, Oklahoma. I appreciate you being here, and we're very excited about what we're going to talk about with Will Rogers. He was simply one of the biggest stars in American history. I would argue the most beloved person in American history, especially in the first half of the 20th century. He was the #1 movie star in America. He was the #1 radio star. He was the most sought after public speaker. He wrote a newspaper column that's in 600 newspapers all across the country that people read every single day. He had tons of energy. He was a great humanitarian. He would go to small towns and raise money for people in like Arkansas that was going through the Great Depression, or people in the Mississippi Valley went flooding, or he'd travel around the world to different places and help. But he was such an amazing figure in American history. They called him a friend of kings and the common man. He would go and he was friends with 6 different presidents. He would travel around the world, and the presidents would bring him in and get a briefing about what he learned traveling around the world. He'd been to Russia and China and Japan and all over Europe, and so he was an amazing character. He got his start in the Indian Territory. He was Cherokee, and he loved to be a trick roper. He learned to rope from a former slave, and just had a passion for roping. And he would rope the girls at school and the guys, and he would get his ropes taken away from him from teachers, but he just became an amazing trick rope artist and one of the best of all time. And so that got him into showbiz. He got into some Wild West shows, and he was up in New York City at a Wild West show, and a longhorn got out and ran in the crowd, and Will was able to rope the steer and bring it down. And so the headlines were, this Indian cowboy from Oklahoma saved people from being trampled. And so now he becomes a little celebrity. So he gets up on stage and he starts doing trick roping, and people love the trick roping. But that was the same show every week, and he was an avid reader, and his wife said, you ought to talk about what you read about in the paper. So then he started roping, then started talking about politics or people in the audience or celebrities or the mayor of the town. And so then he started talking, and people came back every week or every night to come watch his show and hear what Will Rogers had to say. say. He just had a great sense of humor. So now he has this stage of his voice. And so the President of the United States one time came to hear him in Baltimore, and Will was so nervous to going up on stage. And they literally had to push him out on stage. He goes up there and he makes a joke about Pancho Villa and, how they were almost had him captured, but then the red tape got to him. And so everybody looked over to the president to see if he was going to laugh, and the president did. And it was one of the first times that a humorist was able to make a joke in front of the president that wasn't mean-spirited. It was just very kind. And that was the biggest thing about Will Rogers. He was so kind to people anywhere he met. He made jokes all the time about Congress and politics and people, but it was never personal. It was always with good humor and always had a little bit of truth in there as well. But he became such a friend to people all over the world. And so he became a humongous star in radio and movies and newspapers, like I mentioned, and became the biggest celebrity. Everybody was reading or hearing about Will Rogers. And then in 1935, him and his good friend and fellow Oklahoman Wiley Post, who has one eye, and he's amazing aviation. If you haven't ever seen anything about him, he founded the jet stream, created the first pressurized air suit, flew around the world twice, once by himself. Everybody's heard of Charles Lindbergh, who got one ticker tape parade. Well, Wiley got two in New York City because of his adventures. Well, he and Will Rogers flew to Alaska. Wiley was looking for a mail route. Will Rogers was just looking for adventure. And when they flew to Alaska on August 15th, Wiley got lost in the fog, landed at a lagoon to ask for directions, heading for Point Barrow. And when he took off, the plane lost its engine, engine died, and then they both died tragically in 1935. So about 3 years later, the whole world went into mourning, right after the crash, the whole world went into mourning. Congress closed out, radios went silent, movies went dark, headlines everywhere were talking about Will and Wiley dying. And then about 3 years later, as the world came together, what were we going to do for Will Rogers? They built this beautiful museum in Claremore, Oklahoma, which was Will Rogers' hometown. Will and Betty, his wife Betty, they bought this in 1911 in order to retire here. And so now Will Rogers and his wife Betty are buried here. It's a beautiful museum dedicated to Will Rogers. Over the years, we've gotten more artifacts and paintings and those kind of things. So he's a wonderful man and a great role model citizen. And that's what we're talking about today with Will Rogers and to the new generation. Is he was such a great person, beloved by both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat. He spoke at both conventions, which is amazing. He was friends with so many people, and we said he's the kind of person that we need today to look up to as a good citizen role model. So that's a little bit about Will Rogers, and we hope that you get to come visit us sometime, and appreciate being part of the YouTube channel.
All right, so now that we have kind of a framework for understanding who Will Rogers was, we're going to go ahead and go through the museum. And as you enter into the main complex, well, the first thing that you are greeted with is this statue of Will Rogers. And down at the bottom, it has a quote from Will Rogers that says, "I never met a man I didn't like." I think we're going to be learning not only about the accomplishments of Will Rogers, but also the character of Will Rogers. And I wonder how many of us watching this right now could honestly say, "I never met a man I didn't like." That's pretty admirable. Here at the museum, they start off talking about Will Rogers by going back and talking about his father, Clem Rogers, and the legacy of the Rogers family and the Cherokee Nation. So we'll just take a quick little walk through here. Again, Will Rogers was a member of the Cherokee Nation, and here in Oklahoma, their history traces back to and before the Trail of Tears. So here we have a picture of Andrew Jackson, who signed off on the Indian Removal Act that moved the Cherokee from the east out here to the Oklahoma Territory. Okay, so Clem and later Will Rogers were descendants of the Cherokee who made their way out here to Oklahoma. And then Clem established a ranch out here. He is going to start a family. Again, we're not going to get too in-depth here. You can come to the museum and check it out for yourself. Here they talk about, the Rogers family during the Civil War. Here's a picture of General Stand Watie, who was the only Indian brigadier general in the Confederate Army. Clem later got involved in politics. Here you can see a picture of Clem. He's the one in the upper left-hand side who is standing. But he was active in Cherokee politics after the Civil War, was part of what was called the Downing Party. He was a district judge. And again, as I mentioned, established a ranch. Now, the ranch is going to be where Will Rogers is really going to have a huge impact on his life. One thing that would really influence him, as far as being part of the Cherokee Nation, was seeing how people cooperated with each other and how people treated each other. It was said that nobody would go hungry. So Will Rogers is really going to see his foundations laid right out here in Oklahoma, and is going to have a massive impact in his life that is also going to result in people having a different view of the Cherokee. All right, we're walking into a room that talks about Will Rogers and mass media. So during the late 20s and early 30s, the new form of technology that was really kind of having a huge impact on the United States and the world was radio. This was a way where people's voices could go out to tens of thousands, if not millions of people. Well, Will Rogers made use of that. So this is a man who was very, very popular. He was, a celebrity who had been made famous like on vaudeville, and in stage acting and things like that. He was a little bit uncomfortable with radio because he said that he really relied on having a live audience to, kind of feel the energy and react to jokes and different things like that. So he ended up kind of developing this thing where he would bring in a live audience during some of his radio broadcasts. Now, when Will Rogers was at his peak popularity, that was really in some of the darkest days of the Depression. And of course, in Oklahoma, the Depression was acutely felt, with the Dust Bowl. So there was a company called the one was called Squibb & Sons. There was another one called the Gulf Oil Company that would have Will Rogers on to speak. Politicians would have him on to speak. And what we are looking at right now is a radio broadcast that Will Rogers put out. And people really responded to it. I mean, this is a guy, again, who is insanely popular, but he's also very common. So people felt like they could relate to him and felt like he was kind of giving them a voice. And here's something that I really found interesting. Here are all these Western Union telegrams. People were requesting this particular speech that you can hear in the background. And he would pre-script his speeches, but then he wouldn't read them. He would just kind of use them as a guideline. But he kicks off this speech on radio saying, "Now don't get mad and start turning off the radio. I'm not advertising anything." So I find it funny that here, history changes, but human nature doesn't. So he knew that people would be annoyed by ads in the 1930s, just like we get annoyed by ads today. Moving to the next exhibit, we see that Will Rogers was not only a celebrity on stage and a celebrity on the radio, he was also a celebrity on the silver screen, on film. So here, this is really neat. I like this. They have kind of this little movie theater set up, screening one of Will Rogers' movies that you can sit down and watch for a little bit and kind of see his mannerisms and hear his voice. And then they have all of these old movie posters here as well, with Will Rogers' face on them. I love these old movie posters. They're just the classic look of them. I don't know, has always appealed to me. This room here serves as, I guess you can kind of maybe think of it as a survey of Will Rogers' professional life. So as Tad was talking earlier, Will Rogers gets his professional start with trick roping. So here we see this advertisement for the circus called Texas Jack's Circus, and it is featuring the Cherokee Kid, the world's champion lassoer. So, of course, the Cherokee Kid is Will Rogers, and then it tells about all the different feats and tricks that he can do. We see some ropes there on the left. And then we get into his stage acting era, where he becomes a very big star on vaudeville. Of course, kind of, sticking with, that whole cowboy thing. The, early 1900s, this is kind of when the U.S. was transitioning out of the cowboy era of the late 1800s. So, there was really a big interest in that. People were kind of wanting to preserve that memory, and cowboys were really a big thing. Here is a display for something called the Ziegfeld Follies. The Ziegfeld Follies was kind of like a Broadway review show. So there was like singing and dancing and comedy and all kinds of things like that. And it had a really long run, went all over the world to the best of my understanding, and started in like the early 1900s and went definitely through the 1930s. It's something I need to do a little bit more research on. But Will Rogers was a part of that. So here you can see in this little advertising bill, it has Will Rogers' name circled there where we can see his involvement. So he was there as part of the Ziegfeld Follies in the early 1920s. As a matter of fact, this silver set that we are looking at right here, this was a gift to Will Rogers on Christmas of 1923 from the cast of the Ziegfeld Follies. And there's an inscription that says, "From your pals, Ziegfeld Follies Company, 1922 to 1923. Okay, and then we move over and we start getting into his screen acting career, which we've already talked about briefly. Okay, so it wasn't just cowboy stuff that he was involved in. So he did, lots of movies. Here's one on horse racing. Here's one where he looks to be the captain of a steamboat, and was also a writer, which is what this part right here kind of highlights. So Will Rogers had like newspaper columns and opinion columns that he would write. And as I've already mentioned, he kind of served as a voice for the common man. So people who may have felt that they weren't being heard could be heard through Will Rogers. Oh, and look at this. This is, here we have a few of Will Rogers' quotes. All I know is what I read in the papers. Oh, look at this one. "I don't tell jokes. I just watch the government and report the facts." Oh my gosh. How true is that even today? Here's another one. "Once a man holds public office, he is absolutely no good for honest work." And there's another one. "I joked about every prominent man of my time, but I never met a man I didn't like." Yeah, this guy was brilliant. As we get into this room, we start learning more about the final journey of Will Rogers. As Tad mentioned earlier, he and a man by the name of Wiley Post are going to be killed in a plane accident in Alaska. And here they kind of walk us through Will Rogers' last days. So on August 7th of 1935, Will and Wiley fly from Seattle to Juneau, Alaska. On August 8th, they have to stay in Juneau because of bad weather. And then it kind of progresses on here, talking about the final days of Will Rogers, until we get to August 15th of 1935. They take off from Fairbanks, Alaska, headed for Barrow, which was the northernmost settlement in Alaska Territory at the time. Will was wanting to get an interview with a man by the name of Charles Brower, who was a famed trader. And anyway, they landed at a place called Lake Harding, talked to a family there. They were asking for directions to Barrow, and then Will Rogers gets back into the plane. He and Wiley take off, and as the plane banked to the right, well, the engine failed, and the nose-heavy craft went straight down and dove into the lagoon, sheared off one of the wings, and killed both men tragically. And over here, well, what we are looking at here are the items that were recovered from the wreckage. So his eyeglasses, his pocket knife, watches, puzzles. These are some of the items that were found in the pockets of Will Rogers when they recovered the body. So obviously this was a huge loss for the country when we lost this man. As we are exiting the museum, they have some different things talking about, of course, Will Rogers and his interactions with different people. And while it would be easy to focus on the things that Will Rogers did, I think it's probably most important to focus on who he was. So here, this caught my eye, and I really, really like this because it talks about some of the character qualities of Will Rogers along with some quotes. So one, humility, something that I think in today's culture is something that is severely lacking. And here the quote says, "I never met a man I didn't like." Okay, learning, something that we are trying to do here. He was a man who was constantly trying to learn. Of course, he's a man who loved to laugh. Here the quote says, "When in doubt, tell a funny story till you see what the other fellow is going to do." Integrity, doing the right thing even when no one is looking. Here it says, "Rumor travels faster, but don't stay put as long as truth." Okay, also work, exploring, being a giving person. Will Rogers, also a very enthusiastic man, relaxing. And a very important one here, empathy. It says, "You must not condemn a people until you have been among them and can see and know their angle." That is definitely a standard to try and live up to. All right, we're going to go outside and take a look at one more thing before we leave today. We've made our way back outside, and when you come to the Will Rogers Museum, well, you can not only learn about his life and some of his accomplishments and his character, and also the way in which he died. But while you're here, well, you can also pay your respects, because this place serves as the final resting place of Will Rogers. Here is the tomb that holds the remains of an American icon, Will Rogers. Here you can see etched into the stone here, it says Will Rogers, Uloga, Oklahoma, November 4th, 1879, and then died in Point Barrow, Alaska, August 15th, 1935. And then behind the tomb, you can see the statue of Will Rogers, and he's riding his horse with his hat in his hand. And then right here, I really like this. It says, "If you live life right, death is a joke as far as fear is concerned." And then down here, we can see that Will Rogers is not the only one who is buried here. Also, his wife and children are also buried here in this place with him. And then again on the back of his tomb is the quote, "I never met a man I didn't like." Yeah, that is really something else. one of the reasons that we study history is to study human nature and try to avoid the mistakes of the past. But another reason to study history is to find people of character and admirable people, and try and emulate their qualities. And Will Rogers is definitely one of those people. So if you're ever traveling down Route 66, definitely stop here at the Will Rogers Museum. If you can't travel here, well then I would definitely encourage you to look up a little bit more on Will Rogers and educate yourself about the life and legacy of this American icon. All right, well, over the past few episodes of History Traveler, we have been traveling Route 66 from Chicago's Santa Monica, California, hitting different history sites along the way, and also some of the major landmarks along Route 66, like this big blue whale right here, who was built by a gentleman in the 1970s, I believe, as like an amusement park for the area, a little place where people could swim. He believed that God gave people talents, and those talents should be put to good use. Now, we're not able to see everything along the route. For example, yesterday I had to skip a big firearms museum that is close by that is supposed to be like the largest private collection in the US. I just cried in my pillow last night like a little girl whose pet hamster just died because I had to skip that. But anyway, we're gonna get back on the road and see what else there is to see along the route here in Oklahoma. Right, now here's something that I haven't mentioned so far in this series. Any proper Route 66 Great American Road Trip needs a good soundtrack. So here's my Spotify playlist for this trip. We got ourselves some Fleetwood Mac, we've got ourselves some of the Eagles, a little bit of Springsteen, some Rolling Stones, some U2. That's going to be good when we get to Arizona. I think we got some Led Zeppelin in there. Yeah, there we go. So anyway, make sure if you do the Great American Road Trip that you have a great American soundtrack to go along with it. All right, off we go. All right, making a quick stop here just outside of Tulsa at the Route 66 Historical Village. This is an open air museum, and right here in front of us, well, you can see this big old restored steam locomotive. This is a Meteor Frisco 4500 that was built in 1942 for the St. Louis and San Francisco Railway, also known as the Frisco Railway. This provided passenger service between Oklahoma City and St. Louis. This particular train was retired in 1950. And then here, they also have this big, what's called an oil derrick. This stands on the site where oil was first discovered in the Tulsa area in June of 1901. So yeah, cool little stop here along the route. Our final destination today is going to be Oklahoma City, but on the way between Tulsa and Oklahoma City, I wanted to stop in the town of Warwick to check out this place right here. This is the old SEBA station. This was a filling station and garage that was started in 1924, closed down for a little bit, and has been restored and reopened as the SEBA Station Motorcycle Museum. Route 66 is all about the Great American Road Trip. Well, a lot of people do that in the form of a big motorcycle trip. As a matter of fact, people from Europe will come all the way over here, rent a motorcycle in Chicago, and drive it all the way out to California. So we're going to go inside and take a look at some of the classic bikes that they have in here. All right, we just got into the museum here, and holy smokes, there are a lot of motorcycles in this place. And if you're into motorcycles, I have to imagine that you would really be geeking out in here right now. Now, as far as motorcycles go, I don't know a whole lot, so I'll just sound like an idiot if I try and talk about any of these. So I talked to the owner when I walked in. I'm going to see if I can grab him, and maybe he can kind of give us a little bit of wisdom behind some of the bikes in his collection.
All right. My name is Jerry Reese, and I'm the owner of SEBA Station Motorcycle Museum here in Warwick, Oklahoma. And this is just a passion that I've put together. I've loved motorcycles. I love all things old. So the old building drew me to it. And then the room that it had to be able to put my collection in it. And the bikes belong to me and a friend of mine. And just put it all together, and this is what we made.
What do you think it is about Route 66 that draws bikers?
I think they just like doing the road itself, as far as the history of it and the passion of it. And then I think it just kind of depends. If they like to ride a bike, then they're going to want to do it on a motorcycle, just to be on the road.
Here's a bike in the museum that has caught my eye just because it looks old and cool to me. This is an early 1920s Briggs & Stratton motor wheel. And if I read the little information panel that they have there, it says that the first motor wheels were designed in England, and then a company called the A.O. Smith Company bought the U.S. manufacturing rights in 1914 and started building the Smith motor that we see here. And they took these and put them like on a sled looking thing, or a little slat car that was powered by the motor. And Briggs & Stratton ended up buying the design and the patents in 1919, and then started creating these motor wheels. So if we go up a little bit closer here, you can see where it says Briggs & Stratton motor wheel right here on this bike. And that was going to be kind of the genesis of the Briggs & Stratton company that you might be familiar with today.
All right, this bike right here is a 1913 Pope, and this is called a board track racer. And what they do with this motorcycle is they race this around a large track, which would be a mile, an oval track, kind of like a NASCAR track today. And they were made out of wood. The whole track was made out of wood. The banks, the sides, the corners of the banks were at a 45 degree. These bikes would go 100 miles an hour, and they had no brakes. So the way that they would slow them down is up here on the lever up here. They had the kill switch that would actually kill the engine, and then the compression would just slow them down. This was popular from early 20s up into the mid 30s, and it just was such a dangerous sport. It was hurting so many people, both riders and spectators, that they put an end to it.
I don't know what it is about these motor wheels, but I really find them fascinating. This is a Johnson motor wheel on an Iver Johnson bike, and it says here that Johnson made the motor wheel as cheap and economical, as a cheap and economical way to power a vehicle. This was Johnson's first motor, and it was a two-cycle motor, and you might be familiar with the name Johnson from the boat motors but this is, I guess, where they started out. And it's interesting that they say it's on an Ivor Johnson bike. I have an old shotgun that's an Ivor Johnson. Makes me wonder if it's the same company. And then here you can see an old ad for the Johnson motor wheel. Sells for $80 retail. Yeah, that's really neat.
All right, these two bikes right here are the two oldest bikes that we have in the museum. The one on the right here, the Triumph, is a 1909 Triumph, and then the one on the left is a 1910 Indian. So these are very early motorcycles. Very little horsepower in them. So the Indian had like 5 horsepower, and the Triumph had about that same, maybe a little less even. So just not a whole lot for comfort or anything, but it was transportation to get around in.
Awesome. I'm sorry, could we maybe do that one more time? I didn't have it in good focus.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's my fault. That's my fault.
No problem. All right, the two oldest bikes that we have here in the museum are these two bikes here. The one on the right here is a 1909 Triumph, and the one on the left is a 1910 Indian. Both bikes had very little horsepower, had about 5 horsepower or so, and so it's not like they were fast or anything, but they were transportation. Very rough riding, very hard to ride, so it made it very difficult. Just not your average person could ride these at the time, and you had to be a really good mechanic to keep them going and running.
In addition to this 1910 Indian that Jerry was just talking about, well, there are several other old-looking bikes here. This is a 1920 ABC, or All British Cycle. We have a few other Harley Davidsons here. I imagine people who are motorcycle enthusiasts are probably tearing their hair out right now at just how little I know about these bikes. But here's something that I do know a little something about, and that is Captain America. And take a look at this. Here is a motorcycle that was designed for and ridden in the movie Captain America. So this is the Hydra bike. So if you look there, well, there you can see the symbol for Hydra on this motorcycle. Yeah, that is really cool. We also have a little bit of military history integrated into the museum here. Here we see the uniform of an individual in the 2nd Infantry Division, and next to him is a World War II Harley Davidson WLA. This was the bike that was manufactured for the U.S. military. Yeah, nice. Well, that was a look at the Seba Station Motorcycle Museum. That place was cool as heck. Even though I don't know much about motorcycles, I know a little bit more now than I did before I walked in. So if you're traveling the route, this is definitely a stop that you'll want to make. All right, we're gonna get back in the car and head to Oklahoma City. We have made our way down the road to Oklahoma City, and if you'll notice behind me, I happen to be in a place where there is a lot of military hardware. I'm seeing a lot of planes and helicopters and tanks and trucks and other military vehicles. Well, I am at a museum that I have had a lot of people recommend to me, And if you see this monument here behind me with the Thunderbird on it, well, you might know where I am. This is the 45th Infantry Division Museum. In World War II, the 45th Infantry was a hard fighting unit. They landed in Africa, fought through Sicily, Italy, southern France, went all the way into Germany, and ended up at Munich and the gates of Dachau. And again, I've had so many recommendations to come to this place, so I'm really excited to get in here and see what else we can learn about the Thunderbird Division. All right, we just got into the museum, and right now I'm in their Medal of Honor room. We're actually going to work our way back around to this room, but just at a quick glance, I can already tell that I'm really going to like this museum. Now, they cover the history of the 45th Infantry Division here. They also have some stuff about the 36th Infantry Division. 36th was organized in World War I and pulled from the Texas and Oklahoma National Guard units. So anyway, we're going to go back kind of like to the roots of these National Guard units and kind of work our way forward through the museum here. They have a series of displays with artifacts here in the museum that kind of traces back the early years of the 45th Infantry Division, or the Oklahoma National Guard, before it was the 45th. And also the 36th. So here it's talking about some of the early Oklahoma trails and forts. So Oklahoma was kind of a big crossroads. There were a lot of cattle trails that moved up through here. So there were a lot of forts that were formed. As you can see, this was Indian territory. So you can see the different tribes that occupied this area. With the tribes occupying this area, well, they had their own police and their own scouts. This is covering the area, or the era, from the 1830s to 1890. So here you can see this Indian sheriff's uniform right here. That badge says Indian Territory Police. And then here are some of the arms that they may have used. So there's a Remington Army revolver up here. Got a double barrel 12 gauge that's muzzle loading. Yeah, all this stuff is really cool. And oh man, I really like that knife. That is cool as heck. When you think of the Civil War, you would be excused for immediately having your mind go to places like Gettysburg or Vicksburg or Shiloh. What a lot of people may not know is that part of the Civil War was fought right out here in Oklahoma. Now, a lot of the Indian tribes out here sided with the Confederates, and here you can see where some of the different battles out here in Oklahoma were fought. I'm going to get back here at some point and do some videos on some of the battles that took place out here in Oklahoma. Honey Springs is one of them. But along with this, well, the last general to surrender in the Civil War was a man by the name of Stand Watie. He commanded a Cherokee mounted rifle regiment. And like I said, they fought for the Confederacy, and was the last Confederate general to surrender during the Civil War. Moving on from the Civil War era, we get into the era of the Indian Wars, where we're going to see a clash of cultures between the settlers who are moving to the west and the Native American tribes that are already here. And one group that is really going to have a prominent role in that, as far as with the U.S. military, are the Buffalo Soldiers. These are African American troops that got their nickname from the Native Americans, and here you can see some of the different armaments that were used. Right here we're looking at a model 1866 breech loader. Also here is the bayonet that goes with it, and then this is kind of an interesting little addition to this musket right here. Looks like a eagle claw or a hawk claw. Huh. Interesting. All right, and then moving on from the Indian Wars era, well, they start talking about the Spanish-American War. So you have Guard units from Oklahoma that participate in that action. All right, so here are a few of the pieces of gear. Got a Colt service revolver, model 1892, right there, along with the holster. And then a few medals. Yeah, all kinds of interesting stuff here. And then moving forward, again, well, prior to the U.S. getting involved in World War I, well, there was a military action on the border involving Pancho Villa. So Pancho Villa had crossed over into the U.S. and had killed a bunch of people in a New Mexico town, if I remember correctly. And at that point, the United States had enough and sent troops under the leadership of John J. Pershing to go down and capture or kill him. And some of the men from Oklahoma were involved in that action. Before I round the corner and get into World War I wanted to show this flag real quick because I really, really like it. Obviously, we were looking at a 48-star American flag, and this is kind of jumping up to the World War II era. This is a flag that was given to the 45th as a gift from members of the French Resistance, and the fabric is all sourced from American parachute material. So different supply parachutes would have different colors. We've seen like little girls' dresses made and stuff like that in prior episodes. But anyway, some members of the Resistance made a flag and gifted it to the U.S. There was also one made for the British and one for the Soviets. All right, we're going to go ahead and round the corner now. Here we are obviously looking at a scene depicting trench life in World War I. And right here they talk about the formation of the 36th Infantry Division. So the 45th didn't come into existence until after the war. They weren't organized until after the war. And if you look right here, here is the shoulder patch for the 36th. Again, 36 was formed from National Guard units out of Oklahoma and Texas. And then they have just a few artifacts here that is associated with the 36th. So here's this yard-long photo, which actually that might be a little bit longer than a yard, but that's what they're called. Let's see. This may be, let me take a look. This is at Camp Bowie in Fort Worth, Texas, September of 1917. And then here you can just see a few other artifacts that are associated with the 36th. All right, now we're moving to the section of the museum that starts talking about the 45th Infantry Division. You can see this is the era from 1920 to 1940 that we are talking about. The 45th draws from the states of Colorado, Oklahoma, Arizona, and New Mexico, at least during this period. And something that's interesting about the 45th that I always like to point out is their original patch. If you look, you can see that felt patch there, and it has kind of an interesting design. They originally had a swastika as their division patch, which of course was a sign of good luck or good fortune. And then Hitler came along and ruined it all. And then they changed the patch to the Thunderbird that we now are more familiar with. Okay, so their nickname is the Thunderbird Division. And during World War II, when they get called up, they were activated, I think, September of 1940, if I remember right. Well, here we can see, oh yeah, here we go. Inducted 1940, Fort Sill, Oklahoma. And then we can kind of trace their route. They're going to be there really kind of from the beginning. They're going to see service in North Africa and also in Sicily with Operation Husky, and then Salerno, Anzio, which was a rough one. And then they're going to come up through southern France and going to fight into Germany and are going to end up in Munich. Okay, now we're getting into more of the World War II section of the museum. And during World War II, the 45th had a character who emerged from their ranks who would end up becoming quite well known and quite famous. Bill Mauldin, the cartoonist who illustrated the cartoons for Willie and Joe. And here at the museum, they have all kinds of original illustrations from Bill Mauldin. So Bill Mauldin was originally from New Mexico, and he ended up joining with the 45th Infantry Division at Fort Sill when he was 18 years old. And the 45th had this camp newspaper, and Bill Mauldin started making these little cartoons and illustrations that would be contributed to the paper. And then when they went overseas, well, the Stars and Stripes started picking up his works. And he had these two characters named Willie and Joe, who were always, shown to be, a little bit rough around the edges. Their uniforms were never quite fitting properly, and they were always a little bit scruffy, and they kind of represented and gave voice to the common soldier. So here you see Willie and Joe on the outside of this tank, and the guy on the inside is saying, "You gents relax, we got 6 inches of armor." Okay, so he's protected, but they're not. And they're always showing him, like in a foxhole and wet and miserable and things like that. And there are all kinds of these cartoons. Here's one that is kind of taking a jab. I'm guessing this is probably in Italy. It says, "Welcome to our liberators," and then shows a Jeep completely stripped down. And then here's one, these are enlisted men, and he was always kind of taking some jabs at the officers. Here it says he's already getting drunk with power. So here's a guy who's obviously just achieved a little bit of advancement in rank. But Patton did not like Bill Mauldin at all, and he didn't like Bill Mauldin's cartoons because Patton liked things to be, real sharp and professional, and Willie and Joe were everything but professional. But like I said, really kind of gave a voice to the common soldier. This is incredible that they have all these original drawings here. Here in the museum, they also have guns. This section of the museum is also called JD's wish list. So here I'm seeing, an MP40, MP44. Yeah, so pretty wide variety of rifles and pistols and whatnot that they have here. So here looks like, we've got a grease gun, have a few Thompsons, and this. I actually don't know what this is. An H&R Rising 45 caliber submachine gun. Most were issued to the U.S. Marine Corps and exported to Allied users. Huh. I'm going to go ahead and admit that's a new one on me. I don't think I've ever seen one of those. That's cool. All right, got a few more U.S. service weapons up here that you're probably a little bit more familiar with, like the Springfield 03A3. Here's one that is a sniper variant. And then, of course, there is everyone's favorite, the beloved M1 Garand. Now, they have another rifle here that is really interesting to me. And again, it's one that I'm a little bit more unfamiliar with. This is an M1941 Johnson semi-automatic rifle. It holds a 30 caliber round, or shoots a 30 caliber round, and Some of the paramarines got a hold of these, but it wasn't widely circulated. So the manufacturer of this, or the guy who designed it, didn't care for the design of the M1 Garand and thought that the ammunition was going to cause problems. So he designed this rifle right here. And again, this is going to force me to do a little bit of research to learn a little bit more. They ended up exporting some of these to different allied countries, and I was just talking with a gentleman here, and one of the countries that got some of these rifles was China during their Civil War, and he was telling me about a soldier in the Korean War who found some Chinese soldiers who had been killed that had these rifles on them. Yeah, learning all kinds of new things. As we've mentioned already, the 45th is going to come up through Italy, and then they are going to land in southern France and push up through there, and are going to enter Germany. And kind of where they are going to end up towards the end of the war is Munich. And we've talked about some things with Munich before, and the 45th Infantry Division, both on History Traveler and American Artifact. And once these guys got into Munich, which is where it's kind of like the cradle of National Socialism, and also where Hitler had an apartment, well, here you can see this 45th Infantry Division guy laying on Hitler's couch and reading a copy of Mein Kampf. This is Arthur Peters, who was a sergeant in the 45th Infantry Division. This appeared in Life magazine. But anyway, Americans loved souvenirs, and they went home with a whole lot of stuff. So, for example, here is a copy of Mein Kampf that was taken from Hitler's apartment. We have some towels and linens that came out of the apartment. This is, let's see, I got to read the tag here. This Oriental jewelry box was presented as a gift to Hitler. The translation of the German inscription atop the box reads, "Thank you for the memories of 14th of September 1930 to our friend and Fuhrer HB and EB." Huh. Okay. And then here we have some glassware, coasters. Again, these are, we've seen similar things on different episodes of American Artifact, some of Hitler's tea service set. Oh, wow. Here's a little statue of von Hindenburg. Huh. That's really interesting. Wow. There are some really, really cool souvenirs that they have here. Now, again, in past episodes, we've talked a lot about the Obersalzberg and the Berghof. As a matter of fact, we've visited those sites and have been to the Eagle's Nest. And here they have some items that soldiers brought back after the war. And this is something that I've said a lot, that the fact that these things are here and are not in Germany, that is a symbol that the good guys won and the bad guys lost. So this is a symbol of Allied victory when we see these items here in the United States. So here's some of Hitler's bed linens. Let's see, what else do we have here? This is an album about the Obersalzberg made by local Germans to sell to GIs. Okay, so that was probably during like the occupation period. And then this is interesting. It says, in this chest, Hitler kept copies of his book translated in foreign languages. Well, that's interesting. So the Berghof, this was like the second seat of power in the Third Reich, of course, with Berlin being the primary seat of power. But the Berghof is where Hitler liked to spend most of his time, and there were a lot of heads of state who would come and see him there and have meetings there. Right off the top of my head, I can think of a famous photo of Neville Chamberlain coming to the Berghof. So I guess he wanted to keep some foreign translations of Mein Kampf to give as gifts, and he kept them in this chest. That's interesting. And then they have all kinds of other items here that soldiers brought back: flags, daggers, uniforms, SS visor. And then here We see some different like cuff titles and different cutoffs, all things that we've seen in the American Artifact series before. But again, these are all symbols of Allied victory. While we're talking about souvenirs, here's another pretty interesting one. Now, at the end of the war, the Soviets were in control of Berlin, but Americans made their way up there and got into the Reichschancellery, and one of them was this guy right here, Horace Calvert from Oklahoma City. And you can see him there in front of the Reichschancellery, and he's standing next to this oval object. Well, that oval object was Hitler's mirror that was taken from the wall of his bedroom in the bunker in Berlin. And yeah, he lifted that as a souvenir for himself and brought it back to the United States. That is wild. Here are a few 45th Infantry Division uniforms on display here. And you've maybe heard me say before that I just really have a soft spot in my heart for signed souvenir flags. And here you can see this Nazi flag that has been signed by all these members of the 45th. And what's really interesting about this, and what I really like, is there's a story behind it too. So this was captured by Curtis Cactus Jack Garner, who was in Company B of the 180th Infantry Division. He was killed in March of 1944 at Anzio. So his platoon had led an attack that caused the surrender of a half-track, and this German flag was captured off of that half-track. So it's very rare that we have a story attached to the souvenir, at least when it comes to these flags. Yeah, that's really cool. Now, as the 45th was pushing into Munich, well, they were the ones who first moved into one of the most notorious concentration camps in the Third Reich, that of Dachau. So on the 29th of April, 1945, the 45th Infantry Division moves into this awful place, and they have a few artifacts in here that is connected with the Dachau concentration camp, one being this porcelain statue that was made in the porcelain works there in Dachau. And then over here, they have a Nazi banner that was removed from the administration building in Dachau by James Burke. That is incredible. There is an SS visor hat that came from there, also from James Burke. You can see a cutoff here, and then these objects that were used to beat and punish the inmates. Wow. Yeah, those are really some dark but moving artifacts. I mentioned the signed flags earlier and how I just really like signed flags. Well, here is a Nazi banner, and you can see that it was taken by a First Lieutenant William Sinan, Munich, Germany. So this is the end of the war. He was in the 160th Field Artillery Battalion. And then there you can see all of the names of the men in his unit. And then there's kind of like a little combat chronicle on here. So it tells the places where he was and the dates that he was there. So there's Nuremberg and Dachau, April of 45. Sicily, June of 43. All right, so he's got all of these things. 511 combat days, and look at this. 1,005,406 rounds fired by division artillery. And then 260,764 rounds fired by the 160th Field Artillery Battalion. I love that he included this information on here. And then also they have a few other little souvenir items here, one of which is a flare parachute that has a bunch of signatures on it. And one that I really thought was interesting, well, here you can see this shell casing. This 105 millimeter shell case was from the first round fired by the 45th Division to impact German soil in World War II, and was fired by the 160th Field Artillery. Yeah, interesting items there. All right, we're going to wrap things up where we started, here in the room that honors the Medal of Honor recipients from the 45th Infantry Division. And here in this room, well, they talk about some of these heroic individuals who were awarded the Medal of Honor for their actions. In some cases, they have some of their other medals on display here. So this one is for a William Johnston, who was awarded the Medal of Honor for actions on the 17th of February, 1944. And something that I really like that they've done is they have these little dioramas down below each one that kind of depicts the scene of what happened during the action that resulted in them being awarded the Medal of Honor. So you can go on down the line here and see all of these different men and read about what they've done. And then they have a few displays here. This is for an individual by the name of Jack Montgomery. So you can look him up and read about his action that led to him being awarded the Medal of Honor. The one that we'll focus on a little bit more of is right over here. This wall here honors Jack Treadwell, who was the most highly decorated member of the 45th Infantry Division. And here you can see some of his awards, including the Medal of Honor. I also see a Silver Star, Legion of Merit, okay, all of these different things that kind of point to his accomplishments. And for his Medal of Honor, it says that there was a gun battle near the Siegfried Line, and after 8 of his men had been struck down, he decided to take it upon himself to charge against the German line himself and clear a way. Ended up leading his men. They captured 6 German bunkers, pushed a wedge into the Siegfried Line, and anyway, he was later awarded the Medal of Honor by Harry S. Truman. We are wrapping up our time here in the museum because they are getting close to closing and they're going to kick me out. But they move from World War II into the Korean War and talk about the role of the 45th in that conflict. All right, so here we see a couple of Russian-made machine guns. Here's a Chinese bugle. So they kind of walk through the years of the Korean War, starting in 1950, and show some artifacts and have some different things that are connected to the 45th Infantry Division and their role in that conflict. Yeah, this place is really something else. Well, dang. That place was really good. That definitely lived up to the hype. Like I said earlier, I've had a lot of people tell me about this museum and encourage me to visit this place. And as with most places that I go, I didn't even show a fraction of what was in there. There were a ton of guns and other historic pieces. Definitely worth a stop if you were traveling on Route 66. But anyway, we are, I think, going to stay here in Oklahoma City tonight. Maybe hit another museum here tomorrow, and then we are going to be getting back on the road. Right now, I am in Oklahoma City, and when you are traveling Route 66, Oklahoma City is one of the large cities in between Chicago and Santa Monica, California. When you come to Oklahoma, you're kind of in the center of the old cowboy culture, or cattleman's culture. Oklahoma was a state that the cattlemen who were driving cattle from Texas up to places like Abilene, Kansas, and Sedalia, Missouri, well, they would pass through Oklahoma. And a lot of that tradition that started in the 1800s still exists here today. Right now, I am standing by the Oklahoma National Stockyards, which is the largest stocker and feeder stockyard or stocker market in the world. And it's really kind of an impressive looking operation, even though there's not a whole lot that's going on here today. So anyway, today we're going to take a look at some of the history associated with the cowboy culture and the cattle ranchers here in Oklahoma. All right, well, just ran into an old boy that works here, and he told me that I could come up here on this catwalk and get a little bit better view of the stockyards. By the way, there's my wife and daughter back there in the distance. Picked them up yesterday at the airport, and they're going to be finishing out the route with me. But this is really cool to me. I grew up on a cattle farm, raising cattle with my grandpa, and actually worked at a stockyard when I was younger. Nothing this big or on this scale. So this is really cool. A lot of people, think that their beef comes from the supermarket, and they don't think about the process of how they get their meat, from the store to their table. But anyway, this is all part of the process right here. A couple times a week. There's not much going on today, but a couple times a week there'll be a big sale here, and this will be completely filled with cattle that are provided by farmers and ranchers to help feed America. Now, one of the things that I said at the beginning of this trip is that we're only eating at local diners and restaurants, and there is an old restaurant here that I've heard is really, really good that we're going to go check out this morning. So I don't think I mentioned it, but this place is known as Stockyard City. And, early 1900s, you can imagine all of the traffic that was coming through here with ranchers and cattlemen and cattle haulers. Well, those guys are going to be hungry. So in 1910, this place opened up, the Cattleman's Cafe, to kind of feed the hunger of the people who were passing through here. So it's still in operation today, and as I mentioned, comes highly recommended. There have been a lot of famous people who have ate here. John Wayne, George H.W. Bush. There are several other celebrities. Toby Keith. There are several celebrities who have stopped here to get a bite to eat. So anyway, we're going to go in and get ourselves a little bit of breakfast. All right, we just got into the restaurant here, and it's kind of dark in here, but I'm going to do the best that I can. There was one story that I read about this place that I found really fascinating. In 1945, Cattleman's was owned by a guy named Hank Frey, who was a bit of a gambler. And one night he was gambling and was kind of running out of luck, and was in a dice game with a guy named Gene Wade. So Frey put up the Cattleman's restaurant, or the Cattleman's Cafe, as pot if Wade could roll what was called a hard 6. That was 2 3s. So Wade put up his life savings, and with one roll of the dice, Gene Wade actually rolled 2 3s and then became the owner of this establishment. So here in this room, well, you can see where there's this brand with double 3s. That's a pretty crazy story. All right, we're getting ready to throw down on some breakfast here. We got some biscuits and gravy, got some hash browns, potatoes, eggs. Also got some bacon and sausage, and they also have a selection of fruit. This is just my own personal opinion, but I think that fruit for breakfast is a waste of time, especially when you've got the option to get bacon and sausage. All right, so here's our plate from the buffet. We got ourselves some biscuits and gravy, got ourselves a nice pile of bacon, some hash browns, and some sausage. So I'm going to shut this off. We're going to get a little bit of bite to eat, and then we're going to get on down the road. All right, well, that place there was really good. That was a good way to start off the day. As a matter of fact, I'm sneaking out with a handful of bacon to chew on while I'm on the road today. Today we're going to be traveling Route 66 from Oklahoma City, hopefully all the way to Amarillo, Texas. And we are going to be starting off here in Oklahoma City at another museum that has come highly recommended. So with us going through cattle country and starting off at the Oklahoma National Stockyards this morning, I thought that it might be appropriate for us to visit the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum here in Oklahoma City. Now, before we even go in, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, this place looks to be massive. And I don't think that we are going to be able to see everything in here today and still make it to our destination in time this evening. So I'm going to pick out just a few things in this museum to focus on, and then if you want to see more, well, you can come here yourself. All right, we're going to go ahead and get on inside. When you come into the museum here, the first thing that greets you is a plaster version of this striking sculpture called The End of the Trail. This was sculpted by a man named James Earl Frazier, who as a boy lived near an Indian reservation in the Dakota Territory and was deeply moved by what he saw with the Native Americans towards the end of the 1800s. So he sculpted this piece, and it was originally created for the 1915 Pan-Pacific International Exposition in San Francisco, and the museum happened to acquire the plaster version of it to preserve it. But again, it's a really moving sculpture that depicts this Native American slumped over on his horse, kind of symbolizing, something that's been lost with this culture, but at the same time still moving forward. All right, we're going to go ahead and start making our way through the museum, starting here with something called Find Your West. If you've ever traveled out west, like to Arizona or Utah or Colorado or Wyoming or any of those places, the scenery looks like a work of art. So when you first come into the main part of the museum here, well, the first thing that you are going to see is art that was inspired by the scenery of the West and the history of the West. Now, there is a lot of art here in this gallery that we could look at. I'm just going to point out a few of the paintings and sculptures that stand out to me, like this one right here. It's called The Waning Moon. This is an oil on canvas piece that was done by Frank Rio. It shows 3 Texas Longhorns looking out over the plain. And, of course, we're going to be talking about, the cowboy culture a lot. So here is a painting that is called The Last of the Old Mossy Horns. Okay, so it shows these cowboys that are rounding up and roping this kind of a renegade steer in one of the canyons. But yeah, you look at these pieces and all of them are giving a little bit of a depiction and telling a little bit of a story of the West. One thing that art can do is give us a glimpse into different cultures. So here is a piece called Green Corn Ceremony by Joseph Henry Sharp. And he posed his favorite Taos Pueblo Indian models, one named Hunting Sun, who is there in the middle, and then also at the right, Cruchita. And what they are doing here is they are playing hand drums while the figure on the right is husking corn. So this was part of a Thanksgiving ceremony at the beginning of the first corn harvest. Now, you can't really talk about art and the West without talking about Frederick Remington, who was an artist and sculptor whose work is probably most associated with the American West. So here's a painting of his called The Hunter's Supper. And to me, it's really his sculptures that stand out the most. So here's one that is just incredibly impressive called The Mountain Man. And here you can see this mountain man that is descending down this steep mountainside here on his horse. Here's another one here that's fairly well known called The Outlaw. And what's really amazing about this one is Remington is really kind of pushing the limits right here by balancing all of this, or this whole sculpture on just a few hooves. Here's another well-known one over here called The Bronco Buster. But yeah, Remington's works are just absolutely beautiful and inspiring. Moving from this section of the art gallery, we move into the Native American gallery, and there are some historic pieces of Native American art in here, and there are also some more interesting modern pieces. Right, now here's what I'm talking about as far as newer pieces and newer art being inspired by older cultures. What we were looking at is a pair of moccasins from around the 1860s. This was from the Shoshone tribe. And then if we move over here, well, we can see some more modern moccasins that have, of course, been inspired by the old style. Here's another example of what I'm talking about with some older artifacts and some newer things that have been inspired by the culture. So what we're looking at here is a split horn headdress that was made around the turn of the century, around 1900. It's from the Northern Plains Blackfeet tribe. And here is another more modern headdress that you can see has the inspiration from the Native American culture placed on Darth Vader's helmet. That's pretty cool. I will never cease to be amazed by Native American weapons. Here we are looking at a Cherokee bow, and if you look carefully, well, apparently this was also a teaching tool. It has the Cherokee alphabet on there. Here is a tomahawk pipe from the Lakota tribe, probably from about the 1870s. And then above it is a skullcracker war club from around the 1880s. And that definitely looks like something that you could crack a skull with. And then another piece that I found fascinating was this one right here in the back. This is a bone hammer, also from the Lakota tribe. One of my favorite memories as a kid is with my brother and I sitting around with my grandpa and watching these old Western TV shows and old Western movies and John Wayne movies and things like that. Well, we've now moved into the Western Performers Gallery here in the museum that highlights different artifacts and artists in the movie genre as it pertains to the West. So here in the Western Performers Gallery, they have, I guess you could call it the equivalent to a Hollywood Walk of Fame with different figures from these old Westerns, one of them being Jimmy Stewart. He's a very famous actor, also a B-17 pilot in World War II. If we circle around here, well, here's a star for probably one of the most famous Hollywood cowboys of all time, Roy Rogers. And they also have all of these cool Hollywood artifacts from these old Westerns. So, for example, if you ever watched the old show Bonanza, well, here is the gun belt and Colt revolver that Michael Landon had in the show. Of course, Michael Landon would later go on to star in Little House on the Prairie. It's one I remember watching a lot when I was a kid. Let's see, we'll just scan a few more here. Another very famous TV Western was Gunsmoke. As a matter of fact, it was the longest running TV Western series in Hollywood history, and they have all kinds of cool artifacts from the set of Gunsmoke. Like here's a doctor's sign. Here's a saddle that was used in the show by Ken Curtis. Okay, you can kind of see a layout of Dodge City there. There's the old take board, and then they have a few scripts. Yeah, this is really cool. Yeah, so if you were ever a fan of the show Gunsmoke, they got a few artifacts here for you to take a look at. A couple days ago, we were talking about Will Rogers at the Will Rogers Museum, and they have some Will Rogers items here at this museum. So here is his hat, also one of his saddles. Says that he purchased the saddle from G.S. Garcia at the famous saddle and spur maker's booth at the St. Louis World's Fair in 1904. Oh, cool. So that's a World's Fair artifact as well. And then, of course, Will Rogers was known for his roping abilities. So here's one of his ropes. And then also the branding iron that was used at his ranch. Can we even talk about the Hollywood Western without talking about John Wayne? John Wayne, I would say without a doubt, is the most famous Hollywood actor in the Western genre who ever lived. And they have all kinds of little sculptures and Hollywood artifacts that is connected to John Wayne, who is one of my favorite actors of all time. He was one of my grandpa's favorites. So, in the afternoons, we'd always watch John Wayne movies and everything. And here are a few artifacts. Oh, dude. So here we are looking at the shirt, vest, and trousers on the left there that was worn by John Wayne in True Grit. That's my favorite John Wayne movie of all time. Let's see, that canvas jacket is also from True Grit. And then these spurs are also from the set of True Grit. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Here is a Winchester repeating rifle that was used in the 1939 film Stagecoach. So that was one of his early movies. And Got a revolver and gun belt. Doesn't say where that was used or what movie that was used in. And oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this. There's the hat and eye patch that was used on the set of Rooster Cogburn. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. So stinking cool. And then behind us, well, these are some of the personal firearms that belonged to John Wayne. So a lot of these are things that were gifted to him and then were donated to the museum by the John Wayne family. Oh my gosh, this is incredible. And then of course, here is John Wayne's star. Okay, now we are moving into the gallery of the American cowboy. And I think when people think of the American West, well, the icon that they first think of is the cowboy and the cattleman. And I think that's probably true abroad as well. When people from countries outside of the United States think of America, well, they're fascinated by this era that developed in the late 1800s. And the cowboy culture really came to being as a result of a demand for beef after the Civil War. So these guys would go down to Texas and would round up cattle and then drive them north to the rail lines to be shipped to the major packing plants. And they lived a pretty rough and in some cases pretty wild lifestyle. And they have all kinds of things here at the museum that are associated with the cowboys. If we want to talk about the origins of the cowboy, we have to talk about where they got their major influence, which was from the vaqueros. The first cowboys in the Americas were actually enslaved native Mexican men, enslaved people from West Africa or mixed race men who herded cattle in what was called New Spain. And one of the ways that the Spanish, with their caste system, distinguished the vaqueros from, the free Spanish was they were forced to wear leather so that they could be visibly recognized as being from a different caste. So that leather, fashion, is going to be passed down through the generations. Another thing is they weren't allowed to wear shoes. So they had to either ride barefoot or they would have, if you look here, they would ride with these sandals that had spurs attached to them. So a lot of the language and a lot of the fashion that we see in the American cowboy culture, well, first came from these Mexican vaqueros. Very, very interesting. Moving now into the cowboy era in the American West. And here I like what they've done. They have all of these different old examples of cowboy boots from the 1800s. So the cowboy boot was actually something that was inspired from the German heritage. It was kind of a European riding boot that these were drawn from. And even though people look at cowboy boots as kind of like a fashion thing now, really it was more function during this period of time. So there'd be like some decorative stitching that would be done along the boot. Here you can see some examples of that. Well, that's to keep it from sagging, onto the lower part of the boot, keeping the upper from sagging down. The high heel was designed to keep the boot from slipping through the stirrup, which is kind of a safety thing. And then, there were all kinds of different things that you might not think about that lended themselves to the function of these boots. And then if we go around here, speaking of function, Well, here are some different examples of cowboy hats from that era. Now, again, it became kind of a fashion thing in, the more modern times, but it was originally for function. If you're working the plains and driving cattle and things like that, you're going to be out in the elements and out in the sun, and this is designed to kind of protect you from the elements. As we move along looking at different gear that the cowboys would have used, well, moving here and you can see that there are all kinds of different examples of ropes and reins. Wow, those actually are quite decorative. Those are from the mid 20th century. Here we get into something called a hackamore. This is like a traditional Spanish bridle that is used without a bit. And then if we move back out here into this area, well, they have about any and every kind of saddle that you could possibly imagine in here. Moving into this gallery here, they have a variety of branding irons for us to look at. So in the era of open range prior to barbed wire, where there were private ranches and stuff, well, there were free range cattle, and in order to keep your cattle from being mixed up from other people's cattle, well, you would get your own brand. So in the modern sense, if people talk about their own brand, or they talk about branding, well, here is the origin of that term. So here is a duck that was for the DK Lord Ranch. So those would be branded onto the cattle to show that they belonged to DK Lord. Here's one for the U.S. government, and you see all of these different varieties of old branding irons from the Old West. Moving on, we get into a gallery that starts talking about the American rodeo. Now, this is a sport that is uniquely American and that has its origins in the cowboy culture. So you can imagine these guys on ranches and things like that. They start having competitions with each other, and whether it's roping or riding or bronco busting or different things like that. Well, then the sport of rodeo emerged out of that. So here in this gallery, they talk about some of the different sports and some of the more famous individuals in rodeo history. All right, so here, this is, let me get around here real quick, showing saddle bronc. Okay, so this is with a bucking horse, and it's where you are riding a saddle. And then there's also bareback riding, which is, of course, as the name implies, is without a saddle. And then there's steer wrestling and calf roping, which I've never done, but I would think would be incredibly difficult. I've tried roping before, and I'm just terrible at it. I haven't dedicated enough of my time to it. Probably the one that is the most dangerous and that is maybe the most popular to watch would be bull riding. So here they show, this bull in the chute getting ready to terrorize some poor rider. I actually did some bull riding in my younger days, broke a few bones as a result, but yeah, definitely a great sport that, as I mentioned earlier, is uniquely American. Moving from the rodeo gallery, we get into a section that is of particular interest to me personally, and that's hunting in the American West. So, of course, hunting primarily was a means of survival to the Plains Indians and to the settlers who were coming out west. And then as the 1800s progressed, well, you started having these market hunters coming out. And market hunters would hunt deer and turkey and all kinds of things. But the primary game that they were looking for was the bison. And these poor animals just got completely slaughtered, really for the price of their hides. Later on, once the carcasses had rotted, these market hunters would come back out and they would harvest the bones and use them to grind up to put in lime. But here we see some buffalo hunting rifles. So I'm seeing a Spencer repeating rifle. That top one, I believe, is a Springfield. Probably the most popular was the Sharps. And then here are some skinning tools that were used to remove the hide from the animal. And then over here, well, they have this diorama that is showing a couple of these bison hunters. And the thing with the bison is they're a large animal, so they're not really threatened by a whole lot. So a person could sit and just shoot these things all day long, and they, would pretty much just stand there. A average bison hunter single-handedly could kill about 75 to 100 per day, and like I said, we almost lost this animal. And as we're walking through here, we'll just look at a few more of these mounts. Oh man, I love these things. Got some elk and some mule deer up here. The ones who were primarily responsible for saving a lot of these animals were hunters, conservationists. Now I know that sounds weird to some people that hunters would be so interested in saving the game, but it was men, if you go over here, like Teddy Roosevelt, who was a very well-known outdoorsman and hunter. It was people like him who helped start the Boone and Crockett Club that were very interested in preserving these animals, or rather conserving the resources. So trophy hunting kind of gets a bad rap, but there's a lot of money that goes into it, and then that money ends up going to save habitat and to save animals. So it's really, even though it seems paradoxical, it's hunters that really care about game and actually put their money where their mouth is. As we've mentioned a little bit already, here in the museum, they talk about the Native American cultures of the West. So here are just a few artifacts. Unfortunately, as I said, we're short on time today, so I can't really go too in-depth. But that's not a bad thing. This is encouraging me to want to come back and learn more. So here you see, again, different moccasins and coats and different knives and knife sheaths. One thing that really stood out to me was this historic piece right here. This is a frame saddle from the Lakota tribe that kind of had some inspiration from the Spanish, and then the Lakota culture kind of put their own spin on it. But yeah, there's a lot here that has to do with the Plains Indians as well. Okay, we've moved outside now, and there's an area out here where they've recreated different Native American dwellings. It's really a good area for kids, honestly. So this is a great museum to take your kids and have them learn about the West. I did not give myself near enough time, and unfortunately we got to get back on the road and start heading towards Amarillo. But this museum is absolutely incredible, and when you come here, I would definitely plan at least half a day. But as for now, we're going to go ahead and get back on the road.
Heartache until I saw
All right, we are approaching the Texas-Oklahoma border, and unfortunately, as with everything else on this trip, we've had to pass by some really cool sites and attractions that we may have to come back to at a later time. But this is kind of the last little attraction before you leave Oklahoma and get into Texas. Little one-room jail cell. I don't really know much about the history on it other than that it looks kind of cool. I just went inside and there's not really anything in there. And then here on the outside, well, here's something with people who I guess graduated from here in 1938. But yeah, there you go. A little spot for the drunks and the rebel-rousers and other ne'er-do-wells here in this area. All right, next stop, Texas. We've made our way into McLean, Texas, and it is hotter than a firecracker right now. It is 105 degrees. That's in Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. For those of you who are in countries that use Celsius, just go turn on your oven like you're going to bake a turkey and then stick your head in there for a while. That's what it feels like right now. And we've come upon this little Phillips 66 gas station. And one of the things that I've been thinking as we've been driving through here and it's been so hot, I've been thinking about the Dust Bowl era. So the part of Oklahoma that we drove through and also the panhandle of Texas during the Great Depression, in addition to the economic crisis that the U.S. was facing, there was an ecological crisis where there had been over-farming in this area, and then there was a major drought, and it basically just turned this whole area into dust. And Route 66 became kind of the main artery that people from Oklahoma used to get out of the country because they had nothing left or they'd lost their farms, and to make their way out to California. And some of them most likely stopped at this filling station right here to fill up their vehicles as they were continuing west. I'll tell you what, I have really been enjoying the stops at these old filling stations as we have been traveling down the route. Again, it's just kind of a nice little throwback nostalgia feel. Now, this little cottage looking thing here, this was the first Phillips 66 station in Texas. It was built in 1927. So again, during the Great Depression, this would have been a filling station that would have served travelers along the route. It was renovated in 1992 and is now maintained by the Texas Route 66 Association and has become a popular stop for people, who are traveling through here to, travel the road. They'll stop and take a photo of this place. As a matter of fact, I just had to get out of the way of somebody who stopped in the road to take a picture. And then they've got this old Phillips 66 truck here as well. And apparently McLean has some gang violence in the area. Either that or they've got some rednecks. I don't know. Probably the latter. I'm kind of familiar with that myself, being where I'm from. But anyway, yeah, here's a cool little stop here along the way. We just rolled into Amarillo. We're going to be staying here this evening, and the plan is to eat here at the Big Texan, which is probably one of the most famous restaurants along Route 66. This is the home of the 72-ounce steak challenge. I'll explain that when we get inside. But anyway, this is where we're going to be stopping for dinner tonight. Okay, we just got in here and it is really loud. Now let me explain to you how this whole restaurant works and this world famous free 72-ounce steak. So there is a big food challenge here, and the way that you get this steak for free is by eating the whole thing within an hour. That doesn't even look like a steak though, that looks like a dead-gum roast. Now you have to not only eat the steak, but you also have to eat a baked potato, the roll, these jumbo shrimp, and also the salad, all within an hour. And the record time for eating this whole massive thing of food is 4 minutes and 18 seconds, which I can't even imagine. So I don't think that we will be doing the 72-ounce steak challenge today, because mainly the salad would be a limiting factor for me. There's no way I could choke that down even in 24 hours, much less an hour. But anyway, yeah, that's the old 72-ounce steak. So we're gonna wait here for a little bit and then head on in. All right, we stepped back into the gift shop for a little bit while we are waiting to be seated. And back here in the gift shop, they have this big old rattlesnake just hanging out. And that is a big one. Dadgum. That's a heck of a pet to have here in your fish tank at the Big Texan. Okay, we just got to sit down here, and it's pretty loud because there are a ton of people here. But we just got our menus, and I'll show a few things that they have as far as options here, besides the big 72-ounce steak. All right, so here's what we got for appetizers. They got fried mushrooms, baby back ribs as an appetizer, and also mountain oysters. It's kind of something a little different. I think here's the big 72-ounce here. I'm not getting that. I think I'm going to go with a 16-ounce ribeye. Do you know what you're getting?
Maybe the chicken fried steak. I don't know.
Chicken fried steak, huh? All right. All right, I forgot to mention the drink choice this evening. Of course, we're going with the sweet tea. That's what I always go with when it's an option. And on this cup, they tell a little bit of the history behind the Big Texan and the 72-ounce steak challenge. So this restaurant started on Route 60 in 1960 by a guy named RJ, whose nickname was Bob Lee. And he noticed that the cowboys who came in there would have competitions with each other over who could eat the most food and who could eat it the fastest. So that became the birth of the 72-ounce steak challenge. He said anybody who can eat this thing in an hour can have it for free. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, our appetizer of Rocky Mountain oysters just came out. All right, hey, you want to sample one? Let us know how it is. Oh. Really? By the way, do you know what Rocky Mountain oysters are? Calf testicles. Yes, I'm serious. I probably just lost my nomination for Father of the Year, but that was hilarious. All right, well, the ribeye just came out. Got a side of mashed potatoes and gravy, and also the macaroni and cheese here. So we're gonna cut into this and see what we've got. All right, here we go. Of course, got it cooked medium rare, as any good steak should be cooked. That is a good steak. All right, well, we just finished up here. I feel like I am going to explode right now, but definitely glad that we came here this evening. That's more than a meal, it's actually an experience. So definitely one of the must-see things here on Route 66. All right, we're gonna go check into our motel and get settled in for the night and hit it again tomorrow. This morning we are continuing our trip down Route 66 from Chicago to Santa Monica, California. And along this route there's a lot of history, as we've already seen in this series. There's also a lot of interesting things, like pieces of folk art. And in the 1970s there were three guys with an art group called the Ant Farm who decided that, you know what this route needs? A bunch of Cadillacs upended with their nose in the dirt in a field here in Texas. So this right here is the Cadillac Ranch. Well, as you can see, this might be one of the most popular stops along Route 66. It's about 8 o'clock in the morning and there are already a ton of people here. And as you can see, the Cadillac Ranch has evolved into a place where people can kind of leave their mark by spray painting the cars. Now, the three guys who originally set up this piece of folk art, a couple of them were architects, one of them was an art student, and they decided to get these old junker Cadillacs and kind of put them in the ground, nose down, showing the evolution of the tail fins. And it's said that they are at the same angle as the pyramids of Giza. So this is how far we've come. We've come from the pyramids to cars being buried nose down and spray painted. Now, the Cadillac Ranch shows up a lot in pop culture. There was a Bruce Springsteen song in, I think it was his 1980 album called Cadillac Ranch. It's appeared in different music videos. I think there was one in like a James Brown music video and maybe Cage the Elephant. And then in the movie Cars, well, there's a scene where they have the Cadillac Range that shows mountains in the formation of the cars here at Cadillac Ranch. But yeah, very popular spot. All right, well, there you go. That was the iconic Cadillac Ranch right here outside of Amarillo, Texas. We're going to go ahead and get on the road. Kind of cool to start off our day here at this landmark spot along Route 66. And got a lot that we're going to be seeing today, hopefully. We're going to try and make it to Albuquerque, New Mexico. So we got a pretty good haul ahead of us, but yeah, definitely a lot to see. Okay, so we've just been kind of bebopping along here on Route 66, and no sign, no warning, nothing looks like the road just comes to an end. So it's a good thing I was paying attention. Well, obviously they've got that, so you're going to see it. But here's the deal. They were at least nice enough to give us an on-ramp to get onto the interstate. This is going to be one of the sections where we veer off of Route 66. Okay, so we're going to try and not die. All right, well, that was different. We have made our way down to Adrian, Texas. And when you get to Adrian, Texas, well, you have found yourself at the midpoint of Route 66. So it's 1,139 miles to Chicago, 1,139 miles to Los Angeles. And there are some pretty interesting things here in Adrian that not only trace back to the historic route, but also to some modern things in pop culture. Now here in Adrian, one of the places that you can go visit is the Midpoint Cafe. This was built in the late 40s, early 50s, and was just a one-room cafe. The building was leased to a woman by the name of Zella Krim. She was a waitress from Oklahoma who wanted to start her own business. So this was originally called Zella's Cafe, and was right here on Route 66. And then it went through some changes in ownership and eventually became the Midpoint Cafe, obviously because we are midpoint along the route. Something else that's kind of cool is that the people from Pixar spent some time at this cafe and then used it as the inspiration for Flo's V8 Cafe in Radiator Springs. All right, so like I mentioned, we're here in Adrian, and one of the things that's fascinating to me and a lot of Americans is that a lot of Europeans come over here and travel Route 66 and happen to run into a couple from Germany. This is Josef and Verena, and they are from Germany. Okay, so yeah, I was wondering, could you tell me what is the reason that you decided to come over here and travel Route 66?
Our dream, it's away from 10 years ago. We say one day we rode the Route 66, but we are very busy because we are self-employed in Germany, and so we say next year, and this year I become 60. Last year Josef became 65, and so we say now we do it. And it's so great to see the old history of the Route 66. We was in the museum Route 66, and it was so important for us to see how busy the people was when they built the Route 66, and how bad what is they closed the Route 66. And so we drive this road, and we are so happy to do this. And maybe you see the channel and maybe you say, I do it, so do it.
So what has been your favorite part of traveling the route?
This is hard to say the favorite part. It's all the different parts, and the Route 66 had 8 different countries for us. I don't can say this was the important things, but the most things that us make us really happy was the museum Route 66.
Okay, awesome.
Clinton.
Yeah. All right, well, hey, so glad that you're enjoying your trip, and hope you enjoy the rest of it.
Sorry about our English, but we are really, really excited.
No,
to be
your
here.
English is great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
meet you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Here in Adrian, they have another unique attraction. This is the Bent Door Cafe. And the origins of this place is that there was a guy named Robert Harris, and after he returned from the military in World War II, he went into wheat farming, and in 1947 had a really good year and used the profits to buy this small structure and turn it into a very unique attraction here on Route 66. Now, in order to make it kind of unique, there was this Air Force base close by called Dalhart Air Force Base, and they started selling surplus military things after being decommissioned in 1948. So Harris bought the air control tower and incorporated it into this section of the building. So you can kind of see the weird shape, and it had the slanted windows in there. And being an imaginative guy, he thought, well, this side needs a door. So he created this bent door where you could enter from this side of the building. Really, really cool. It appears to obviously not have anything going on right now, but hopefully it's going to be fixed up in the future and be a place where people can stop. But yeah, there's the Bent Door Cafe. Pretty cool. So since we are at the midpoint along Route 66, this might be a good time to kind of reflect on the trip so far. I have to tell you, I am having more fun right now than I've had in a long time. This trip has been an absolute blast. Aside from the history, which obviously I love, man, the people that I've met along the way have been incredible. I met a guy at the Cadillac Ranch this morning. I was standing there doing some filming, and all of a sudden I heard somebody say, hey, it's the History Underground. So I talked to him for a little bit, talking to people, you know, in diners, people who have like these little attractions along the way, people who are traveling the route themselves. It's been really, really interesting, and kind of the unifying thing is that everybody is enthused and really into the history of Route 66, even from around the world, not just in the United States. So in addition to the couple that we just talked to from Germany, there have been two other families here just since I've been here. I think one of them was speaking Italian. There was another family that was speaking a language that I didn't know. So the experience has really, really been cool, above and beyond the history. And guess what? Nobody's talking about politics or anything like that. It's just everybody's talking about their common love of Route 66. So that going through here, you're kind of seeing the real America, not the America that you see on social media or the America that you see on cable news, but with real America with real people. All right. Speaking of America, we're going to go ahead and start in on the second half of Route 66 through America. We've now entered into New Mexico, and as you make your way along this part of Route 66, kind of into Oklahoma, through the panhandle of Texas, and now increasingly more into New Mexico, well, you start seeing what I guess you would consider skeletons of Route 66, these old towns and little stops along the way that completely died. So this is the historic area of Cedar Hill. This is the Cedar Hill gas station and grocery. I don't know which building is which. There are some other buildings on the other side of this. This came into existence around 1940, but when the interstate came through here, well, it bypassed this little grocery and this little gas station, and it just kind of died on the vine. So all around here, we're headed to Tucumcari, and then beyond that, you'll start seeing a lot of these, like I said, old skeletons and old ghost towns here along Route 66. So in a way, it's kind of sad. And there's some bird in there making a noise that just makes it more ominous. We were talking earlier about how when the interstate system came through here, it bypassed some of these towns and gas stations and motels, and they just kind of died on the vine. Well, the interstate didn't have to just completely bypass a place in order to kill it. In some cases, if there's no exit and no access to the town, that killed the town too. And that seems to be the case where I am right now, in this place that literally has turned into a ghost town and is nothing but ruins in what used to be the town of Cuervo, New Mexico. So as you can see, there's the interstate right in front of us, and you would think that this town could have maybe thrived even when the interstate moved through here, but like I said, there was no access or no exit to get here to this particular spot, and from the looks of the things, this town just absolutely withered. So here is the old church in Cuervo, and I don't know what this building once was. There might be some information on the internet that I'm just unaware of. If I had to make an assumption, being that it's right next to the church, maybe it was a parsonage. Yeah, I don't know. From here you can see more buildings in the distance, and all of them are just shells. In some cases they're complete wrecks and have fallen in. And this building right here, you have to wonder what it once was. Well, right here, this road frontage, maybe it was a little store, or I don't know, some kind of little shop here that served the travelers on Route 66. I'll tell you what, we're actually going to go take a quick look inside this thing. Try not to step on a rattlesnake in the process. And oh, yeah, it is not looking so hot on the inside there. Let's just step inside here real quick. Oh man, these boards are not doesn't seem to be structurally sound, so hopefully I don't fall through. Wow. Yeah, this is a little bit of a mess. I'm going through these buildings, I'm hoping I don't run into some meth head or something. Places like this always kind of make me wish that I was traveling with Mr. Smith and Mr. Wesson. But I'm going to be flying home out of California, and I don't think the airports and the state of California are very welcoming of Mr. Smith and Mr. Wesson. But yeah, here's the inside of this particular building. Alright, so this was designed to just be a short stop, so we're not going to explore all of these buildings. But walking through here, you have to wonder just what happened and when did it happen. Like whoever lived here in this house, where did they end up going? Did they go to Tucumcari? Did they go to Albuquerque? Did they go somewhere else? I don't know. Kind of interesting to think about these things. Alright, I think we are going to maybe try and find something to eat, and then we're going to make our way to our final destination in Albuquerque. Alright, we just rolled into Albuquerque. Got hit with a little bit of rain, which is not a bad thing, kind of cooled things off a little bit. and haven't really ate much all day. So if you have a 66 diner, I think you're pretty much required to stop and eat. All right, well, this place is cool as heck. This is an old gas station and garage that got converted into a diner, and they have all kinds of like Phillips 66 things in here. But here's what's cool: every place has its thing. The thing for this place is Pez dispensers. There are little Pez dispensers everywhere, even these giant Pez dispensers. So I guess if your horse likes Pez, well, they got something for your horse too, because it would take a giant piece of Pez to fit in that thing. Yeah, this is neat. All right, so food just came out. Got ourselves a burger and fries. Beautiful. We are now just outside of the city of Albuquerque in a place called the Piedras Marcadas Canyon. The Piedras Marcadas Canyon is part of a larger geological feature called the Rio Grande Rift, which runs from down in Mexico all the way up to Colorado. And for the descendants of the Pueblo people who ended up settling here, well, this was a major trade and migration route. For the Pueblo who settled down by the Rio Grande River, this became kind of like a place of worship, a place of deep spiritual significance. And when the Spanish came here in the mid-1600s, well, they called it Piedras Marcadas, because Piedras, my Spanish is terrible by the way, Piedras means rocks, Marcadas means marked, because what they found here was an extremely high concentration of petroglyphs. As you can see, where we are currently walking, we have all of these rocks and boulders that are composed of volcanic basalt. There are 3 inactive volcanoes nearby called the Three Sisters, which is one of the reasons why the Pueblo ended up settling here. And with basalt, there's this thin layer of oxidation called desert varnish that forms on the outside of them. Darkens in color because of precipitation, extreme temperatures, actions by microorganisms that cause the metals and minerals in there to oxidize or kind of rust, for lack of a better term. And if you chip away at that thin layer, well, there's a lighter colored rock beneath, which allows for all of these petroglyphs, or these rock carvings, to be made. So the descendants, or rather the ancestors, of the Pueblo who moved through this area left all kinds of markings to show that they were here. So I'm just seeing a few right here. Let's see, there's another one right here. Yeah, so this is something that's a little bit outside of my area of expertise, but is very fascinating to me. Okay, we're going to do a little walking around here and see if we can find any more of these petroglyphs. And as you can see, this area is marked off. They're doing some restoration work and some preservation in this area, so we're going to respect that and stay on this side of the wire. Okay, we've moved down just a little bit and found a few more of these petroglyphs here. So if you look, you can see some carvings that were left on that rock, and there are a few more up there. That one looks like, I don't know, maybe that's a sun? Possibly? Hard to say. Here's some more right here. So what you'll see a lot of are animals, and sometimes you'll see like little spirals and things like that. A lot of it, some of it we kind of know what they mean. A lot of it is kind of up to interpretation, even among the Pueblo people. Let's see. Yeah, there's another one right there. So that's one thing that's kind of interesting about coming here, is there's a little bit of a mystery to it. Continuing our walk down the canyon, just came around this bend, and there is a whole pocket that is filled with these petroglyphs. And again, I'm seeing animals, so maybe like some lizards or turtles, possibly. Again, a lot of this is up to interpretation, so in some cases we just don't know for sure. Now you see that cross there. Now I don't know if this is one of the native etchings or not. When the Spanish came here, they saw all these petroglyphs, and then they started making their own rock carvings. So sometimes you'll run into crosses, and those are carvings that the Spanish made. Of course, the cross being a symbol of Christianity. Let's see, and I'm seeing a few more carvings up there. Here's another one, which may be someone's face. Another one right here. Now, in the 80s, there was a group that got together because they were concerned about the preservation of these petroglyphs. And this just boggles my mind, but I guess I shouldn't ever be surprised by human stupidity. There were people who were coming here and like chipping away at these stones and like breaking them off and taking them home so that they could have some sort of souvenir, which I think is just absolutely horrible. Here we see some more. I'm guessing that these are religious symbols right here, or maybe the sun or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe it's some native who was just goofing around and, just carving weird things. But anyway, also, there's sometimes you'll run into these carvings and they'll have bullet strikes on them, where people were using them as like target practice, which again is just really awful. Well, this group of concerned citizens and the Pueblo in the area got together, and we're just going to walk down here a little bit further, decided that this needed to be protected. So a lot of money and attention was given to it, and now it is set aside and protected. And looky here. So this is something that we haven't seen yet. Now again, here's one of these animal carvings. And we also have a handprint, which is something that makes this a little bit more personal. You have to wonder if the Native American who came along through here maybe traced out his hand first and then chipped out his handprint, and now we have this everlasting marker to show that someone was here. Yeah, this is really, really interesting to me. Just a few more carvings here. I don't know what we are looking at here. That one's a little bit of a mystery to me. But I also found this one here, which is obviously a bird of some kind. And if I had to guess, I would say it's a roadrunner. Now, in doing some reading up on this place, I saw that another bird carving that you'll see, oddly enough, is a macaw. And macaw is a very colorful, pretty bird. and these people were fascinated by them. I mentioned earlier how this was all part of an extensive trade route that went down into Mexico and Central America. So the macaw was a bird that was traded and made its way up here to the people here in present-day New Mexico. Holy smokes, we just had a roadrunner cross our paths. For somebody who's not from the Southwest, that's pretty cool. If he would just go beep beep, that would make my day. One quick observation that I want to make. Now keep in mind, I'm no anthropologist. I am far from an expert on this subject. This is just a little observation that I've made. As I've walked around here along this edge, it seems like I'm finding a lot of the petroglyphs in these little alcoves, like this right here. You'll walk for a while and not see anything, and all of a sudden there'll just be a ton of these petroglyphs. And I wonder if these little alcoves were kind of like a little sanctuary, or again, for lack of a better term, like a little church for these people who made these petroglyphs. I don't know. I'm just hypothesizing right now. One thing that I've always found fascinating is that across cultures, across time, across all spaces on this earth, it's interesting to me that it seems to be hardwired into people to worship something. There's this saying that I like to repeat, that for a European, 100 miles is a long distance, and for an American, 100 years is a long time. As a country, the United States is fairly young, so something that's 100 or 200 years old to us seems really, really old. So it's really interesting to me to come out to places like this and learn more about the people who predated the Europeans who came to this continent. We have a history that goes way, way back. So yeah, this is an area of history that I don't know as much about, but that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this trip, is to kind of get out of my wheelhouse and to learn new things, like about the petroglyphs here outside of Albuquerque. One of the many things that you can see as you travel from one end to the other along Route 66. Alright, well, we have left Albuquerque, New Mexico, and we are making our way down Route 66. And in the last episode, we were looking at some of the petroglyphs just on the outskirts of Albuquerque, and talked a little bit about how all throughout human history, people have had this natural inclination to worship something. So for The Pueblo and their ancestors, well, their expression of worship came in the form of these petroglyphs. They're in the rocks just outside of Albuquerque. Now, when the Spanish ended up moving into this area, well, they brought with them their faith. And this church right here, which is the San Jose de Laguna Church, I think it's what it's called. This was one of the early churches that the Spanish built. It was built between 1699 and 1701. So this is the San Jose de Laguna Mission Church. I think I missed the mission part just a moment ago. This church was dedicated to Saint Joseph, and as I mentioned earlier, or just a moment ago, construction started on it in 1699 as the Spanish were moving through this area and looking to set up a mission for the local Pueblo population that was already here. And the style is a little bit different from other Spanish churches of that era. This is in the early Pueblo style of architecture. So unlike other missions from the same period, it's constructed from fieldstone and adobe and mortar and plaster. And the inside is 105 feet by 22 feet. So we may go inside and take a quick look if the door is open. Okay. Quick update. I went inside the church. It is quite beautiful, and there are also signs everywhere saying, in no uncertain terms, strictly no photography or videography. So I want to be respectful of that. But they also have some postcards in there that you can get, 2 for $1. So I went ahead and picked up a few postcards. And this one right here shows what the inside of the church is like. So you can see they've got some beautiful murals in there. And then here is a picture of the altar up front. So yeah, really amazing. But anyway, quick stop to show you one of the early Spanish churches here in New Mexico. All right, hey, I'm going to let you pick the music for this next leg. What do you want to listen to?
Taylor Swift.
Nope, wrong answer.
No.
All right, quick stop to get some fuel. And while we are here, we are at, I don't know, I guess it's maybe kind of a landmark location. But this is the Continental Divide. So from this point, exactly right here, any drop of rain that falls is going to be headed towards the Atlantic Ocean. And from right here, it's all going to be headed towards the Pacific Ocean, just like us. All right, we have moved into Arizona now on our journey along Route 66. And even though I'm not a hot weather guy, I prefer the cold, I am loving this part of the country with the desert and everything. It's simultaneously beautiful, but harsh and unforgiving. And I am really enjoying this. And travelers along Route 66, well, when they got into Arizona, one of the attractions that they would have stopped at, especially during the tourist era of the late 40s and 50s and 60s, was the Petrified Forest, which is where we are right now. And believe it or not, I'm actually standing on Route 66. If you see all of these telephone poles here in the background that have no lines attached to them, those ran parallel to the route, but obviously the route is no longer here. But they have some pretty cool things here that kind of show us what it used to look like. Looking out across this area, I mean, it seems pretty desolate, and you would never know that there was anything going on here. But this used to be the hub of activity here along Route 66. So in the 1920s, there was a little park here, or a little like roadside zoo, which is kind of wild to think about. In the 1950s, they also had a little tower here called the Painted Desert Tower that was demolished in 1958. And something else that is really kind of interesting that they have is, imagine it's the 1930s and you are trying to escape the ravages of the Dust Bowl, and you are making your way to California in an old 1932 Studebaker. So yeah, it's really kind of cool that even though the road is gone and the roadside attractions are gone, they put this relic here to remind us that there used to be a lot of people traveling this road all throughout the 20th century. Yeah, that is really something else. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I'm not a car guy, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is no longer roadworthy. All right, we're going to take a little bit of time and look at some of the attractions here in the Petrified Forest that people would have looked at, you know, all throughout the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. A lot of our focus on this trip has been on the era of the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. But as you're traveling through this area, keep in mind that there were people in these areas long before the travelers came through on Route 66. And here in the Petrified Forest, well, you can see some evidence of that, like here in this old Pueblo village. We've got a little bit of a rain situation going on in the desert today. It keeps raining off and on, which is okay. It's kind of keeping it cool. But the area that we are standing in right now, between the years of around 1250 to 1380, was the Puerco Pueblo. So this is where the Pueblo people lived in this area, and there was quite the community. What we are looking at right now is something called a kiva. This was something that was built like for religious ceremonies or for religious reasons. And we're going to go ahead and just walk on up this way. But here on this little hilltop, well, there would have been kind of like an apartment complex of sorts that had like one-story apartments of about 100 rooms. And as we walk up here, well, you can kind of see the outline of some of the structures in this village. Yeah, very fascinating. Here's something kind of interesting here at this village. If you look at this boulder in front of us, you see this split right in the middle of it. Well, it's quite possible that this boulder was used as a summer solstice marker. So summer solstice, longest day of the year, when the sun would shine through that crack, well, it could be marked on this other boulder right in front of it. And if you'll notice, there are a few petroglyphs on there. So I'm seeing a footprint, and then off to the left there's a little spiral marker. So that's right about where the light would hit, shining through the split in the boulder. And there are a few other little petroglyphs that I'm seeing. We might see a few more here by the time we're done. but it's not for sure, but it's possible that this was used to mark the summer solstice. What we are looking at here is the plaza area of Puerto Pueblo, and here you can see all of these little individualized rooms. So this was a thriving community. The guess is probably about 200 people were here, and this was not a village that was just isolated from the rest of the world. We're close to a couple of rivers. There's the Rio Puerco, there's also the Little Colorado River. Well, as with in other places around the world throughout history, rivers are kind of a highway or a route of trade. So there would have been a lot of trade and interaction with other communities that the people of this community had with other places along the rivers. There's evidence of that from the pottery that has been excavated from this site. There's some pottery that is kind of native to this area, and then there's some stuff that's been excavated that is more common in other areas. Yeah, this is really fascinating. In the last episode, we were looking at petroglyphs of the Pueblo people and their ancestors in New Mexico. Well, here in this village, as you might imagine, we also have some petroglyphs, some evidence that the people left behind of their existence here. So here you can see some etchings on this boulder in front of us. And then on this one, there are some that really stand out well. Probably the most prominent is this bird in the middle, likely a white-faced ibis, and it appears to be holding a frog in its beak. And there you can see like water droplets below it. And then there are others, like a face down there. There's some zigzag patterns. Again, some of this is a mystery as to what exactly they are. So maybe some of them represent gods, or maybe some of them represent villagers. It's kind of difficult to say, but all of it represents people who once lived here, which is pretty interesting. All right, let's go look at some petrified wood. All right, we've moved to an area now where we have some of these petrified logs, and this is actually going to be my first time ever seeing any of this, and this is really, really fascinating. All right, so let's have a quick science lesson here. Here's how a log or a tree becomes petrified. So at one point, this tree that we are looking at right now was at the edge of a stream. And the tree died, lost its leaves, branches, bark, all that kind of stuff. And then the river undercut this tree and it toppled into the river. Well, when that happened, it got transported downstream and then got caught along the bank, where it got buried underneath sand and mud in the stream channel. Now, when that happened, it cut it off from any oxygen and bacteria, so this thing didn't decay and rot like what a normal log would. Well, while underneath that mud and silt and whatnot, well, what ended up happening after that was silica from the groundwater got into the tree and replaced the organic material with quartz crystals, and then the log became petrified. So if we look right here, you can kind of see some of that quartz there, and these have like all kinds of interesting patterns and colors and whatnot. Well, after a period of time, erosion from the surrounding rock layers would re-expose this petrified log, and it would crack and break into segments and then eventually roll down the hill. And now we have this petrified log, which is like a fossilized tree or a mineralized tree. Yeah, very fascinating. we've just walked up to an area that is called Jasper Forest. And here, this was kind of the site that a lot of people first came to when they came to the Petrified Forest. So here's a picture of naturalist John Muir. This picture was taken in 1905 and then has been superimposed on some modern day images. Here's an image from 1883 and then a similar image from 2013. And when I walked up here myself and just came up to the edge, the first words out of my mouth were, wow. So what you're looking at down here is one of the highest concentrations of petrified wood in the world. I mean, this is really, really incredible. Definitely a unique site, and I can see why John Muir and other people throughout American history were so impressed when they came to this site. As a matter of fact, one man by the name of Horace Howard Furness in 1906 said, "I hardly dare write the words, but truthfulness compels me to say that in the Petrified Forest, the Grand Canyon, on the score of interest, has a rival." Right now, as far as petrified trees, this is the big daddy right here. This is called the Agate Bridge, and it is 110 feet long. And what really makes this impressive, obviously, is the fact that it is unbroken. So at some point, this tree died and fell and washed down to this point and went through the process that I described earlier and became mineralized, and then erosion washed out the soil and everything from underneath it, and it formed this little bridge. Now you can see there's this concrete support below it designed to try and keep this thing intact. That was built in 1917. But yeah, that's really impressive. Here's another interesting petrified tree here in the Petrified Forest. This one is called Old Faithful, and this thing is massive. And what's really kind of unique about this one is that the tree roots were kind of preserved and fossilized as well. Hey, jump up there so we can get like a scale of how big this thing is. So there's my daughter. She's 5 foot, what? 5'2". 5'2". All right, so there's a 5'2.5" hobbit next to this petrified tree, so you can see just how big it is. We've moved over to an area where, again, it is just pack loaded with these fossilized trees. And there are a few examples here that really, really show this crystallization. And these things are absolutely stunning. So these are much better than the examples that we were looking at just a moment ago. And if we walk over here, you can see some more of these larger logs that became mineralized and became petrified. We'll take a look at one more right here. So it's pretty cool to think about all of not only the native peoples who were in this area and explored this part of the country and saw these petrified logs, but later the settlers, and then later like American tourists who were coming through here on vacation as they were traveling Old 66. Now let's say you were traveling through Arizona on Route 66 in the 1930s, maybe escaping the Dust Bowl. Or maybe you were traveling with your family on vacation in the late 40s or the 50s. Well, along Route 66 here in Arizona, one of the highlights would have been this place right here. This is the Painted Desert Inn, and it has a really, really fascinating story. I want to take a moment to talk about this place because it really factors into the history of Route 66. So this building was built in 1919 with Native American labor. Something that's interesting about this place is, I mean, if you look around, there's not a whole lot of lumber. There's not, a whole lot of building materials. So they used what they had, which was petrified wood and clay. We'll take a look in a moment at a part where you can actually see some of the petrified wood that this structure was built with. Now, originally, it was not called the Painted Desert Inn. 1924, a guy by the name of Herbert Lohr registered this place under the Homestead Act, and it was called the Stone Tree House. So this was an inn and a restaurant. It was very isolated. So there's no sewage or power lines that were connected here. All the water had to be hauled in from 8 miles away. Electricity had to be generated on site. But when Route 66 came through here, well, this became a stop for travelers along the route. Well, unfortunately, it was built on a faulty foundation and was having some problems. So Lohr and his family operated this place for about 10 years. And then when the National Petrified Forest National Monument started buying up land around here, well, this was part of what they bought up. In 1936, they bought this place for $59,400. We've moved around to what is currently the back of this structure, but during its heyday, well, this set of double doors would have served as the main entrance into the Stone Tree House. And if you take a look, here's something that's really interesting to me, is you can see a bit of the building materials that are exposed here around this door, and you can see that it is petrified wood. There's a little bit more that is over here. Now, unfortunately, for Harvey Lohr, this whole structure was built on a faulty foundation and was having some problems. So after the National Park Service acquired this property, well, they brought in a guy by the name of Lyle Bennett, who was pretty well known for his Southwestern influences and his designs and things like that. And they started renovating the Stone Tree House and utilized labor from the Civilian Conservation Corps. So this was a government program from the 1930s that put young men to work on different, outdoor projects and things like that. So CCC labor served to renovate this place, and it opened back up on July of 1940 under the name of the Painted Desert Inn. So travelers could then come here and get a stop along their way as they were traveling Route 66 and maybe get some refreshments and then come out on this porch and enjoy this absolutely incredible view. Yeah, that is really something else. Now, unfortunately, the Painted Desert Inn's grand reopening was going to be short-lived. World War II was going to change everything, and in October of 1942, well, it was forced to close its doors. But once World War II was over, things started looking up again. It reopened in 1946, but again, there were problems with the foundation. The Fred Harvey Company, which was like a big, for lack of a better term, kind of like a hotel chain, if I'm getting this right, had acquired this property. And in the 1960s, it was almost looking like this thing wasn't going to survive, and there was talk about tearing it down, but it was such an iconic spot along Route 66 and such a popular place that there was a public outcry, and they ended up saving it. Now, this building no longer serves as an inn, but you can get ice cream here. And we'll dodge inside real quick and take a look at some of the interior. Right now I'm standing in what is currently a gift shop, but during the 1930s would have been the main lobby, which served as a little trading post. So there would have been all kinds of things that the travelers could buy and purchase here in this room. Something that is kind of interesting is during the remodel in the 1930s, when the Civilian Conservation Corps came in here, well, if you see these glass tiles on the roof, well, these are pieces that gifted artists painted and included into this structure, which is really, really fascinating. You see the woodwork on the ceiling. Yeah, but anyway, this would have been the main lobby. I'm going to attempt to give a quick walkthrough through the remaining portion of the Painted Desert Inn here. You can imagine it being, in the 1930s or 1940s, and you're traveling through the hot Arizona desert, maybe in July or something like that, and your vehicle doesn't have air conditioning, of course. Well, you might want to stop and get some refreshments, maybe a cold soda or an ice cream or something like that. Well, here at the Painted Desert Inn, well, here is where you would come and order your refreshments, and then maybe have a seat here in one of these booths and cool off and enjoy what it was that you ordered. These are all original to the redesign during the 1930s. Men of the Civilian Conservation Corps actually built these booths, so that's really neat that they have these. And I mentioned Fred Harvey. So Fred Harvey was in the hospitality industry in the late 1800s. His company continued through the early 1900s, and he had these women who worked here called Harvey girls. So here's a picture of some of the Harvey girls who would have served the customers here. They had pretty high standard, for how they, treated customers and things like that. Had to have at least an 8th grade education. They had to be neat and articulate and have good manners. But anyway, this is where some of the refreshments would have been served. And again, let's just do a quick walk through here. Back here, we are moving into the kitchen area. So here you can see some of the original fixtures from the redesign. So this is where all of the food and everything would have been prepared. And something else that's kind of cool is on display. They have different items that have been found along Route 66. Things that were trash at the time that people just threw out, but now are kind of interesting little artifacts to us. Walking out of the kitchen, originally when this was the stone treehouse, this would have been a giant walk-in cooler that you would have moved into. But in the 1930s redesign, well, it became a dining room. And something that I really, really like about this, here we can see a picture from the 1940s, it looks like 1947. And you can see a lot of this kind of retains that old look. A lot of the furniture in here is original furniture, so they ask people not to sit on it, of course. This is all furniture that was made by skilled craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. So yeah, you can imagine travelers, all gathering in here and eating a meal or something like that. And they also have these really, really cool murals that point to the history and culture of this area. So this one is called Three Peaks and Corn Planting, and it's kind of hearkening to the planting cycle and related ceremonies. The peaks represent what are called the San Francisco Peaks, which are located near Flagstaff, Arizona. And over here is another mural that kind of points to the culture and traditions of the Pueblo and Hopi people. So this one is called the Salt Lake mural, and it depicts two young Hopi men who were on a salt gathering journey, who walked 230 miles from their home to get salt along the Zuni mesas, and had to pass through what is now the petrified forest, and became kind of like this coming of age story. And then here's a photo. I don't know if these are the men who were a part of this, or if these are just guys from the CCC or not. But anyway, yeah, really cool to walk through this place and kind of take a step back into history. All right, well, there you go. That was legitimately interesting, having this stop here today. And again, it's cool to think about how we're taking the same route that thousands and thousands of other people took during the 20s and the 30s and the 40s into the 50s, and stopped at places just like this. All right, we're going to continue on down the road, making our way through Arizona into California, headed towards our final destination of Santa Monica. Well, right now we are continuing our journey down Route 66, and at the moment I am quite literally standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, which is such a fine sight to see. And oh my gosh, look at here, there's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford slowing down to take a look at me. If you don't know what I'm referring to right now, I don't know if there's any help for you. As you are making your way down Route 66, your journey is going to bring you through the town of Winslow, Arizona. And the song that I was referencing, of course, was Take It Easy by the Eagles. So this is Standing on a Corner Park. The story behind the song is that Jackson Browne and Glenn Frey were living in Los Angeles in the early 70s, and Jackson Browne was traveling, I believe, to Sedona, either to or from Sedona, and broke down here in Winslow. So when they started writing the lyrics to Take It Easy, well, this became an inspiration for the lyrics to the song. So here you can see on this mural, they have a girl in a flatbed Ford that is driving by. We've also got ourselves an eagle. I don't know what's going on over here. But anyway, that song has become iconic for the town of Winslow. So here you can see they've got this statue of them standing on a corner. Got another statue, another band member over here. And then here is the flatbed Ford that is driving by. This is so stinking cool. Now, Winslow not only is the home of Standing on a Corner Park, but has a lot of other Route 66 iconic places. As you are traveling down Route 66, maybe it's a Sunday and you are looking for a place to go to church, well, right here is the smallest church on Route 66. I don't know the origins of this or the story behind it, but there it is. There's a verse in the book of Matthew that says, "Where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I am among them." And man, somebody really took that verse and ran with it. One of the things that we've been seeing a lot of on this trip are these old filling stations. So here you can see where we got this historic Route 66 sign up on the roof. Of course, this filling station in Winslow that once served travelers coming through here is no longer operational, but I just absolutely love these things and can't get enough of them. And something weird, just like so many other weird things here on Route 66, we got some woman in a tub on the roof. So I don't know what's going on there. Speaking of old gas stations, here's an old Texaco station that opened in 1955. So you can see we got this old truck out front and this historic gas pump. Now this is no longer operating as a filling station, but seems to still be operating as a garage, which I think is just cool as heck. Here's another interesting piece here in Winslow. Throughout the 1970s and 80s, there was a guy by the name of Peter Wolf Toth who traveled around the United States and created a series of wooden sculptures that was known as the Trail of the Whispering Giants. And from what I understand, there's one of these in each of the 50 states, and they were carved to honor all of the Native Americans across the country. And the one in Arizona happens to be right here in Winslow. All right, so that's a little bit from here in Winslow. We are going to leave our corner here and hop back in the vehicle and head down the road to another pretty unique site. All right, well, we have moved, probably about a half hour down the road from Winslow, and just off of Route 66, there is this place in the Arizona desert where there is a big old dent in the earth where at some point in Earth's past, a giant meteor struck the surface here and created this gargantuan crater that has all kinds of interesting history connected to it. So there's a museum complex here now that is simply called Meteor Crater that we're going to check out and see what we can learn. All right, we just got into the museum here at Meteor Crater, and this museum kind of helps set things up and helps to explain like what meteors are and what happened here at this site. So we're going to take a look at a few things. We're not going to be able to see everything today, but we'll look at a few things here in the museum, and then we're going to go outside and look at the crater. They have some information about some hypotheses and what they know about the meteor that struck here in Arizona. So as you can see, here it says 10 seconds before impact, it was about 100 miles above the Earth's surface. And there's going to be a shock wave that's created as this thing is entering Earth's atmosphere. And then 5 seconds before, it was about 50 miles above the Earth. And then here you can see the impact site. So it retained a lot of its mass. It's thought that this thing came in from the east, and here are some pretty startling facts about the meteor. It's thought to have been traveling at about 26,000 miles an hour. So if you were on a plane that was going 26,000 miles an hour, if you took off from LA and went to New York, it would be about like a 5-minute ride. So here they're showing, like, as it passed over Paris, it would have been seen over New York about 8 minutes later, and then would have hit Arizona about 5 minutes after that. Now, one question that you might have is what happened to the meteor itself? Is it buried beneath the surface, or did it explode? What happened? Well, when this thing hit, it hit with the force of about 20 million tons of TNT. So this would have been like a nuclear bomb hitting out here. And when it hit, most of it probably disintegrated upon impact. But there were fragments that blew out from it and that separated before it hit the surface. One of the largest fragments from the meteor that has been found was found by a mail carrier by the name of Holtzinger. He was a mail carrier and stumbled upon rather, this meteorite a couple miles from here. Saw that it was kind of this shiny thing sticking out of the ground. He tried to pick it up and couldn't. The thing ended up weighing over 1,400 pounds. So he got some friends and they went and dug it up and got a mule to carry it out. So here you see Holtzinger and his friends loading this thing up. But there's no picture of the mule. And the mule, to me, is the one who did all the work. So the Holtzinger meteorite that was pulled out of the ground a couple of miles from here, well, they actually have it on display right here. So this is really impressive. Now, the Holtzinger meteorite, as you can see, is a fairly large chunk. It weighs just over 1,400 pounds, and you can see it's got kind of like this metallic appearance. It's about 97% iron, also has cobalt, nickel, and a number of other trace elements in it. And the original meteor that hit and formed this crater was about 150 foot in diameter, but we're fortunate to have this big chunk so that we can get an idea of what the larger example looked like. All right, we just got outside here, and when you walk out to the rim of this thing, holy smokes, you really get a sense of what a big old hole this is. So this crater is 3/4 of a mile across, is 60 stories deep. So if the Washington Monument were placed in the middle of this crater, we would be eye level with the top of it right now. This thing is wild to see in person. And this thing is really something else. If you were to put a bunch of football fields side by side down in the bottom of the crater, you would have 20 football fields with games being played simultaneously. And if this whole thing was turned into a giant arena, it could seat about 2 million people. Now, as far as the history that is attached to this place, there was a guy in the late 1800s by the name of G.K. Gilbert, who was a geologist that visited the crater and thought that it was the site of a meteor impact. But when he didn't find any evidence in the field, as far as like meteor chunks or anything like that, well, he changed his mind and said that this was probably a volcanic crater. Later on in 1902, a guy by the name of Daniel Barringer got the mining rights to this area and was planning on making it rich by mining some of the iron, again assuming that it was a meteor crater, and then never really found anything. It really wasn't until the nuclear age that it was confirmed that this was indeed a meteor crater. There was a guy by the name of Shoemaker who came out here, and he had some experience with the nuclear craters that were made from the bombs that were being tested out in the desert. And if you look right here, you'll notice that band that kind of runs horizontally around the rim of the crater. Well, that was the original desert floor. So when the meteor hit this thing, it created kind of like a mushroom cloud. So all of that debris settled on the rim. Well, if this would have been a volcanic eruption, all of that debris would have went straight up and then would have come straight back down. So it was then that they determined that this was indeed the site of a meteor strike. Now, the Earth isn't the only place that has been hit by meteors. There's another celestial body quite close to us in the neighborhood that has also been hit by meteors, and that's the moon. So something that's kind of interesting about this site is that during the Apollo space program, well, astronauts came here to this crater and actually trained. As a matter of fact, there's a little astronaut that is all the way down at the bottom of this thing. All right, now we are really, really far away. Keep in mind, this thing is 3/4 of a mile across, but if we look there in the bottom, maybe in that kind of just outside of that little fenced in area, you'll see a little white speck, and that is our astronaut down at the bottom of the crater here. Now this is really neat. Here at the crater, they have one of the test capsules that was nicknamed Boilerplate 29A that was used in the Apollo space program. Now, this never went into space, but from 1965, it was used to test the systems that helped the Apollo space capsules float upright once they splashed down at sea. So it's really neat that they have this here. Now, something else that is pretty interesting, I mentioned that the astronauts trained here. The geologist that I mentioned, Shoemaker, really helped out the astronauts and kind of guided them as far as, how to take samples and what to look for on the moon in these areas that had been impacted by craters. Now, in the process, one of the astronaut trainees ripped his suit on one of the rocks here, and it kind of set off some alarm bells, and they were like, hey, there might be a problem with this suit. So there was a redesign where they created the suit with a thicker material. So had that happened on the moon, of course it would have been disastrous. But due to the training that happened here, well, it very likely saved somebody's life. Well, that was actually pretty dang cool. Got a little bit of natural history, got a little bit of history of the space program that I was honestly unaware of. I didn't know that there were astronauts here who trained, but that was really, really cool. We're going to get back over to Route 66 now. We're actually not traveling far from here. We're going to be going to a little town by the name of Two Guns. We've made it just down the road a little bit to the town of Two Guns, and as you can see, there's not really a whole lot left here. This is another one of those kind of ghost towns, just a skeleton of what used to be here. And if you'll notice, we're approaching this building here that says Mountain Lions on it. That's not because there are any mountain lions here today, or at least I hope not. But there used to be, just like a little roadside attraction here where travelers who were coming through could stop, and there was like a little roadside zoo here in Two Guns. And let's just walk through here real quick. When you come out the other side, well, you'll notice some old stone buildings back in here. I'm seeing some more back there in the distance. So this would be a place where travelers would stop and get refreshments and see one of these old 66 roadside attractions. One of which was something called the Apache Death Cave. All right, so here's the story with the Apache Death Cave. The year is 1878, And this band of Apache have raided a couple of Navajo villages, killed everyone in the villages, and have abducted 3 Navajo girls. When word of this gets out, the other Navajo in the area start tracking down these Apache, and they seem to kind of vanish into thin air. And they go all the way to a place called Diablo Canyon, or Canyon Diablo. And as they are making their way down the canyon, they either hear voices or they feel this rush of heat coming up from the ground, and track the Apache to a cave where these Apache Indians are hiding out, and they have their horses in there, and they maybe have these Navajo girls. And when it's discovered that the Navajo girls have been killed, well, the Navajo warriors go into a rage, and they set a fire at the mouth of the cave to try and smoke them out, and end up killing all of the Apache inside of the cave. All right, well, as you can see, there is a structure up above this cave. So this became part of the roadside attraction here at Two Guns. And there's this old wooden bridge here that does not look structurally sound. So, I don't know. I'm going to try and make my way down there. My wife and daughter decided to wait in the car. And when they see what I'm about to do, my wife is going to be angry at me. Oh yeah. Yeah, this thing is sketchy as heck. Alright, I'm going to leave the camera rolling here. That way, in case they find my body, well, the camera will be laying next to it, and you can see how I died in a very, very dumb way. Alright. Actually, I think I'm going to turn the camera off just for a moment. Okay. I didn't fall and break my head, so that's the good news. And here is the Apache Death Cave. One of my favorite John Wayne movies, not one of my favorite John Wayne movies, but my favorite John Wayne movie of all time is True Grit. And there's a scene at the end of the movie where Maddie, the girl in the movie, falls down into this pit that's filled with rattlesnakes. And that is kind of the vibe that I am getting from this place right now. So anyway, ooh, the air feels cool coming out of there though, which is nice on a day when it's supposed to be hitting 112. Alright, I'm going to kick on a light, and we'll take a peek inside here. Okay, well, in to the cave we go. And it's nice and cool down here, I'll say that. Oh wow, pretty low ceiling. Looks like a good place for me to hit my head, but I am bound and determined not to do that in here. And oh wow, this is really neat. Okay, now, right off the bat, unless there's something that I'm not seeing, here's a problem that I'm having with this. Ow, gosh dang it, just bumped my head. Here's a problem that I'm having with this Apache Death Cave story. How are all of these Apaches and their horses getting down into this thing? Like, you're not going to get a horse down here at all. And here's an area that was bricked up. That wasn't done in 1878. That was done in later years during the Route 66 era. All right, let's just continue on down here. As you can see, oh yeah, here's another little hole here. Yeah, so this is again just kind of a walled up portion here. Yeah, we got a little light coming in, so we've kind of gone from a cave to a canyon here. And if we want to look back and see what that room looked like, well, there you go. I honestly, not much to it. All right. This is actually kind of cool. And that looks like blood running down the rock. Lovely. All right. Moving on. I'm just going to kind of keep the camera rolling as I move through here. Hope that we don't have some psychotic hobo back here. Yeah. See where some people have spray painted the rocks. That's really a shame. I hate when I see that kind of stuff. All right. Yeah. And we're getting kind of past the limits of my gear here. I'll push this up a little bit. And yeah, we're getting a little muddy in here now. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, this looks to be maybe the end of the cave right here. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is about it. All right, just continuing back through this room. This is about the biggest room that I've come across so far. And wow, it's really starting to narrow down here. Yeah, that's getting really tight right through there. Maybe a little too tight for me in this moment. Plus, I gave my wife a timeline when I said I would be out of here. So yeah, I think we're going to call that good. Maybe if I hadn't ate that extra biscuit this morning, we could maybe squeeze through there. But anyway, yeah, this is the Apache Death Cave. And again, got some issues with this story, thinking that there were a bunch of horses that were brought down here. But we'll talk about that when we get back up to the surface. Okay, we've just emerged from the Apache Death Cave, fortunately without any of the death or broken bones or rattlesnake bites. And while we were in the cave, I expressed a little bit of skepticism and doubt about this story. Well, here's the deal. This story doesn't show up anywhere in the historical records except for from one man, a guy by the name of Gladwell Richardson. And that was in the mid part of the 20th century. So it's more likely that Gladwell Richardson kind of fabricated this story or embellished a story that he had heard around here to try and draw people to this attraction along Route 66. But anyway, it is part of Route 66. It is part of the history. So I wanted to stop here and take a look. We're going to jump back on the road now. We got a lot of ground to cover today. We'll hit a few sites along the way before we get to our destination as we get back on Route 66. All right, well, as you can see, we have landed ourselves on a little bit more primitive section of Route 66. We've just come out of Flagstaff, Arizona, so we're kind of moving out of the desert and into the mountains. And at 7,388 feet and some change, this spot right here marks the highest elevation point on Route 66. Yeah, this is really, really cool. just finished up a long stretch of Route 66 along a section of highway that might be legitimately considered like a lost highway. I mean, it went through the middle of nowhere, no cell signal, anything. So anyway, if you're going through that stretch of Route 66, definitely get gas first to make sure that you're going through on a full tank. But anyway, where we are wrapping up today is in the town of Oatman, Arizona. And it's also kind of out here a little bit. And we're getting here late in the day, so honestly things are kind of like a little bit of a ghost town right now. But this town has some pretty unique residents. So right here is the stretch of Route 66 that goes through Oatman. And as you are walking the streets, well, it's not uncommon to see some others walking the streets with you. There is a population of wild donkeys that just kind of hang out here and honestly go where they want. I've seen them up on the sidewalks and just kind of roaming around here. But this is kind of an iconic spot here along Route 66 for this very reason, the wild donkeys. Now, you might be asking yourself, why are there a bunch of wild burros in this town? And the backstory is kind of interesting. In the early 1900s, there was gold that was discovered in this area, so Oatman kind of became a bit of a boom town. Well, the mining here dried up by the 1930s, and by 1942 everything was shut down because it was non-essential to the war effort. Well, when the miners came in, they brought these burros to help out with the mines, and when the miners left, well, they left the burros behind, and generations of them have lived here ever since. As you can see, the locals do seem to be pretty friendly. My daughter has found a friend here, and look at you two. You all look like twins. Hey, buddy. All right, got a few more up here, and these two appear to be the local weirdos because they are eating cardboard. This is kind of a little guy here. Hey, buddy. Seriously, what's going on with these donkeys eating cardboard? Is this some sort of delicacy that I've been unaware of my entire life? Oh, okay. If you ever come to Oatman, it's best to abide by the law and not cause any trouble. Or there's a decent chance you could get thrown in the local jail. Let me just tell you something about these donkeys here in town. These things are rude. Just look at this. Have no regard for where they take a dump. Just right here on this poor guy's porch. Just completely unloaded themselves. No regard for other people whatsoever. Yeah, rude. I'll admit that when I saw that we were going to be getting here so late in the day and everything was going to be closed down, I was a little bit bummed out because I really wanted to, spend some time going in the shops and some of the historic buildings here. But now that we are here, I'm kind of glad that things worked out the way they did, because we've essentially had this entire town to ourselves. I mean, my gosh, you can see I'm just walking in the middle of the road. There's been zero traffic, and we seem to be the only ones here. So it's been neat kind of walking among these old buildings and, having a chance to go and pet the burros and things like that without having, big crowds around us. But yeah, really, really cool town, really, really cool site here along Route 66. Tomorrow, we are going to be crossing over into California, and we are going to be hitting the final leg of our journey as we make our way to the Pacific Ocean. For the past 2 weeks, we have been embarking on the ultimate summer road trip as we have been traveling from Chicago to Santa Monica, California, right here on Old Route 66. And this has been the trip of a lifetime. We've met so many fascinating people, and we've been learning all kinds of new things about history along the route. And sadly, we are getting ready to cross from Arizona to California over the Colorado River, where we are going to be hitting the last leg of our trip along this historic road. Like I said, we are on the last leg of our trip along Route 66. And it's really interesting to me to think about all of the people who have traveled this road since its inception in 1926. In the 1930s, there would have been Okies from Oklahoma who would have been escaping the ravages of the Dust Bowl. In the 1940s, during World War II, this road would have had a lot of military traffic going up and down it. And then in the 1950s and 60s, you would have had, people who were traveling and vacationing. And all of them would have crossed over this bridge right here into California. Right now, we are on the Arizona side facing west toward California. And if you would have been one of the Oklahoma migrants in the 1930s, or maybe an aspiring actor or actress making your way to Hollywood, well, right here is the bridge that would have taken you across the Colorado River. This is called the Old Trails Bridge. It was built prior to Route 66, and then Route 66 ended up utilizing it. It was built like around 1916, 1917, somewhere in that range, and was decommissioned in the 1940s. It ended up becoming a bridge for the support of a pipeline across the Colorado River. So we can't cross it today, and there are all kinds of signs talking about no trespassing and all kinds of things like that. It seems there are so many signs there, I'm worried that there might be like a sniper posted up there in the hills ready to take me out if I try and get near that bridge. But anyway, that's the old historic bridge that once took people across the Colorado River on Old 66. All right, so it is hotter than heck today. Right now it's morning and it's already 110 degrees here. So we're gonna jump back in the vehicle where it's nice and air conditioned. Obviously we can't take the old bridge to cross the Colorado River. So we're gonna jump back on the interstate here and cross over, get back on Route 66, start making our way to the Pacific.
So, the town's full of magic ghosts and talk. The places of every mistake that I ever did make, but all.
We're currently making our way through the Mojave Desert, and as you might expect from a desert, it's pretty dang hot today. As a matter of fact, the temperature's been fluctuating between 111 and 112 degrees, and it's only mid-morning. The Mojave Desert was named after the Mojave Indians who originally inhabited this area, and I can't imagine anybody actually living here and being able to survive. As far as European exploration, in 1776, the same year that the Declaration of Independence was being signed, there was a Spanish friar and explorer by the name of Francisco Garces who made his way into the Mojave Desert was later further explored in the 1820s by famed mountain man and explorer Jedediah Smith. And I mean, moving all the way up into the 20th century, I can't imagine the road crews who were out here working, building old 66 through this desert. I mean, it's really something else to be driving through here.
It's all alright. It's all alright.
All right, making a quick stop here. All of you veterans of the Iraq War, if you ever find yourself feeling a little bit nostalgic for Baghdad, well, you can come out here on Route 66 in Southern California and come to the site that served as the place where the town of Baghdad, California used to be. The only thing here that remains from the former town of Baghdad, California is this tree. It is the last living remnant of anything that was once here. One of the things that I've really enjoyed about this trip is all of the interesting pieces of folk art. So we have made a quick stop here to a place that is known as the Bottle Tree Ranch. And honestly, this place is not as old as I thought it was. This was started by a man named Elmer Long around the year 2000. He has since passed away, but his family keeps his creation open for people to see. But he started collecting these old bottles and making these little folk art sculptures out of them. So here he got a hold of a pair of caribou antlers and put some bottles on it. And now this is a place that is free to the public to stop and take a look at it. And it's actually kind of cool. You've probably heard the saying that one man's trash is another man's treasure. Well, one man's trash also might be another man's art project. So as I'm walking through here, it's more than what I expected. It's not just bottles. It's a little bit of everything. So here's an old Japanese helmet from World War II that became part of the this art project, this folk art project. And as I'm walking around, I'm seeing wheels and I'm seeing old pieces of cookware. Here's some elk antlers. I'm also seeing some typewriters. This isn't the first set of typewriters that I've seen. Oh, take a look at this. This just caught my eye. Here he has this rifle that has become part of it. And my wife actually pointed out something else to me here a second ago. Oh yeah, look at here. We saw the Japanese World War II helmet. Here's an old American World War I helmet as well. I wouldn't have expected that I would like this place as much as I did, but it's honestly pretty interesting. made our way to Victorville, California. And when we started this whole journey, we started off visiting a Route 66 museum in Illinois. So I thought it only appropriate that as we are wrapping up our trip, we finish it up with another visit to a Route 66 museum. This is the California Route 66 Museum. So we're gonna go in here and just take a look around and yeah, see what they have on this end of the route. We just got into the museum here and we're just going to do a quick little walkthrough. So when you come in, the first thing that greets you is this quirky looking fellow here, whose nickname is Automobile, and looks like he's been put together from a bunch of spare parts. And of course with Route 66, everything is about, you know, getting out and driving the open road across America. So they have a few old vehicles in here, including this old Ford pickup truck, which again, as I've been saying this whole time, just brings about a sense of nostalgia. And you know, I really like looking at these old vehicles, even if I don't know a whole lot about them. And then here in the museum, they also have something reconstructed that we've seen a lot of on this trip, which are these old filling stations that were located along the route. And then over here, well, they've reconstructed an old diner. Decent chance we're going to need to find ourselves a diner here pretty soon because I'm hungry. Oh, and look at this. This is really neat. Got this old wood-framed pinball machine. Yeah, I don't really know a whole lot about like pinball machines and whatnot, but I can tell that it's old. And if it's old, most of the time, in my opinion, it's pretty dang cool. Yeah, nice. One thing that I've noticed as I've walked around the museum here is they preserve a lot of local history, which of course is really cool. All history is local. This building was originally a bank, and this is a piece from the bank, and then it later became a restaurant. And here in the museum, they also preserve a lot of old 66 signage, like this big hula girl right here. Now, the story behind the hula girl is there was a man by the name of Miles Mahan, and in the 1950s bought up 2.5 acres close to Route 66 and was looking to retire there. And the land that he bought had a whole bunch of wine bottles that were all over the place. So he started making these little decorations, and somewhere along the line rescued this 9-foot metal hula girl sign that had been part of some restaurant, put it up on his property, and a local attraction was born. People started stopping and checking out all of the stuff that he had there and making donations and whatnot. And here at the museum, well, there's all kinds of signage along Route 66 for hotels and motels and restaurants and attractions, and they preserve a lot of that signage here. Yeah, that's really cool. This could have easily been discarded and thrown into a dump, but instead it becomes part of the local history that we can come and enjoy. Now, also here in the museum, they have this old slot machine, and we have a gentleman here who is going to show us a little bit about this slot machine and show us how it works.
Okay, so we're not advocating for gambling, but in case you run across one of these slot machines, this happens to be a 1950 slot machine where they use the real silver dollars, the real old ones. These aren't the Susan B. Anthony dollars. Now, something very interesting to know, that if you find these silver dollars, look at the date, because anything before 1964, it'll be real silver. Anything after 1964, you can see the lines on this coin. That means it's an alloy. They've added aluminum and other metals that are cheaper than silver. And so what the government has done is they've been able to expand the money system by adding alloys to their currency. So we're gonna try here. We're gonna see if we have a winner today. Come on, here we go. Here we go. Ding 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 ding. Come on. Oh my gosh! Oh, that is so close. That's too close. Okay, Dad, here we go.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. Okay.
All right, I didn't see where you got. Oh, here we go.
You might have to push it back. You didn't push it. Oh, no. You got it. You've done
All
it.
right.
Ding, 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 go. Oh my God! We got our field too. I knew there was going to be a winner. Okay, wait, whenever there's a winner. Winner, chicken dinner. We got a winner. We got a winner.
Good for us.
All right, guess it's my lucky day.
Come on, you want a cool dad, right? He's not only a photographer, the blogger, he's also the teacher, but he's also a winner. Winner, chicken dinner.
There we go.
Okay, we already discussed this. Come on over and pick your hat.
Here's a display that they have in the museum that I really like that references the old Burma Shave ads. And we've seen a few of these along the way. We saw a bunch yesterday as we were making our way through the desert. And in the early 20s, Burma Shave started doing these little humorous ads along the road. It's something that was kind of lacking in advertising was humor. So here we see an example of one that says, "Don't take a curve at 60 per. We hate to lose a customer, Burma Shave." And we saw just dozens and dozens of these, and they are absolutely hilarious. Now, here's something else that they have in the museum that we haven't seen yet, and that is an old teardrop trailer. So these were like little, I don't know, I guess you would kind of call them like a camper that you would tow behind your vehicle. And then when you were ready to stop for the evening, rather than having to look for a motel or something like that, well, you just pop the hatch up here, and you got a stove and a little dining area, and then no matter where you are alongside the road, well, you've got a place to sleep. So there's a little two-person sleeping quarters in there. Yeah, I'm really, really glad that they have this here in the museum because we haven't seen this yet. I'm standing here looking at some of these old photos of spots along Route 66 that people have captured from their own trips in the past. So here is one that looks to be like from the 60s or 70s from Oatman, Arizona. You can see the donkeys there. There you can see an old filling station. There's the Cadillac Ranch up there. Blue Swallow Motel, one of the many motels that we've seen along the route. And thinking about where we started in Illinois and what we featured on that first episode, how appropriate is it that here towards the end of our journey, we see some of the artwork of Bob Waldmeyer. That is so cool that they have some of Bob's work here that was inspired by the things that he saw along Route 66. All right, well, that was a little bit from the California Route 66 Museum. Definitely a good stop to make as you were trekking along the route through California. Super friendly people in there, by the way. I really enjoyed just standing around and chatting with them. But as for now, I think we're going to try and find ourselves something to eat, and then we are going to make our way on out to Santa Monica. We've made our way to San Bernardino now, and in San Bernardino, one of the things along Route 66 that you'll find is the original location of the very first McDonald's that was started by Richard and Maurice McDonald. Of course, later on, Ray Kroc comes in and turns McDonald's into like this business empire. I'm not much of a McDonald's guy when it comes to fast food. I'm more of a Chick-fil-A type person, but I do appreciate the history of the McDonald's business. So we're going to go in here and take a look at this museum real quick as we make our way to the Pacific. Now, before we go into the museum, I want to show something real quick. This is a mural that is calling itself the world's most detailed mural, and in front of it, here are a selection of different items from some of the old McDonald's playgrounds. So here we have a little Grimace seesaw. Let's see. So it says here Grimace was introduced in 1973. And it says the evil Grimace was somewhat scary looking, but by the late 70s they kind of softened his tone and just renamed him Grimace. Another McDonald's character is the Hamburglar. So this is a piece from around 1980. So with McDonald's, one of the things that kind of gives it an appeal still is there's a lot of nostalgia that is attached to it. Everybody can remember, going to McDonald's, and it was not just getting a meal, but it was an experience. You go and you play in the playground and the ball pit and everything like that. Yeah, so this mural is pretty cool. Now again, here in San Bernardino, we've got the site of the original McDonald's. Now the original building is not here, but this is the original site where you could stop and get yourself a 15-cent hamburger. I don't know if we're going to be finding any 15-cent hamburgers anywhere today, and if we did find a 15-cent hamburger, I'd kind of be afraid to eat it. But they also have another playground piece out here. This is Officer Big Mac. He was created in 1970, and then you'd have this little jail thing here that was real popular with kids on the playground. And then up here, well, they have yet another mural that talks a little bit about some of the history and some of the important figures associated with McDonald's. And then there on the left there you see Richard and Maurice McDonald. And then down here, well, this is a piece of tile that was installed in the original McDonald's. So a lot of history that they're integrating even before you get into the museum. All right, so when you walk into the museum here, the first to greet you as you walk through the doors is Ronald McDonald. Of course, Ronald McDonald is the, mascot of McDonald's that people are most familiar with. Now, here's something that I actually didn't know. McDonald's started off as a barbecue place. Here's a menu from the 1940s. So I've seen barbecue sandwiches and chili with beans and barbecue beans and franks and things like that. Well, what they found was that the menu item that people seemed to be gravitating to the most was their burgers and fries. So in 1948, they closed down the barbecue joint for remodeling and then opened back up as a hamburger place, which is on the site where we are right now. Yeah, and then here's one of those original barbecue menus, if I can get it in focus here. Yeah, learning all kinds of new stuff. In their early days, the thing that McDonald's really kind of pushed was their speedy service. So they had a cartoon character that was kind of their mascot that was named Speedy. And if you look, let's see where, oh yeah, here it is. Here you can see on the building, well, they've got Speedy there with the 15-cent hamburgers. And one thing that I'm really liking about this section is there's a lot of that nostalgia here. So they show, some of the different shots of the old building, but they also have photos of some of the original employees. So different cooks and car hops, and people like that who worked here in the 40s and 50s. Yeah, that's a really nice touch. Going back to this display, this kind of just exemplifies how this museum has it all, and we've barely even made it in here yet. So here is an old original dispenser for mustard and ketchup, also some scrapers and an electric fry basket, and also a potato press cutter. And yeah, like I said, they just have, if you're into McDonald's memorabilia, or if you're into like old stuff like this museum has it all. I mean, right on down to old straws in their original packaging from the 40s and 50s and 60s. I mean, who would think to keep that on hand? Here's some of the employees' hats with the mascot Speedy on there. Yeah, this is all really interesting. I've already mentioned how the clown Ronald McDonald is the mascot and icon that we most closely associate McDonald's with today. And he's gone through some changes over the years. Let me show you how Ronald McDonald originally started out. That is dang scary right there. I guess they were doing their best. So the original Ronald McDonald was Willard Scott, and that, I'm just going to go ahead and say, looks horrifying. Probably can't talk about McDonald's and the origin of McDonald's without at least mentioning the movie The Founder, which starred Michael Keaton as Ray Kroc. So Ray Kroc was this businessman who ended up buying McDonald's. He actually, when he bought the McDonald's franchise, didn't know it, but the original restaurant was not included. But these are some items from the movie, some of them autographed by the cast, that they used in the movie The Founder. When Ray Kroc found out that the original McDonald's was not included in the deal, well, he forced the McDonald brothers to remove the famous golden arches from their restaurant, and then Kroc went and built a McDonald's just like a block away from this one, and people thought that the original McDonald's had just moved. So anyway, here are some original tiles and a few, I guess you would call them artifacts, from that McDonald's that Ray Kroc built. So under Ray Kroc, McDonald's is going to become just a business empire that is not going to stay within the borders of the United States. This is going to become a global brand. So here in the museum, they have all kinds of different things from other countries that have McDonald's in them. Okay, so here's some from Scotland. Let's see. Wow, these are all Scotland here. Here are some items from France. You can see some from the Netherlands. So they have all kinds of different little toys and boxes and things like that from McDonald's in other countries. Now, I don't think you can talk about McDonald's without talking about the Happy Meal. Of course, the Happy Meal is a kids menu item where you get a little bag or a little box with your food in it, and they would have maybe a puzzle or a game on it, and then the big thing was there would be a toy inside. Usually they would come in some sort of series where you would have to come back and buy multiple Happy Meals in a given period of time in order to get the complete set. And I was looking at all of these toys, and here they have these Halloween pails. I actually remember using these when I was a kid. So you'd go to McDonald's and you would get your Happy Meal, and then you would have something to put your Halloween candy in after. All right, well, there you go. That was the McDonald's Museum, and that was honestly really interesting. It's nothing now in America to drive around and see fast food restaurants everywhere. That may or may not be a good thing. But right here, this was ground zero for the fast food industry. This is the restaurant and the site where it all started. And this whole trip along Route 66 has been about, nostalgia and, looking back at the past. And there's something about the McDonald's brand that has a lot of nostalgia attached to it for people all over the world. While I was in there was a couple from Korea who came in. There was a family from Germany and another one from another country whose language I couldn't quite identify. So anyway, that was pretty cool. But anyway, time to hop back on the road and get to the ocean. Another popular roadside attraction and stop along Route 66 is the Wigwam Motel. Now this in San Bernardino is one of two of the Wigwam motels along 66. The other one is in Holbrook, Arizona. And I looked into actually staying in one of these wigwams, but unfortunately there were none available at the time that I was moving through here. I think that they have these also depicted in cars, maybe as like roadside cones, if I remember right. But yeah, here's another one of the iconic sites along Route 66. Okay, we are making a quick diversion off of the route. I'm playing Frogger out here, and we are in Hollywood, and want to look for a few of the Hollywood stars along the Hollywood Walk of Fame. One in particular that I really want to see. Okay, so as we are walking along here, I'm seeing all kinds of familiar names. Here's one for Alec Guinness, who was in the movie Bridge on the River Kwai, and is probably most well known for his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in the Star Wars movies. Okay, here's another star that I found along the way for Michael Jackson. No comment. But also here along the Hollywood Walk of Fame, we have the star for Andy Kaufman, who is a pretty well-known comedian, kind of an interesting person. Now the one that I wanted to make a special stop for, the one that I wanted to see the most, was this one right here for John Wayne. One of my favorite actors of all time. Just a cool guy all around that kind of defined toughness for me when I was younger. Favorite movie of his of all time is True Grit. So anyway, yeah, there's the star of John Wayne here on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get on down the road now. All right, well, we have made it as far as the road is going to take us. We are at the Santa Monica Pier, and after 2,400 plus miles and 8 states, well, we are now at the end of the trail here at the Pacific Ocean. Now, coming out here to the Pacific Coast, kind of expected blue skies and sunshine here on the beaches, but that's not quite the case today. But that's all right. We are still here at the last famous landmark location along Route 66. So Santa Monica Pier was originally built in 1909, and in 1916 there was a guy by the name of Charles Loff who came out here from New York. He had built the original carousel on Coney Island in New York and saw some potential in this place and thought, hey, this pier could use some amusement rides. So he set up a carousel and eventually some other rides here, and this became really kind of a go-to spot. In the 1970s, the pier and another pier close by started falling into disrepair, and it was originally going to be torn down until there was a public outcry to save the piers. So there was some restoration work that was done, and you can see all of the people who are coming here today to take in some of the good weather and get something to eat and maybe ride some of the rides like the iconic Ferris wheel here on the Santa Monica Pier. Hey, check this out. Here at the very end of the pier, well, they have something on the last stop giving a tribute to Bob Waldmeyer. So again, Bob Waldmeyer is someone that we saw a little bit about in the very first episode on this trip. Saw a little bit more about him in the California Route 66 Museum, and they have this little display here honoring him at the very end of the road. All right, well, here at the end of the pier is the end of our journey down Route 66. I have to say, I had an absolute blast on this trip. I had more fun than I've had in a long time. Got to see a bunch of interesting things, learn some new history. Also got to meet a lot of interesting people along the way. We live in a country right now that is deeply divided, but traveling this route, you see that there's a lot that we have in common as well. I'm going to do this trip again at some point, maybe on the 100th anniversary. But yeah, loved this trip, loved the sights along the way. But as for now, we are going to be heading off to the next place.